You want to talk about madness? Yeah, dig it!
It is Launch Title Madness, the full comprehensive video from this series that we did back in 2021.
Yes, I believe we started Launch Title Madness March of 2021, and then it lasted, I think, through the other year. There's 16 episodes. It was really fun to do, but now it's all in one video.
Yeah.
This video's over 5 hours long. So
you know what? We're
buckle up.
going through old content. We're feeling a little nostalgic.
Yeah.
And you know what? These videos were fun. The comment sections were crazy. Even back then in 2021, when we were just a wee little channel on YouTube, still kind of are. But Launch Title Madness, all in one place. If you make it to the end, holy hell, what's wrong with you?
You're a psycho.
But prepare to be a little bit pissed off and a little bit pissed on. Let's go. Welcome everyone to Launch Title Madness. This mini-series has been a long time in the making. You, the viewer, selected the participants, and we here at Gaming Off the Grid will take it from here. In the first matchup of Launch Title Madness, we see Daytona, USA from the Sega Saturn against Nintendo Land from the Wii U. And in the second matchup, we see Twilight Princess from the good old Nintendo Wii against Tekken Tag from the PlayStation 2. Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gents. Things are about to get a little bit crazy. Yeah, things are about to get a little bit rowdy. It's gonna be full-on, unfiltered madness, yeah.
Need a little excitement? Step into a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah!
Welcome to Gaming Off the Grid. Boom shakalaka!
And madness it is going to be. It is time for a mini-series entitled Launch Title Madness. This is the second season of this type of a mini-series. In 2020, we did Console Madness.
Console Madness, which was badass because we pitted all the consoles together.
Yeah.
And then the PS2 became victorious.
Yeah. And
all the consoles.
And viewers were like, we want more. We want more. So here we are. The viewers selected, if you guys follow the channel on our community tab, everybody got a vote on their favorite 2 launch titles from every console that we own in our collection. But that's where we take it. So all the entries are voted on by you, and we're going to pit them together randomly.
Yeah,
In a bracket. Random seeds. And we're going to determine what is the greatest launch title of all time, at least according to us. So today's episode's kind of fun because you get matchups from various consoles, various generations. And the first matchup, Daytona versus Nintendo Land. Let's take a look at these contenders. In 1995, when Sega launched the Sega Saturn, it was a no-brainer to include one of the highest-grossing arcade games of all time in its launch title library, and that launch title was Daytona, USA.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
For the first time ever, Sega was able to achieve near-perfect arcade ports on the home console. Now, the home console version of Daytona USA differs a little bit in the fact that it removed 2-player. Not the greatest move for Sega, but the game was a marvel for the time and paved the way for many racing games to come. The game also included things that its arcade counterpart did not include. Saturn mode, which adds more cars for players to select and removes the timer from the game. At the time of release, the game was critically acclaimed and did receive ports on later consoles, kind of cementing its legacy as a pretty substantial launch title.
2012, Nintendo launched the Wii U, and with it, Nintendo Land. Nintendo Land essentially served as a tech demo for the Wii U, showing off the abilities of the tablet and what the console can offer. It includes 12 minigames based on Nintendo's IPs. Nintendo Land is 1 to 5 players and sold 5.2 million copies, making it the 5th highest selling Wii U game. The game got positive reviews, and IGN said, and I quote, "Wii Sports has met its match."
All right, the final verdict. Daytona versus Nintendo Land. I mean, this isn't really a humdinger of a matchup by any means.
Yeah, what a legendary start to this match.
Yeah, but I do like both these games a lot.
They're both really fun.
Daytona is a very serviceable racing game. I mean, what are your thoughts when you look at these two games?
So, coming into Launch Title Madness, I gotta keep in mind that these are launch titles, so I gotta be in the perspective of when this game came out, how did it affect the launch of a console?
Yeah.
Because these were the selling points of consoles. So let's look at Daytona. It's a really fun racing game on the Saturn. I think that was a badass launch title.
Yeah.
But then you look at Nintendo Land. It uses the gamepad perfectly. It brings people together. It's a great party game.
It's kind of a tech demo for what the whole console is going to be.
It literally shows you what the Wii U is. So if you look at that, and then you look at how they still hold up, which isn't fair because Nintendo Land's new and Daytona's old, and how they still play and what's fun, I think the winner of all that discussion, Nintendo Land. I think it has to be.
I would have to agree. And what's interesting about this matchup is we've got two underperforming consoles from a market perspective as far as install base. But I think Nintendo Land, I think it's hard to argue that game isn't the better holistic experience comparatively to Daytona. Fine racing game.
It was
we
fun.
We love our Sega Saturn. But, man, Nintendo Land, I personally, and this is, getting into maybe another game that's going to be in the tournament, but I like the game better than Wii Sports, and everybody loves Wii Sports. Nintendo Land is awesome. I'm comfortable with Nintendo Land moving on.
I think Nintendo Land has to move on, and it's going to be hard. I know there's a bunch of other games we haven't talked about, but I think Nintendo Land is going to be hard to beat just because of what it did for the Wii U.
Yeah.
Obviously, it didn't do that much because the Wii U failed.
Yeah. I get what you're saying,
Yeah, you
though.
get what I'm saying.
It was that perfect tech demo. It really introduced what you could do on the console. So, okay, first matchup is in the bag. Nintendo Land dropping the elbow off the top rope on Daytona for the Sega Saturn. Now we get into two consoles that we play on the reg. I mean, we play the Wii and the PS2 all the time.
Those are like some of our favorite consoles.
Yeah, and we're looking here at Twilight Princess, Zelda, obviously, a household name, against Tekken Tag. I think we just gotta pull back the curtain and take a look at these contenders. The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess was originally planned to be a GameCube exclusive, but due to some delays, it lined up perfectly to be a launch title for Nintendo's new console, the Nintendo Wii. Released exclusively as a launch title for the Nintendo Wii in November of 2006, the game did see a subsequent release for the Nintendo GameCube in December of that same year, and it ended up being the last first-party released on the console. The game was received pretty well at the time, as it was the highest-selling Zelda game until Breath of the Wild knocked its socks off. Many at the time, though, felt that the Wii version's motion controls felt tacked on and gimmicky. Does this title have what it takes to move on in Launch Title Madness?
Tekken Tag Tournament was originally released as an arcade game in 1999, but in the year 2000 it became a launch title for the PlayStation 2. The PlayStation 2 version had updated graphics and slight differences from the arcade version, but it's very similar. Tekken Tag Tournament received positive reviews and is still played by many today, but can it stand on its own in Launch Title Madness? Let's find out.
All right, what a battle here.
Yeah, this is tough.
This is really tough. I look at Twilight Princess. It's a really good Zelda game. But I don't know that it's even the best version of itself.
No, it's not.
A lot of hardcore gamers would have rather played this game on the GameCube.
Well, I'm pretty sure it was originally developed for the GameCube, but then they put pause on it so then they could launch it for the Wii, but then they also released it for the GameCube.
Now, we own it on the Wii. It's a great game on the Wii. Man, does it...
A lot of people aren't a fan of the motion controls.
It's tough because I'm trying to like think in the launch realm,
Yeah,
right?
just for launching.
But I'm also thinking about what game are we most likely to play right now, and then I'm looking at Tekken Tag, which
we're not big fighting game fans.
Tekken Tag it's hard to argue that isn't the best PlayStation 2 launch title. It's definitely up there. Amazing game that still is one of the better entries in the franchise.
And it looks great.
And I feel like just what your mind wants to go to, most people are going to say, well, Zelda's got to win.
Yeah.
But man, Tekken Tag, I feel like that's kind of the dark horse in this race. And Twilight Princess is a great game. But on the Wii, I think Tekken Tag on the PS2 is better than Twilight Princess on the Wii.
Yes.
Now,
you gotta be specific because if
I
I'm
would-
going to play Twilight Princess, you know what I'm going to play it on? The Wii U.
Or the GameCube.
Because we have the remastered
Yeah.
version. Dude, it's good on the Wii.
Yeah.
But it's tough because
It's not great. And Tekken Tag's great.
But I'm not a huge fighting game fan either, so this is such a tough battle.
But the tag element brought in a
Oh,
whole
it's-
new
it's
twist
co-op,
of
yeah.
4-player. And I just, if it was Twilight Princess on the GameCube, I would pick Twilight
it would
Princess.
be a different story, yes.
But on the Wii, because it was so like shackled with the motion controls, dude, this is probably gonna piss some
Yeah,
people
and
off.
it's the first episode.
But we're dealing with the Nintendo Wii version
Yes,
of
you gotta-
Twilight
you gotta
Princess.
remember that,
Let's
guys.
keep that in mind.
With
Because
the
you
motion.
mentioned the game, or you mentioned the Wii U, I've mentioned the GameCube. I would pick that version over Tekken Tag. I will not pick the Twilight Princess version on the Nintendo
I
Wii
think the
over Tekken Tag.
Nintendo Wii launch title version of Twilight Princess is the worst version of Twilight Princess. There's so many
I
other
think it's-
versions, and it's a launch
I think it's a
title.
valid point. Can we move? Can we move to a final verdict?
Tekken Tag on the PS2. I know people are like, but it's Zelda. But also, we made a lot of good points.
I think
so.
it's the worst version of the game. You already
Yeah.
said that. I think that is a great point.
I'm not saying it's a bad game though. It's a great
And
game.
people were getting into the Wii probably most likely because of Wii Sports. I don't know how much of a system seller Twilight Princess is in all its glory. Fantastic game. But I feel comfortable. I feel good about picking Tekken Tag.
Yeah,
here. I really do.
Tekken Tag.
You guys can let us know in the comments below how you feel about that pick, but I really think the Wii version of Twilight Princess
Yes.
is an inferior launch title to Tekken Tag. I
Tekken
really feel
Tag,
that way.
badass multi-tap.
Yeah.
I'm happy with this decision.
Yeah.
Tekken Tag, Nintendo Land, move on
Yep.
to the next round. So what's very unique about this bracket is there's 17 fights because there's
Yeah.
an odd amount. So this is kind of like the preliminary round.
Yes.
So now these two games are moving into like technically round one.
Yes.
So
yes.
if you're a fan of March Madness, you understand. And this is taking place in March. So
Yeah,
nice.
so moving on is Nintendo Land, which will actually be in the next episode of
Yes.
Console Madness because that gets us into the actual bracket,
Yes.
and it will be taking on Fusion Frenzy.
Ooh, 2 party games.
Yes,
Ooh, that's gonna
party
be
game versus party game.
That's
It's gonna be
gonna
one
be
hell of a
hard.
matchup. And then Tekken Tag gets a little bit of a breather. We're gonna talk about Tekken Tag again for quite some time, but we're gonna see Sonic Adventure from the Dreamcast up against Excite Bike.
Oh my
So
God.
get hyped. This is gonna be a really fun series. I'm excited.
I'm so excited for this series, guys.
I think we might have ruffled some feathers with the Tekken Tag pick, but hey, we let you guys pick the games.
Yes, and then
So
it's
you gotta let us pick the results.
It's up to us.
Yeah.
To piss you off.
Yeah, this beer.
So what do you think of this? This is a new brewery that from Iowa that I've never
Yeah.
had before. This is the Charles Thiggins. It's a pastry porter. Funny name. This is from Gazelig Brewing Company from Newton, Iowa.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool.
It's pastry, supposed to have cocoa nibs, caramel, kind of tastes like a pastry-ish
I know, it's
beer,
like
dessert
a-
beer.
like a
That's what I'm
sweetness
taking
to
from
it.
that. This isn't a bad porter, but I don't understand the flavor profile as far as delivering on the
Pastry.
explanation of
Yes.
what it is. Middle of the road porter. It's not unenjoyable. I like it. This is not a great brew.
No, I was very excited because I love pastry styled beers.
Mm-hmm.
I love that sweetness. This does, the more it sits, there is a slight sweetness that's coming out.
Yeah.
Very slight. If this was just called a porter,
Yeah.
I'd be like, wow, this is a pretty good porter. You
Yeah.
delivered on that name. But pastry porter,
You gotta bring more to the table.
yeah, it's very falling short, and it sucks because this is a new brewery, at least
Yeah.
to my knowledge. I am enjoying this. This is good.
Yeah.
And it's 8%, and it doesn't taste like it's 8%, so it's a dangerous, easy drinking beer. It's just kind of disappointing.
Yeah.
Just like our results of Tekken Tag and 12.
Yeah, I totally, I think we're on the same page here. It's middle of the road porter. Doesn't really deliver on what it says. but it's an okay brew. I'm not like not enjoying it. It's fine. But you get a very faint little bit of a caramel-ish on the finish, but it's very buried in there, and if you don't know what you're looking for, you probably wouldn't pick it out. But anyway, episode 1 of Launch Title Madness is in the books. We will leave a link to the playlist in the description below for Console Madness if you want to get caught up on this whole thing, because this is season 2 of the Madness series,
which is one of my favorite miniseries that we've started. It's so hard because we don't know. We just jump in and we don't talk about it beforehand.
Yeah, no, it's all raw. Everything you guys are seeing is just our initial opinions. We don't research it. We random generate the bracket and we just jump in and hip fire on this thing. Which makes it fun.
I remember console launch madness. Or console madness. I was stressing out, especially when it got to the final rounds. I was like, this is impossible.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be wild. There's a lot of good launch titles. There's some dog shit launch titles, but you guys picked the winners, which makes this fun because you have some skin in the game. Is the horse you put your chips on gonna be the last horse standing in the stable? You're gonna have to stay tuned for the next episode of Launch Title Madness right here on Gaming Off the Grid. In 1995, Brett Favre broke all sorts of NFL passing records and was named the NFL's most valuable player. And then Brett Favre's like, in 1995, when I was named the NFL's most valuable player, it was one of the greatest honors you could ever achieve. It's unbelievable. Just give her a whirl.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay. Okay.
I don't really get much there.
Just tastes like a porter.
Yeah. Things are about ready to get rowdy. It's about ready to get... Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gents. In the first episode of Launch Title Madness, Wii U's Nintendo Land took out Daytona from the Sega Saturn and said, "Wii U, I like to drive fast and turn left sometimes." And PlayStation 2's launch title, Tekken Tag, romped and stomped Link's little pansy ass as we saw Twilight Princess suffer the upset of the bracket so far, and that's weird to say because it was the first episode, as Tekken Tag prevailed. In episode 2 of Launch Title Madness, we are going to see two party games go head-to-head with Xbox's Fusion Frenzy versus the Wii U's Nintendo Land. And then we are going to see Sonic Adventure from the Sega Dreamcast go head-to-head with the Nintendo Entertainment System's Excitebike. Wing ding 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 ding, wing ding 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 ding. It's time to fire up your dirt bikes, folks. Things are going to get a little muddy. It's time for episode 2 of Launch Title Madness.
Gaming Off the Grid. Boom shakalaka!
Welcome to episode 2 of Launch Title Madness. It's a new mini-series. It's season 2 of the Madness series. We did Console Madness, and now we're doing Launch Title Madness. In the description below, if you never caught Console Madness, you might want to go back and watch that. There's a hopeless plug to get you to watch our old episodes. But anyways, round 1 was a lot of fun. I think a lot of people will agree with our first decision. I think we might have some folks going, "You ruffled my feathers" with picking Tekken Tag over Twilight.
Well, that's why I wore this Zelda shirt.
In honor
of our fallen veteran Link.
Yeah.
Because he lost in the first round. But I'm sticking with our decision with Tekken Tag. But this episode's not about that.
No.
This episode is about partying and racing and other things. So let's jump into our first contenders.
Yeah.
We got Nintendo Land on the Wii U versus Xbox's Fusion Frenzy.
This is an awesome matchup, and I cannot wait to see how this shakes out. So let's take a look at the contenders.
In 2001, when Microsoft entered the console scene and introduced the Xbox, it launched with many different titles. One of those titles was Fusion Frenzy. Fusion Frenzy is a 4-player party game featuring 45 different minigames and 22 different game modes. The game received mixed reviews, but it's still played by many today. Can this game cause enough frenzy to advance? Time will tell.
Moving on from the preliminary rounds is Nintendo Land. Last round, it took out Daytona USA for the Sega Saturn. If you've been following the series, there's not much more we can say about Nintendo Land, other than it is an exceptional multiplayer game, stocked full with 12 mini-games, and serves as a perfect tech demo for the Wii U. Does Nintendo Land have what it takes to move on to another round in launch title madness? Stay tuned. Alright, brother, this is gonna be a hard one, because we adore both of these games.
These are two of our favorite games.
Yeah.
We love party games.
Man.
They're both new to me this year.
Yeah.
Which is weird to say because the Fusion Frenzy has been out forever. But someone I think recommended it in the comment section, and we got it, and I was like, oh my god.
I've got way more miles on the tires with Nintendo Land. I've played that game a lot
Nintendo
since
Land's
I've had my
badass,
Wii U.
yeah.
Fusion Frenzy, though, I think when we were playing Halo LAN parties back when I was in high school, I think that was like the other game he had. And I'd seen it played, but I never played it. Because we were always like, okay, let's play Halo. He had two games. And we were playing Halo. We weren't playing Fusion Frenzy. But recently we've put a lot of time into both of these games, and it makes it really, really tough. You know, I kind of look at, if you get 4 randos together, and you don't know what people like to play, which of these two games do you think people would have the most fun playing?
That's a tough question. Nintendo Land is great because it plucks at your nostalgia strings.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, I know that, I know
Yep.
that, I know that, and it's a unique twist on it.
Yeah.
Like the Luigi's Mansion game on Nintendo Land.
Yep.
Oh, so much fun. But then Fusion Frenzy, it's like freaking playing like Wipeout or like all those like crazy.
Yeah.
It's so fast paced and simple. There's so many mini games.
Yeah.
So many.
I feel like I get way more competitive playing Fusion Frenzy. Like, I
Yes.
really want to...
Even when you're fighting the computer, you get.
Yeah, and there's so much variety there. And this is really tough because I love Nintendo Land. That's an amazing game. But, man, if I was, like, stranded on a desert island and I had, like, a few people with me and there was, like, one game that I felt like through strategy and getting better at the game and putting in the time, we would have enough to keep us busy and you could actually get better at it. This is a tough one, but I'm leaning Fusion Frenzy.
It's so tough because when we look at when they launched,
Yeah.
I already mentioned in the last episode, Nintendo Land was great because it showed what the Wii U did, and you mentioned it's a great demo of the Wii U.
Yeah.
Fusion Frenzy was a launch title, but it got buried by a bunch of other launch titles
True.
for the Xbox, and it doesn't really show what the Xbox can do, but it kind of does because it's like, hey, you have 4 controller slots.
Yeah.
You have 4. It's a great party game that got buried. This is so tough because Nintendo Land is so badass, and it's one of my favorite Wii U games ever.
It's a toss-up.
But I think I have to agree with you. I think Fusion Frenzy, just because, dude, there's so many games, and what's cool about Fusion Frenzy is, I mean, you can do this on Nintendo Land too, but you can play it by yourself. You can play it 2 players. You can play it up to 4 players, and the computer is hard as balls in Fusion Frenzy. It's just.
I just think there's something to be said for Fusion Frenzy is a party game, but you can get really technical with that game and get really good at that game.
Yeah, the more you play mini
Not
games.
saying you can on Nintendo Land, but I think there's more, like, a hardcore gamer could really dive into Fusion Frenzy and just be a boss. Like,
And then you just win every time.
I really feel that way. And I also think there's something to be said that I really believe, in our circle of friends anyway, if we were to bring folks over and do a blind taste test, right? You play this game and then we're going to play this game. I think folks would have more fun playing Fusion Frenzy. I really do.
I think so too, even though Nintendo Land is so.
Yeah. It's tough.
That's why I hate this series.
Yeah.
Because it's like, man, these games are great.
Yeah, we love both of them.
We love them so
Yeah.
much, but.
I mean, I say all the time, Nintendo Land is better than Wii Sports. I love that game.
And it just.
But,
And if you compare
man.
the visuals, Nintendo Land looks
Yeah.
so much better.
But
Fusion
Frenzy's such a unique animal. There's not many games out there like it, you know?
No, there's not, and I'm so glad I discovered Fusion Frenzy. And playing it with the Duke controller just makes it even better. I know that's a hot take,
It means you're
but
kind of a badass.
yeah, it means you're a badass, and it means you're a Duke. I think Fusion Frenzy has to move on. This is tough. This is tough.
Let me tell you something. I don't know how I feel about this pick. It's got me in a tough spot.
Fusion Frenzy advances barely.
Yeah.
Now let's move on to Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast versus Excite Bike on the NES.
Yeah, I think we need to dig a little deeper and take a look at these contenders. Let's go. It probably comes as no surprise that when the Dreamcast launched in 1998, everybody's favorite blue little hedgehog, Sonic, was sniffing around, and he found himself in the first mainline 3D Sonic game, Sonic Adventure. Sonic Adventure was a unique approach to the franchise and at times almost made the player feel like it was an open world experience. The game received critical acclaim and ended up being the best-selling Dreamcast game. It also spawned a fairly exceptional sequel in Sonic Adventure 2. Does Sonic Adventure have what it takes to prevail in this matchup of launch title madness? We'll find out.
Excite Bike was released in 1985 with the Nintendo Entertainment System. The game was a critical and commercial success and started the whole Excite series. There are 5 different tracks you can play, and you can either race alone or with computer riders. It also offered a design mode where you can build your own tracks. Can this 35-year-old plus game pass the finish line and win the trophy? Or will it fall short? Let's find out.
All right, on the old timeline, we couldn't be further apart here. But, well, I mean, I guess we could be.
Yeah.
But Excite Bike, on the NES, we're talking 80s, we're talking, late 90s with Sonic Adventure. But I don't think that's unfair because there are games in this bracket, that from that era that are like all-time classics. So I think it's all fair in the game of Love and War and when you're talking launch titles. So let's I kind of want to feel your thoughts on this because I grew up with both these games. I played Excite Bike growing up as a kid, and I was a Dreamcast connoisseur. It was the first console I ever bought with my own freaking money. So I've got a lot of input here on this one, but I kind of want to know because these games, Excite Bike, you've probably been playing for 3 or 4 years.
Excite Bike's badass, and if you've been following the channel for a while, you know the hatred that I have for mother effing Sonic.
This could get interesting.
I hate him so much. But when I talk about the Sonic games that I hate, I'm talking about the 2D Sonic games. And Sonic Adventure is the first 3D Sonic game.
Oh, 3D. There was some Sonic 3D,
yeah, I get it, but
isometric type stuff. Yes. I get what you're saying.
It kind of felt like open world, but it was forced.
It wanted you to think it was open world.
Yes.
But it's still linear.
And let me tell you this. Sonic Adventure is awesome. I love it. Even though I hate Sonic. Like, Sonic Adventure, I feel like it's like when Sonic finally got his groove, his prime. But then, Excite Bike, man, a classic freaking game on the NES. This is tough because I always say Sonic's overrated. I always say I hate him. But I think
this game Sonic Adventure has an amazing soundtrack.
It does.
It does have dog shit voiceovers.
Oh, dude, Sonic Adventure is so cheesy. It is such a cheesy game.
If you didn't like Sonic as like a person or a hedgehog, his voice and the way he acts in this game could maybe push you over the edge.
Oh, yeah.
But the gameplay, and it's ironic to say this,
character selection.
but man, I think somebody was taking notes at Nintendo because did you not, when you were playing through that game and you played the fuck out of it, did you not feel like Mario Odyssey wasn't like at least taking notes on the look and the feel of Sonic Adventure? Now, it's not open world like that, but I think...
Dude, it definitely has a vibe of Mario Odyssey, which is crazy because it came out 20 years earlier than Mario Odyssey. Dude, Sonic Adventure is great. I know it has some flaws, it's not the best game, but for a launch title of the Dreamcast... if I was old enough to know what was going on in '99 when this came out, and I would have been like, I want to play that. It was awesome. But then, if I was old enough to play Excite Bike back when the NES came out, I would have been like, dude, this is incredible.
But I'd rather play Mario Bros.
True. But is that a fair fight?
I think, I think Sonic Adventure it is very puzzling to me because I'm not as crazy about hating on Sonic as you are, but I do get I understand your points because I'm not a huge Sonic the Hedgehog fan of the 2D genre.
Yes, the 2D.
I get the games, I like the games, I've beat the games. I just don't think they're as good as the Mario games, so if I'm going to go back in that era, that's not what I'm playing. But Sonic Adventure is a different animal. It's got amazing soundtrack, which I already mentioned, and for a launch title, it's curious to me that it did not stick and propel the Dreamcast in the way that Mario 64 did and the way Mario Odyssey did for the Switch. I just feel like people I don't know what was going on. I think they'd lost so much faith in Sega, but Sonic Adventure cannot be credited, I don't think, for the downfall of the Sega Dreamcast or the failure to launch.
No, because Sonic Adventure is badass. And you bring up Mario 64, it's crazy because they're from 2 different generations.
Yeah.
But I would rather play Sonic Adventure than Mario 64, even though I love and Mario 64 is a launch title, which we'll talk about later in the episode, later in the series. But Sonic Adventure, I think, hands down, has to win. Has to beat Excitebike, even though Excitebike.
I love Excitebike.
Most people, you had 4 to 5 NES games growing up. One of them was Excitebike.
Yep, and
you know,
you're speaking my language because that's how my situation was. And Excitebike, my whole life, I'm really good at that game, but I always played that game as like a 15 to 20 minute, 30 minute romp and stomp, get in, get out.
Then you moved on to another game.
I never would sit down like Gradius when I was growing up. I would play that game for 5 or 6 hours straight. Never happened with Excitebike, and I think Sonic Adventure is a superior game and superior launch title.
I think what you just said, Excitebike is cool and what it does, but it gets boring.
Yeah.
Because it's the same thing kind of basically over and over. Sonic Adventure, I don't think ever gets boring.
Yeah.
I definitely laugh at it a lot because it's very cheesy and ridiculous, but it's an awesome game. And it's an awesome launch title, and that kind of hurts me to say because I've hated on Sonic so much. But
beautiful environments.
Oh, dude,
man! Even like that first stage
this might
with
be the best Sonic game ever.
with the whale coming through the dock.
It looks and plays amazing.
Yeah, and it's weird because saying it plays amazingly with the one joystick setup. I mean, I just it's interesting
the way the camera,
how you like that game.
Yeah,
it's just. I didn't want to lead the horse to the water. I was just like, dude, you need to play this. You need to go through it. You need to beat the game. And then let me know what you think. Because I had an opinion about this. And it's weird, all these years later.
It still holds up.
Your opinion fell right in line with what I was already thinking.
Well, it's so badass. Like, when the way the camera moves in Sonic Adventure when you're going through... God, it's such a cool game.
Kind of a cinematic type way. Like, when you hit the different boosters. And yeah.
Dude, it's such a badass game. Sonic Adventures is moving on.
So Fusion Frenzy is moving on, and so is Sonic Adventure. They will go head-to-head in the next round of the bracket.
It's going to be tough.
But that's going to be a ways down the road, because as we have coming up in the next episode, we have Halo from the OG Xbox versus Call of Duty 2 on the Xbox 360.
Oh my god.
And we have Super Mario Bros. From the NES versus good old Pilot Wings. Yeah.
Oh my god. This episode, this miniseries is stressing me out.
It is. I think this first round's going to be mediocre tough. As we move through this, it's going to be insane.
It's already getting tough. Good thing there's beer.
Yeah, for sure.
To help ease the pain.
So, episode 1 of the series, we had a pretty lackluster beer. This is a brewery. I think we've had a couple things from them before.
I think this is our first time, to be honest.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, this is Stillwater Artisanal. This is searching for ... And on the can art, it says something meaningful, and it's like they're searching for something, and no results found.
Yeah.
This is an imperial stout brewed with Sagenvest grapes, so let's say that right, and aged on oak. Not in oak barrels, just aged on oak.
Yeah.
Comes in at 12%. You're the stout fan.
It's a hammer.
What do you think?
Very unique. I'm really enjoying this brew. I've never had a stout like this, which being a stout fan says a lot. This beer is like a 50-50, I feel like, blend of a stout and a wine.
Yeah, which is so
It
weird.
has a very wine element to it.
I think it's the grace coming in.
And there's not much head on it ever. Very unique. I'm really enjoying this.
This beer is really good, but very unique. It's very smooth. It does not feel like it's 12%. It is so good. When I took the first sip, I was like, what am I drinking? Like, I don't taste, like, for being an imperial stout, I expected that imperial taste.
Yeah.
You know, like that heavy. This is kind of a lighter beer. It's delicious. I think that grape really smooths over the flavors, and like this is like the most unique beer I've had in a long time, and one of the best beers I've had in a long time. Like, this is so good.
Well, and it's tough because we've been doing this so long. I mean, shit, dude. At this point, we're what, damn near 400 episodes in together. So we've, and that's. Not speaking of the band and being on tour and all the beers we've had together. If we've done 400 beers as a channel, we've done probably 10,000 together, just as buddies. But I'm trying not to fall in love with the fact that I've never tasted something like this, I'm just trying to fall in like with that and give it a real fair, honest review. This is somewhere in the realm of a stout, barley wine, and a wine. It's so unique. As far as a flavor profile goes, I'm really enjoying it. I'm enjoying it more, though, because it's a new experience than I am for the amazing flavors of the beer.
True.
There's nothing that's really like, oh my god, this tastes so good, I have to have it again. I think I'm just more a prisoner of the moment right now. So I if I were to put this on a scale, which we don't really do in our beer reviews, probably say like an 8 to an 8.5 out of 10.
He says
like,
that.
I'm enjoying it.
He says that, but like every 3 episodes he brings.
Yeah. So because we just don't want to put a graphic in. But yeah.
You mentioned barley wines, which is a good description, but
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of barley wines at all. Like, barley wines, not a huge fan of. But
Well, because they give you the shits, probably.
well, no, I just mean like taste wise.
Oh,
but,
you like having the shits?
Yeah. I mean,
fun.
I eat Slim Jims every day.
It's
so
fun.
I love it.
Yeah.
But this is way better than a barley wine. Like,
No,
this
for
is-
sure, yeah.
This is so. I'm just could be a prisoner of the moment, but I'm very much enjoying this.
Yeah. It's good. It's good. I wouldn't put it in an upper echelon, best top of the shelf beer I've ever had, but it's damn good, and it's a hell of a lot better than the beer we had in episode 1 of this series.
Yes, and I do like that they're freaking mixing grapes with imperial
Yeah.
stouts and putting it over oaks.
Yeah.
I love that.
Oaks. Oaks and folks and all that other good stuff. All right, guys. This has been episode 2 of Launch Title Madness. We're having a really good time with this. I cannot wait to see how this series plays out. Just a reminder, you guys picked the game. So if
Yes.
anybody's watching and they're like, why is that game in there? Well, I don't know. You guys picked it.
Yeah.
You voted on it. We're just kind of taking the ball and taking it to the frickin' hoop and slamming it down. I used to be able to dunk a volleyball in high school.
Dunk a volleyball.
Not a basketball, though. So,
Is that impressive?
I mean,
Are you bragging about that?
Kinda. I think like when you're my age, when you get into like that mid-30s, that's like kind of sounds cool.
So when you get old, you start reaching for things that weren't very cool, and then you're like,
But
oh, that was
they
cool.
were kind of cool, and you can't do it anymore. So
Dunk a volleyball.
yeah, there you go. And yeah, I don't know why we went down
I think
that
it'd be
road.
impressive if you could dunk a basketball.
Yeah, I know. I would agree. But anyways, episode 2 is in the bag. It is time to put a bow on this thing because I can just tell we're just going to keep going on tangents. We appreciate you tuning in and subscribing to the channel. And thanks for hanging out through episode 2. And we hope to see you in episode 3 of Launch Title Madness. In the first episode of Launch Title Madness, we used Nintendo Land, took out Daytona from the Sega Saturn and said, "Wee-oo! I like to drive fast and turn left sometimes." And Tekken...
Dude. I almost lost it. When you did the Wii U, because it fits so good.
and PlayStation 2's launch title, Tekken Tag, romped and stomped. Little...
Fucking badass.
Give this a shot. Okay.
Whoa, that's very unique.
Yep.
What in the world is this?
Wow.
This is a dangerous beer.
There's like a wine element to that.
It's because it's brewed with grapes.
Yeah. Well, you have arrived at episode 3 of Launch Title Madness. In the prior episode, we saw Fusion Frenzy take out everyone's beloved Nintendo Land, and we also saw Sonic Adventure run roughshod over the little dirt bike boy in Excite Bike for the NES. In today's episode, we are gonna see Halo. Oh yeah, that's right, Xbox's Halo versus Xbox 360's Call of Duty 2, and Super Mario Bros. From the NES against Pilot Wings. Saddle up, ladies and gents. It is time. Oh yeah, it's time for episode 3 of Launch Title Madness.
Welcome to Gaming Off the Grid. Boom shakalaka!
Welcome back to Launch Title Madness. You already heard the intro, but it is episode 3 of this really fun endeavor. This is season 2 of our Madness series. We did Console Madness way back when. It sure wasn't really way back. It was in 2020. We'll put a link to that whole playlist
it was really
in the
fun.
description below. It was a lot of fun, and you guys wanted more. And in Launch Title Madness, things have changed a little bit because you guys picked the games, and then we're taking it from there. So in today's episode, you guys already know we have Halo against Call of Duty 2. And that was the Call of Duty 2 on Xbox 360.
Yes.
It was a 360 launch title. And we have Super Mario Bros. From the NES versus the Super Nintendo's Pilot Wings. This is going to be a lot of fun.
This is going to be fun. Let's start with the shooters. Let's start with Halo versus Call of Duty 2. Okay. I think this is going to be an easy one.
It is, but before we really come to a final verdict, we got to take a look at these two brawlers. A notable launch title for the Xbox 360, Call of Duty 2, developed by Infinity Ward, brought first-person shooter fans onto the battlefield in a World War II setting. The Call of Duty series didn't gain its traction until the Modern Warfare era of the game, but Call of Duty 2 still stands as an exceptional first-person shooter on the Xbox 360. Does it have enough fuel in the tank? Does it have enough World War II vibes to propel this launch title into the next round of Launch Title Madness? You're gonna have to stay tuned.
Halo Combat Evolved, or simply known as Halo, was released for the OG Xbox in 2001. Halo is a first-person shooter and is often praised as one of the greatest video games of all time. Can this epic start to an amazing franchise stand on its own in Launch Title Madness? Let's find out.
All right, so now we know a little bit about the games, a little bit of the history, whatnot. Call of Duty 2, this was before Call of Duty kind of became what a lot of you folks watching might think of as Call of Duty. At this time, Call of Duty, I think, was kind of in the same conversation with like a Medal of Honor game.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
It wasn't that big online yearly annual release game that everyone had to play. Now, I do believe Call of Duty 2 was made by Infinity Ward,
Yes,
so they
it
were
was.
starting to get traction in that direction. But it wasn't until, I think, Modern Warfare where
things really
it became like that sweeping the nation type of game.
And this was before they invented zombies. Like, this is just... It's taking place in World War II, which the game is fun.
It is.
But it's kind of dated. But I can say the same thing about Halo. When you go back and play the original Halo, it's kind of dated as well. But I think Halo has to win.
I mean, I think it's hard to not think that Halo's got an outside shot of winning this whole thing. Talk about a game changer.
Yeah, for launching Microsoft's first console and Halo, one of the biggest games ever, they were like, boom,
yeah,
bring it on.
It just really put them on the map. And Halo, man, it went from... You got to go back to the time and understand, Microsoft was not on the console scene.
Yeah.
And in the blink of an eye, everyone was going over to friends' houses to play Halo. And it was a cultural phenomenon, that game was, and Halo 2, and it just has continued to grow. I think Halo's probably as strong today as it ever was. But wow, the cultural movement there, where literally in the blink of an eye, everyone's playing a game, and everyone's wanting to go to LAN parties and all this stuff.
Yeah. Everyone wants it.
This is just an ass whipping here.
Yeah, Call of Duty 2 did not even stand a chance.
Yeah.
But we had to make it look kind of fair.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think I'm not shitting on Call of Duty 2, but that's just the elephant in the room. Freaking Halo. I mean, you don't get much better for a launch title, and then to just really launch your console. That's like, God, that's as close as launching, Nintendo with Super Mario Bros. I mean, Halo changed the game.
Yeah, it really
Wow.
did. Dude, and speaking of what you just said, Super Mario Bros.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the next matchup. We
Yeah.
got Super Mario Bros. On the NES versus Pilot Wings on the Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
Let's look at these fights.
How did Pilot Wings arrive into launch title madness? Mode 7, anyone? Pilot Wings showcased the abilities of Mode 7 on the Super Nintendo in epic fashion. Pilot Wings serves as an amateur flight simulator as the player attempts to earn their pilot's license through various levels of Pilot Wings. Rumor has it that back in the early 90s, if you could beat Pilot Wings, well, Nintendo would mail you a pilot license and you could fly a real plane. I mean, that's not true, but it's fun to think about, isn't it? Does Pilot Wings have enough to advance in launch title madness? I just see it. Let's just move on.
successor to the 1983 arcade game Mario Bros., Super Mario Bros. Was released in 1985 with the NES. Super Mario Bros. Follows the story of Mario and his brother Luigi as they travel through Mushroom Kingdom trying to save Princess Peach. Super Mario Bros. Is cited as one of the greatest video games of all time, and is one of the best-selling video games of all time, with 50 million copies sold worldwide. Can this pop culture icon save the princess in time, or will it fall short in launch title madness? Let's find out.
All right, two what I would consider lopsided matchups here.
Yes, this is not even fair.
And now this bracket's going to get a lot more crazy as we go on, but I think you'd have to be freaking insane to give Pilot Wings the nod here. I mean, Super Mario
Wait,
Bros.
you want to pick Super Mario Bros?
I mean,
I was leaning towards Pilot Wings.
no, you weren't.
That was
it was
Pilot Wings.
It's cool. It almost was kind of, in my mind, it's weird to call it a tech demo, but I think it really shows off what the Super Nintendo could do with, like the FX chip and kind of its 3D capabilities. Kind of 3D capabilities.
I think when it launched,
Yeah.
I think it was, oh, this is freaking badass. But man, you can't fight against Super Mario Bros. That was one of the first games I ever played. That launched the NES.
Oh, into the stratosphere. I mean,
oh my god, dude.
there's probably just not more of an iconic video game than the first Super Mario Bros. And it's really frustrating to me that Super Mario Bros. Kind of gets dumped on a lot by the retro game community, as far as I still think it's one of the best Mario games ever made, and it's just a game that I beat on the weekly or bi-weekly at the very least. I love the game. The game is perfect.
It's a perfect game.
Yeah, and not saying that 2 and 3 aren't, but man, Super Mario Bros. There's nothing wrong with it. And when you put it in,
It looks so good.
the construct of the NES games that were out at the time, I mean, it's like head and shoulders above what was going on.
Yeah, because the other launch title that won for the NES was Excite Bike.
Yeah.
Which is, we talked about that in the last episode. That game's fun, but
It's not
Super
even close.
Mario Bros. Oh my god.
I had some
What an
neighbors,
icon.
to get to kind of speak a little bit more about Pilot Wings. I had some neighbors that got a Super Nintendo, and I didn't get a Super Nintendo until the mid to late 90s, really. But I had some neighbors that got it right when it came out, and our parents were friends and everything, so we got to spend a lot of time. They were older than us, so they would babysit my brother and I. So we got to play a lot of Super Nintendo. They had Super Mario World, and they had Pilot Wings.
Cool.
Pilot Wings was like a game we put on like 2 or 3 times, and it was just like, oh, cool, but let's play Super Mario.
Yes.
It was not...
You play it for a couple minutes and you go, okay, I get it.
It wasn't the system seller. The system seller was Super Mario World. So I think Pilot Wings just has an unfair matchup here. But, these first round episodes, we're going to have a little bit of this. There are going to be some tough ones. But when this gets down to the nitty gritty,
Oh my God.
it's going to be really tough.
It's going to be so hard because a lot of the games that we've already mentioned, like Mario Bros, Super Mario World, all amazing launch titles, how do you pick which one's better?
Yeah,
which we'll have to do eventually.
And we're not to the next round. We're still going through the first pane of the bracket. But guys, moving on in round 2 of this whole thing, it's going to be Super Mario Bros. Versus Halo. I mean, think about that matchup. It's going to be crazy.
I don't even want to think about that.
So I mean, obviously, you guys already know. But moving on is Halo for the original Xbox and Super Mario Bros. From the NES. I think worthy winners in this episode. It was kind of a landslide. The first 2 episodes didn't have maybe that much of a landslide to it.
This one was just like, oh, you looked at it, boom, I know exactly who's going to win.
But it's just the way the bracket shakes out.
Yeah,
So,
it random generated.
way the cookie crumbles.
Speaking of crumbling, what do you think of this beer by
Yeah.
Dogfish Head? This is the Hazy O. It's a hazy IPA that comes in at 7%.
So, man, you remember, like, was it 2 years ago probably, Dogfish Head started becoming distributed in our area.
Yes.
And on the beer scene, it was a big deal. Like, man, we've got Dogfish Head. I've yet to have a beer from them that gets me super excited. Maybe the Sequence Ale.
Sequence Ale is one of the best summer beers ever.
But, man, this is not a bad beer. This is a good hazy IPA, but I'm waiting for Dogfish Head to knock my freaking socks off, and it was a big deal when they got here, and they're here, and I'm not super excited.
This beer it's fine, it's good, it's enjoyable, it's middle of the road. It's not the best hazy IPA I've had, but it's not too over IPA taste. It's just right in the middle. But I think what might be affecting Dogfish Head's quality is, didn't Sam Adams buy them out like a year ago?
Now that you mention it, I don't know the details of it, but I remember we were talking with Joe about that.
I think they bought them out, but they were like, you can keep your name and still distribute your beers, but we own you.
Yeah.
So like it's kind of Sam Adams beer now, which is also just middle
What
of the
happens
road.
when you sell out to the big corporations?
But I mean, I love Dogfish Head's can art all the time. Their art's so cool. If I was sitting outside on a hot summer day, this would be great.
This is not a bad
But
hazy IPA.
It's just very average.
I guess part of my, I wouldn't say displeasure, but part of my negative viewpoint is I just was so excited, and all these craft beer connoisseurs in our area was like, oh, you guys finally got Dogfish Head. You're gonna enjoy Dogfish Head. And they've got one beer that's, I would say, pretty good, and then all the other ones I've had are they're not bad. Never had one that was a complete stinker, wasn't a turd in the punch bowl, but I also haven't had the one that took me to that point where it's like, wow, that's a 10 out of 10. That's a dinger. This beer's okay. It's a good hazy IPA. I think this would be a good hazy IPA for folks who maybe are like, I don't like hops, I don't like IPAs. This is pretty palatable.
Yeah, it's very just simple. It's
Yeah.
just straight to the point. It's a good introduction beer, I think.
Yeah.
But I think that's what Dogfish Head and kind of Sam Adams is. It's like an introduction to craft beer.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh, I want to get into craft beer. Let me start with this easy drinker.
Yeah. All right, guys, that's a wrap on episode 3. I hope you guys are enjoying the miniseries. We're having a lot of fun with it.
A lot of stress.
I think our worst or most stressful days are yet to come. As I'm looking forward into the subsequent rounds that lie before us, I don't know how we're going to decide, but we're going to have to figure it out. We're going to have to get to the nitty gritty, and I'm just looking ahead at that Super Mario Bros. And Halo matchup. I don't even want to go there.
No,
I don't even want to go there.
No matter what we pick, people are going to get pissed off.
I'm glad we've got a fistful of episodes before we get to that point. Wow. Don't even want to go there. I want to stay on the positive, stress-free train that we're riding on right now. So anyways, guys, hope you guys are enjoying this. We're having a lot of fun, and we always appreciate you tuning in to Launch Title Madness right here on Gaming Off the Grid. Let me tell you something. In the previous episode of Launch Title Madness, well, you could say that the matchups were a steaming pile of cow dung, figuratively speaking, as we saw Halo steamroll Call of Duty 2 and Super Mario Bros. Just lay a Cleveland steamer right on the chest of Pilot Wings. In today's episode, the matchups get a little tougher. We will have Breath of the Wild from the Nintendo Switch facing off against Wii Sports, and Super Mario World, oh yeah, the SNES powerhouse, against Panzer Dragoon. Business is about to pick up, folks, and things are about to get bananas. You have arrived at episode 4 of Launch Title Madness.
Welcome to Gaming Off the Grid. Boom shakalaka!
The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild was a launch title for the Nintendo Switch and also released simultaneously on the Wii U. Breath of the Wild served as the Zelda game many Zelda fans had been longing for, an open world style Zelda game to go with the console that could be played at home or on the go was the perfect match. The game's striking visuals, amazing topography, and open world environment arguably makes Zelda Breath of the Wild one of the greatest video games in modern memory. Does The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild have what it takes to move on in Launch Title Madness? Stay tuned.
Wii Sports was released in 2006 and is a sports simulation video game developed and published by Nintendo. It's a collection of 5 different sports and serves as a perfect tech demo for the Nintendo Wii. Wii Sports received positive feedback from critics and has won multiple awards. Can this pack-in sports game that brought the whole family together stand a chance against Zelda Breath of the Wild? Stay tuned.
All right, this could not be more of a strange matchup.
No, this is so hard.
2 completely different styles of games, and it was both consoles were kind of Nintendo's resurrection, if you will. Now, I would say the Switch was more of a resurrection for them than the Wii was, but the GameCube, as much as we love the GameCube, and probably most of you watching love it too, commercially it didn't do all that great comparatively to the Wii.
Yeah, to the Wii.
And now Nintendo, then they had kind of the dive, and we love the Wii U, you guys know that, but the Wii U performed like ass. And then they come back with the Switch, and now they're back on top of the mountain. And Breath of the Wild has a lot of credit that it should take for that, because at launch there wasn't a ton of great games for the Switch.
It launched with 5, but Breath of the Wild was a Wii U game.
I always felt like that
So
game was
that's-
built, and it was. The game was built for the Wii U. I didn't feel that way. That's how the game was built, and then they just got lucky with the timing of the Switch, because the tablet in Zelda, it's like, I need to have I want to do that on my tablet. That just felt like it was part of the game, and it was in the works for a long time. Epic Zelda game.
Yeah, open world.
It was a game I had grown tired. I'm a huge Zelda fan. I'd played all the other ones so much that it was such a, at the time, such an atypical or different Zelda release that I was obsessed with the game. Now that I've let things kind of marinate, I'm kind of like, I kind of miss the old Zelda experience. But at the moment, I was like, dude,
Whoa.
that was
Yeah.
amazing. And then you've got Wii Sports.
Which brought the family together. It came with almost every Wii. It was a packing game.
I think the sales
Dude.
for Wii Sports is like 82.9 million
That's
units sold.
insane.
And you think about how many Wii units were sold, and I'm beer math here. I'm probably losing track, but I think 110 million roughly.
Yeah, so almost amount of units.
Yeah. And I felt like that game was a cultural phenomenon.
Oh, it
I
was.
don't remember many times in gaming where grandparents were inclined to buy a console. You know, I think everybody has a story of the time they got grandma to play Wii Sports or Wii Bowling.
Dude, yeah,
or
because you'd be playing it and they'd come in and be
Yeah.
like, well, you guys are bowling? I want to play. I want to bowl.
So-
and it just made sense.
What it comes down to here, this is where it's going to be a really tough decision, because the better game is Breath of the Wild.
Yes.
But then it's like, what do you want in a launch title? Are we picking the better game, or what it did for
the
a
launch.
generation and for a launch?
But we have to.
This is really
We
tough.
have to keep them both into consideration.
Yeah, for sure, and that makes it really tough because, you know, I think people still play Wii Sports out there. I mean, obviously we're seeing Wii Sports, which again, almost everybody who had a Wii had Wii Sports. We're already giving you that data. Yet that game is selling for $25 range if you
On
find
eBay,
it
yeah.
and resell it. So it's holding a ton of value. So that means there's people maybe watching that still play Wii Sports. So it's had staying power. I'm in a weird spot because I think both of us would rather play Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
But there's something about Wii Sports that is sticking for the long haul. I'm kind of at a... I really don't know. The better video game is Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, and I think Breath of the Wild introduced Zelda into a lot of new kids' lives.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
they were like, oh, what is this? The visuals are incredible with that game. Breath of the Wild is a phenomenal game. And Wii Sports, it's not even a game.
Yeah,
it is a
it's
game.
mini games.
It's just...
It's really tough because it's arguably one of the most impactful launch titles of all time. But like, man, if you're collecting a Wii right now and you just started getting into it, I don't think that's like a must-own game for you. Like, there's so many other like deeper games. Like, it just was such a casual game, a casual sit down, pick up and play. Honestly, I don't care to ever play Wii Sports again. Now, if it's on somewhere, I'll play. But if there's not like that burning fire in me to like, man, I can never get rid of Wii Sports.
Yeah, true.
You know, like,
It's so tough.
this is really tough.
Because we've already said Breath of the Wild, it's iconic, but Wii Sports is iconic, and I feel like Wii Sports also has an unfair advantage because
It was a packing
It was
game.
a packing game. Yes, it was a launch title, but it was a packing game.
Yeah.
So that's why so many people played it, and that's why. So
Yeah.
I knew it. People in the comments were like, "Well, that's why." Yeah, it was a packing game. So, but we didn't make that decision, so you can't get mad at us. Okay?
Yeah.
I think I'm leaning towards Wii Sports.
I'm leaning towards Breath of the Wild. I just think it's
Oh.
the better video game. I think it is far superior. Yes, it had less sales. It's still alive though, so it could climb that ladder. I just
But it was a Wii U game.
it was, I get it, but I just can't get to come out of my mouth that Wii Sports beats Breath of the Wild. I just can't get myself to that spot. To me, that would be lunacy to say that.
No, but it's true.
I just
Okay.
I
It
just
It
can't.
is so tough.
It's such a good game. It was a revolutionary change on the franchise. And Wii Sports is just these
Yeah, but-
janky ass mini games. I just can't get
But
that.
Breath of the Wild is a one-player experience, and Wii Sports is up to four.
I know, and
player
I
experience.
appreciate Wii Sports for what it did. I really, really do. But man, if you're drilling this down to figure out what the best video game is,
Yeah, but we're not doing best video game. We're doing best launch title.
best launch title, which is a video game. You want to get, at the end of this, in my mind, you want to get to the best launch video game. In Breath of the Wild, strip everything away and just look at the root as a video game. Breath of the Wild, is way better of a video game than Wii Sports.
I agree. But this is so tough.
It is tough.
I think
There's a lot of things to consider, but I think this is about video games. And, I look at it, if we're left with one launch title in our collection, we better have a fucking good-ass game in there.
it's Wii Sports. It's not even in a real case.
I think we played Wii Sports one time in 3 years to get screen cap for an episode.
Yeah, I haven't played it in forever.
Yeah. I get why you're thinking it.
Yeah.
It was a very impressive launch title. It did amazing things.
But it also cheated a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it sucks because it is a Wii U game.
Yeah,
so
I get that.
That should also not be fair either.
I get that. But it also, I would guess, if 25 million people have played Breath of the Wild, 23 of those million played it on the Switch. The Wii U was so dead and strangulated at that time. I was weird enough that I still had my Wii U and I wanted it on the Wii U. And I've only ever played it on the Wii U. But the casual gamer played it on the Switch. You can play Zelda on the go. Dude, I'm really firm on this. Breath of the Wild is the launch title winner here.
I think it has to be. It sucks, man. Going into this, I was not sure.
Yeah.
And even now I'm not sure, but I think it has to go to Breath of the Wild.
I think it's moving on.
Wow, that was exhausting.
So let's not beat a freaking limp dick and let's move on to the next matchup. We've got Super Mario World from the Super Nintendo and Panzer Dragoon from the Sega Saturn.
Ooh.
Two different generations, two games that we absolutely love. Let's just roll the footage and take a look at these contenders. Much like the NES that preceded it, the Super Nintendo launched with an amazing Mario title in Super Mario World. Yes, there was the running and there was the jumping, but Super Mario World took things to the next level. Different attacks, an overworld map, and you could ride Mario's little buddy, Yoshi. Super Mario World was a true game changer and is regarded by many as the best video game ever made. With those kind of accolades, it's hard to see Super Mario World getting bounced from launch title madness. Stay tuned to see if any of the competitors have what it takes to unseat Super Mario World from its throne.
Panzer Dragoon is a rail shooter video game published by Sega in 1995 for the Sega Saturn. With beautiful graphics and unique gameplay, there's no wonder why it was just recently remade for the modern scene. Does this unique rail shooter have what it takes to stand face to face with Super Mario World? Only time will tell.
Alright, this one is kind of tough because I feel like this is an unfair matchup. Because we're big Panzer Dragoon fans.
Yeah.
We just got the remake on the Switch. It's a beautiful game. We are kind of partial to shooters and things like that.
And think about when the Sega Saturn launched with Panzer Dragoon. It was incredible.
Just wasn't enough of a grab to, the Sega Saturn did not do well. In North America, did not do well. I like Panzer Dragoon, but I think it's a very niche market that is into that style of game.
Yeah,
now,
it's a very unique game.
I love the game. I literally, day one, got the Sega Saturn Collector's Edition. It's on the Switch, but it's in the Sega Saturn box.
Which is so
of
cool.
the remake because I love that game so much. And you pit it up against Super Mario World. I shouldn't say you. You didn't. No, it was a random generated bracket. We didn't pick the seating here.
No.
Super Mario World is in the discussion or argument or however you want to frame it for the best video game ever freaking made.
Of all time, yeah. Super Mario World is iconic. It's such a badass game.
Yeah,
we play it all the time.
Yeah, we have No Death Ran it a couple times.
We've No Death Ran it on stream.
We've done it, I don't know that we've done it on stream, but we've done it on stream with doing warps. We've also done it just together with just playing every single level, like, organically.
Dude, the balloon levels when you...
Yeah.
It's so much fun.
It's a game we're really good at.
There's so many cool power-ups.
It was really weird. One of the last times we played it, we were on the Switch app, the Super Nintendo app. And I just remember playing it in that moment and being like, this game has never been less fun at any point in my life.
No, it's always
it always delivers. It's kind of like when I go back and play Donkey Kong Country. There's very few games that every single time I play it, I'm just blown away visually. I enjoy it front to back. I'm always trying to discover new things. Even though I don't know that there's much I can't discover, I'm still trying. And it's just the staying power of that game And it's tough because I'm a huge
Yeah.
Panzer Dragoon fan.
but
But I
it's
think
such a
this
niche.
is such an upset.
Yeah,
I mean, or not an upset. This is such a one-sided battle. I mean, Super Mario World. There's no way any rational person could say Panzer Dragoon deserves to move on over Super Mario World.
Super
This-
Mario World, like, it launched with the Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
What a badass freaking launch. I know it's Nintendo and they get all this power because Mario's
Yeah.
like their huge IP.
Yep.
But Super Mario World, iconic freaking game.
Yeah.
Launched the Super Nintendo.
into the stratosphere.
It's such a badass game. And it
It
sucks
is.
because I hate saying goodbye to Panzer.
Yep. It's
But I
tough.
love watching him go.
Yeah. It's I think we made the right choices
Yeah,
here.
Super Mario World.
So in the next round, we're gonna have pitted together Breath of the Wild versus Super Mario World.
Jesus.
It's coming down the pipe. It'll be a ways, but
That's going to be so stressful.
It
I'm
is.
like my hair's turning gray already just thinking
Yeah.
about it.
I can see it.
You know what makes me feel better? Beer.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this by Founders. This is the Panther Cub.
Yeah, so this is a seasonal beer. I was out of town. I had to go do some stuff for my grandmother, who lives about an hour away from here. And I stopped into a local grocery store in the area,
And you were
and
like,
I seen this, and we've never seen it in our area, so we picked it up.
Yes, this is a porter with vanilla extract and maple syrup aged in bourbon barrels. Comes in at 9.2%.
Yeah.
We love Founders.
Yep.
Founders is delicious. This beer is so good.
It's really good. In the vein of being a porter, this is one of the better porters I've ever
Yeah.
had. I love this. I would have loved to see this beer ratcheted up to be an imperial stout.
Ooh, with that flavor.
What they've got going on here is like, man, you could have really taken this into the stratosphere. So it's tough because as a porter, this is an epic.
Oh, it's insane.
It's got to be a 9.5 or a 10 out of 10. It's a really good porter. But I wish they would have like went that next step and made it a barrel-aged stout. But nonetheless, this is a fantastic beer, and time again, it may not be the posh thing to do, but man, I would say on a consistent basis, Founders is one of our favorite, if not our most consistent favorite brewery
dude.
that delivers every time
All
we
their
feature them
stuff
on the
is
channel.
just so good.
Yeah.
This beer, I'm usually not a fan of porters because I'm always like, I want more because I like stouts, they just kind of feel weak. So I was kind of hesitant going into this, but I was like, it's Founders, so it's going to be good.
Yeah.
This is so like creamy, so smooth.
Yep.
It does not feel like it's 9.2%, which is insane. I kind of get like a nutty aspect, and
Yep,
I don't
yep.
know where that's coming from because it's maple syrup and vanilla, but it kind of has like a slight nutty aspect, and it's so smooth and creamy.
Yeah.
Such a good beer, man.
It is
Founders.
dialed in, and
So
the
good.
weird part is, hopefully, you guys can find this in the area because Founders is pretty well distributed in North America at the very least, and I know some foreign areas can get it too because we've had some friends. I know Chronic Spartan,
CBS,
yes,
yeah.
has the so. But this one, it's ironic that I found it in a small Iowa town that's way off the beaten path that you have to drive through cornfields and frickin' whatever to get there. But I've never seen it in our area, so I don't know why they had it and we haven't. But
You were just driving through the cornfields and you randomly stumbled across a Panther Cub.
yeah, well, I think what happens is some of those smaller towns, they're like Busch Light towns. They're like Bud Light towns.
Yeah.
And I think this has probably been on the shelf there for a while, where when it was delivered here in our area,
It sold out
it
immediately. Yeah,
like
that makes a lot
'cause it says like limited release seasonal barrel aged series.
And they
so-
just had
Yeah.
a whole bunch of them.
But we got lucky, and we will take it. Speaking of taking it, we have to just take this thing to the close because this was a really tough episode.
my God.
Some really good matchups.
Really good.
And it's time to get prepared for episode 5 of Console Madness.
This is
We're
insane.
moving right along. It's not quite as bloody this next round. In the next episode of Console Madness, we've got Rayman from the PS1 against Star Wars Rogue Leader for the Nintendo GameCube.
Cool.
That will be a bloody
That's gonna
matchup.
be hard.
Then we've got Assassin's Creed Black Flag from the Xbox One against Luigi's Mansion. Luigi's gonna be flashing his flashlight. He's gonna be waving his black flag. La la la. Ooh, flag versus flashlight. Ooh.
Who's gonna win?
Who's gonna win? That's gonna be the next episode. Guys, we always appreciate you tuning in, subscribing to the channel, and hanging out with us and not shredding us up too bad in the comment section.
I know, we're already pissing people off.
Yeah. But we'll see you next time, right here on Launch Title Madness. But we got lucky, and we will take it. From the Xbox One against Luigi's
With beautiful graphics and unique
New York
New York
Crab Rangoon.
pizza.
Panzer Crab Rangoon. That's so funny. Slap him in the nuts. Come on. Try this?
Yeah.
We're rolling there. Rolling there. We rolling there?
I think so. I hope so. Can't remember.
Red light. Things are about ready to get wild. Business is about to pick up, folks. Things are about to get bananas. And okay, business is about to pick up, folks, and things are about to get bananas. You have arrived at episode 4 of Launch Title Madness. All right, this beer's really fucking good.
Yeah, it's really
Fucking good.
real creamy.
Yeah, we call that giving ourselves cranties. This beer gives me cranties.
What crunters?
Creamy panties, grandson. I am a real American. I've got a real big bony cock. I am a real American. I tuck it into my sock. I am a Okay, we're about ready to start hitting that old speed bag because these matchups are insane. Yeah, man,
This is gonna be tough.
Yeah, first matchup: Breath of the Wild versus Wii Sports for launch titles. In the last episode of Launch Title Madness, we had one of the most divisive matchups to date, as Breath of the Wild took out Wii Sports. Some people had our backs, some people knew where we were coming from, some people were sipping on the same Kool-Aid, and then there were others who were like, how could you not pick Wii Sports? Yeah. We also saw Super Mario World from the Super Nintendo against Panzer Dragoon. As much as we love Panzer Dragoon, Super Mario World had to move on in Launch Title Madness. In today's episode, we see Rayman on the PlayStation 1 against the Nintendo GameCube's Rogue Leader. We also see Assassin's Creed Black Flag for the Xbox One against Luigi and his stupid little flashlight in Luigi's Mansion on the Nintendo GameCube. Who will prevail? Business is about to pick up. You are about ready to enter episode 5 of Launch Title Madness.
Welcome to Gaming Off the Grid. Boom shakalaka!
Welcome to episode 5 of Launch Title Madness. The last episode got down to the nitty gritty. We had Breath of the Wild against Wii Sports.
What? That was so hard to pick.
Yeah, and then we both love Panzer Dragoon, but it was up against Super Mario World.
That's why I love this bracket.
Yeah.
Is it's all random. We
Yeah.
don't know who's gonna fight who. Obviously, it's gonna get way hard towards the end.
Yeah.
But these first couple matches, sometimes it's so easy. Sometimes it's like
Yeah, because episode 3 was like,
it was
obvious.
You could look at the line and be like, oh, that's the obvious.
Yeah. These later rounds are going to get freaking
It's
insane.
gonna get so tough.
But in today's episode, as we move through the first tier of the bracket, we have Rayman from the PlayStation 1 up against Rogue Leader for the Nintendo GameCube, and then there's another GameCube contender.
Yes.
Luigi's Mansion takes on Assassin's Creed Black Flag.
Wow, 2 GameCube games in the
Yeah.
same episode. Let's look at the first matchup. We have Rayman on the PS1 versus Rogue Leader on the GameCube. Let's look at these contenders.
A traditional platformer in an era of change. That's what Rayman was in 1995 for the PlayStation 1 when it launched. The vivid backgrounds and amazing soundtrack made it feel a little more at home in its newly found polygon world. But at the time, Rayman still felt a little bit out of place. But 26 years later, when you take a look at Rayman, it tends to feel a little bit more timeless than its other launch title counterparts. Does the vivid backgrounds, the 2D style, and the characteristics of this amazing platformer have what it takes to advance in Launch Title Madness? Only time will tell.
Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader is the second published game by LucasArts in the Rogue Squadron series. As a launch title for the Nintendo GameCube, it spans all 3 original Star Wars films as you fight the Galactic Empire across multiple planets. The game received very high praise, but also was scrutinized for the lack of multiplayer. In 2001, it also won the Game Critics Award for the Best Action Game. With such high praise, can Rogue Leader advance in Launch Title Madness? I have 6 words for you. May the Force be with it.
All right, this matchup here, I think there's more than meets the eye with this here because, man, Rayman on the PS1 is amazing.
Oh, and it's one of the few PS1 games that still holds up and looks great.
Yeah,
You know what I
because
mean?
it was in that 2D type
it
of
was in
realm,
that tough,
which the Saturn and PS1 did that type of stuff amazing, and it's kind of timeless. Where some of the 3D stuff both of those consoles did, you go back and play it now, it's kind of like, ugh. But Rayman's a great game, but it's not the best in class as far as the Rayman series had so much more to offer in
and it
later
gets so
releases.
much better, especially like on the Wii U and stuff. It's
Yeah,
so good.
and it wasn't, I mean, it maybe is unfair to say this, but Rayman wasn't a system seller for
No,
the
it
PlayStation
wasn't.
1.
I didn't even know Rayman was a thing till later on in my life. You know?
Yeah, I don't think I even really got into it until maybe it was Rayman 2 on the N64, 2, 3, and then Rayman Legends is one of my favorite platformers
it's a
of all time.
fantastic game.
So I have enjoyed going back and playing this game, and then you got it up against Star Wars Rogue Leader on the Nintendo GameCube,
Which, oh my god.
which is that arguably like one of the best Star Wars games ever made
It's
to this day?
one of the best Star Wars games. Obviously, it's not the first in that Rogue series.
Yeah.
But, dude, it plays amazingly. It looks amazingly. It's just on the GameCube. It's such a perfect Star Wars game. And it's tough because, like, as a kid, I love Star Wars.
Yep.
That was my thing growing up. But nowadays, I don't really care about Star Wars. I think it's just overhyped.
Well, I think
And
you
Rayman-
like the original Star Wars stuff still a lot because you talk
Yes,
about it all the time.
I like the old Star Wars,
Yeah.
like 1 through 6. And Rayman, I like it on the PS1 just because of I like the new ones in the series, and
Yeah.
I like it.
So it's fun to go back and play that one, but like if we were just gonna grab a Rayman game and play it, we would play Rayman Legends.
Yeah, it would not be the PS1
Yeah.
one. This is tough, but
To me,
I think
it
it's
is
easy.
tough, but I was gonna say
tough,
the
but
exact
it's
same thing.
easy.
I think Rogue Leader of these two games is the launch title that is still worth going back and playing. Now, if you're a huge Rayman fan, I think it's fun to go back and play the first
dude,
one.
it's so much fun. It's beautiful. It's a great game.
It is. This is really tough because we got two great games against each other. But I think that if you're watching this and you didn't grow up during this era, whether it be PS1 or the GameCube, and you go back and play Star Wars Rogue Leader, I literally
You're gonna
think
be
something will
sucked
happen
in.
inside you that you're like, this is still one of the best Star Wars games, even after all these other Star Wars games have come out. The game is timeless. If you're a Star Wars fan, it's a must play. And even if you're not a Star Wars fan, it's just a great freaking game.
Oh, it's such a perfect game. It gets so good.
And then the sequel's badass too.
Dude, I think this Rogue Leader took the Rogue series. Like it was a great series, but it took it just into a different ballgame.
Well, for me, coming off the N64, I felt like, dude, this is how the game looked. I wanted it to look in my head when I was playing it on the N64.
it's like that Grand Theft Auto shit, where it's like this is what I was picturing that I could do,
And I still
now
love Rogue Squadron on the N64.
It's a
but,
great game.
Man, it's amazing. Can we move to say Rogue Leader advances?
Oh, absolutely.
On to the next round. This next matchup is a very interesting tale because not only do we have two games that are from completely different generations, Assassin's Creed Black Flag being from Xbox One, I mean, but it was also on the PS3 and Xbox 360. But we're talking about the Xbox One version up against the GameCube and its launch title of Luigi's Mansion. And the former sold like 15 million copies, and the latter sold like 3 million copies. So, man, I guess if sales dictate everything, we already know the answer to this question, but I think we need to dig a little further and take a look at these contenders. A Nintendo console has to launch with a Mario game, right? Not this time. The GameCube launched with Mario's brother Luigi at the helm in Luigi's Mansion. Gone are the days of the platforming, the running, and the jumping. This time Luigi is strapped down with a vacuum to suck up ghosts. The charm of this game cannot be overstated. Something about Luigi's Mansion just feels so right. This time, Luigi is on a quest to save his brother Mario. Can Luigi navigate this haunted mansion? Can he suck up all the ghosts? Or suck off all the ghosts? Whatever it takes to save his brother Mario and advance in launch title madness? We're gonna have to see how this one plays out.
Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag is a controversial launch title for the Xbox One, as it was previously released on the PlayStation 3, the Xbox 360, and the Wii U. It's also very confusing because it was titled Assassin's Creed 4, but it's the 6th entry in the Assassin's Creed series. This game did bring a breath of fresh air into the Assassin's Creed series because it's based on ship-based exploration, pirates, and very fun side quests. With over 15 million in sales and one of the best-selling games of 2013, does Assassin's Creed Black Flag have what it takes to advance in launch title madness?
All right, so it maybe isn't fair to say, but for the most part, I've kind of always felt like you've played one Assassin's Creed game, you've played them all.
Yes.
But Black Flag's a little bit different.
Black Flag, I think, kind of refreshed the series.
Yeah.
It's the 6th one in the series, but it's
called Assassin's Creed 4.
It's very confusing. It's kind of like a Star Wars episode 3. It's very confusing. Doesn't make any sense. But I kind of like what Assassin's Creed did because it's pirate themed. You're more on a boat. It's still Assassin's Creed because you're doing like, the stealth elements, but they put it in a different universe, and it was like, whoa.
I don't know if this is fair for me to say, but I'm not really a big fan. This is happening a lot in modern times where launch titles are basically better versions of old games.
Yeah, that's one thing that annoys me is this was on the PS3, the Xbox 360.
Yeah.
And then it was a launch title for the Xbox One?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that's just being cheap, but that's how this next generation is going.
That's just how it goes.
It's
we've seen that a lot with the PS5 and Xbox Series X.
And it's like, what's the point? These are supposed to be console sellers, guys. And this, if you already have this game, are you going to go out and buy an Xbox One?
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't. We just got one years later, you know?
It's tough because Assassin's Creed is a huge franchise. It's almost really reached that level, if you will, of being an annual release. Like, oh yeah, we're getting a new Call of Duty. We're getting a new Assassin's Creed. We're getting a new Madden.
That's how I felt when Valhalla got announced.
Yeah, and so here comes the next Assassin's Creed. But this game does stand on its own, I feel, in a very muddy waters as far as so many Assassin's Creed games that so many of them play the same. Yeah, I can jump off a roof and land in the hay bale. I get it. I get it. A hay wagon. But this game is unique, and I think it is probably the best in class. But then you pair it up or have it versing Luigi's Mansion.
One of the most iconic GameCube games ever.
Unique because it launches with Luigi in a completely different style of a game.
The GameCube launches with Luigi when Mario was the console pusher up to this point.
Yeah.
Which I think is crazy.
And it's not a platformer.
It's not a platformer. It's a unique thing where you're sucking up ghosts with vacuums and you're playing as Luigi. It's like, what? I thought we were two plumbers. Like, what's going on here?
Like, do you remember the first time you played Luigi's Mansion? Did you have that feeling of like, man, I have never played a game like this
absolutely.
before?
Dude, the controls,
the mechanics,
the controls are so unique. It's a beautiful game. The story's great.
Yeah.
It's an awesome game.
Yeah, it's a game that I go back and play, not quite annually, but pretty damn close. I've played it probably 3 times in the last 5 years.
And it started the Luigi's Mansion series, which now there's 3 of them, which is kind of cool. It's weird, but when you look at sales, Assassin's Creed Black Flag sold 50 million units, and Luigi's Mansion only sold like 2.53 million units. But speaking to that 15 million units, Black Flag was available on 7 consoles? Of course it's going to have bigger numbers than being an exclusive on the GameCube, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, maybe not 7, but I think 4 for sure with PS3, 360, Xbox One, PS4.
Yeah.
There you go. Now, sales is an interesting thing. It's an interesting thing. If we want to dive into sales, I mean, then Avatar is better than Godfather. I mean, it just is. Just follow the sales. But the point is, you can't look at Justin Bieber's album sales and say that, he is a better artist than, David Bowie.
Yeah, that's true. That's a really good point.
Sales do not always dictate what was quality and what moved the needle and what was the most impactful, because for every freaking Justin Bieber out there, I will give you a Ramones or a Sex Pistols who combined haven't outsold Justin Bieber, but they did way more for music than Justin Bieber's pansy ass ever will. And I think people kind of get confused sometimes because you don't
Because of
understand
what's popular.
Well, and what the marketing is behind it. You've got, companies pushing this stuff out. It's on multiple consoles. You got the big bad commercials, and you got little old Luigi, the brother.
This is his first time being a star.
Yeah, I mean, not only is he a plumber, he's the lesser known of the brother plumber.
He's the scaredy cat.
Yeah, and he's in a mansion playing in a game that's not a platformer, which is what he's known for.
It's a very unique draw. So that's
Everything we just talked about, which gets a little chaotic, I think comes down to a unanimous final verdict. That Luigi's Mansion
dude,
is the better launch title.
It is the better launch title, and I'm gonna go as far as to say it's the better game.
Yeah,
I know Black Flag is great and
Yeah.
refreshed the franchise, and it's still fun. I had fun when I was playing it.
Yeah.
But Luigi's Mansion is a classic.
Yeah.
I had way more fun playing Luigi's Mansion than I did having Assassin's Creed, and I want to go back to the Luigi's Mansion, even though I've beaten it.
There's something to be said about a game when you have as many games as we do that falls into that category where you're like, man, every year or two I'm going to go back and beat that game. No matter what I have going on in my life. I've played enough Assassin's Creed Black Flag to last a lifetime. Luigi's Mansion will always be on that upper echelon of games that I'm going to go back and beat every 2 or 3 years.
And it's always like, hey, it's getting close to October.
Yeah, what do you want to play?
Luigi's Mansion. Like,
Yeah.
it's just such a great game.
And I think it's better than the new one that came out. Just hot take. I think the first one is where it's at.
Oh, the first one is a classic.
And 3's great. Yeah.
3 is good. Luigi's Mansion is moving on.
Yeah, 2 GameCube games advancing.
Which is crazy. So in round 2, which will be a while till we talk about that, but Luigi's Mansion on the GameCube is going against Rogue Leader, also on the GameCube.
Yeah.
That's going to be a tough
It'll
fight.
be a battle.
2 GameCube games.
But I kind of feel, a little teaser. Mario.
I guess we're just going to have to wait
Yeah.
and find out.
Yeah.
Speaking of waiting, or should I say, you're killing me.
S'mores.
Let's
You're
talk about
killing me, Smalls.
Let's talk about this beer from Barntown. This is a barrel-aged milk stout called You're Killing Me S'mores. It's a milk stout brewed with chocolate, marshmallow, and graham crackers, aged in American bourbon barrels.
Yeah,
Oh,
so this
wow.
was a limited release. We've done some Barntown brews. It was probably back in early 2020 that
Yes.
we did that stuff. And I think we had an episode we filmed in April of 2020 that just came out recently. It was our look back at 1995 where we did a Barntown brewery. So if you guys are watching and you're like,
That beer's not available.
wait, you just talked about a Barntown brew. Well, it was actually at the front side of 2020. But they do these limited releases where you can only get them in the tap room and you can only get them in bombers. And they're relatively expensive. So they have very high hopes on the front side.
Because it's such a small batch, and
Yeah.
you can only get it in the tap room.
And you don't know what you're getting a lot of
You
times.
don't.
Dude. It's like, man, it's $15-20 a bottle.
And it's like, okay, I hope this is good. And let me tell you, this is delicious. I don't know why I doubted Barntown. Like, this is so good. It's so creamy. It's so smooth. That marshmallow taste really, like, smooths out all the flavors
Yeah.
and makes it so there's no burn.
It's cool to me that the marshmallow comes in on the back.
Yeah.
And if you, I don't know if you have, but if you just soak in the nose on this, it literally smells like a s'mores Pop-Tart.
It
like,
does, dude.
It's unbelievable.
But like a gourmet.
yeah.
Like a really good pop.
But I mean, I will say, I consider s'mores Pop-Tarts gourmet, so I don't know what type of beer.
How do you eat them? Do you put them in the toaster or eat them cold?
Well, a couple of different ways that I eat Pop-Tarts. Either frozen
Frozen?
or microwaved.
What?
That's real talk.
Is that true? I've
Yeah.
never heard of any of those two.
Yeah. I've never put a Pop-Tart in a toaster.
Ever?
No. It's too hard to get out. I don't want to like break the corners because it gets soft. So I just
Oh my
put it in the microwave
God.
for like 10. 5,
Dude,
10.
The strawberry one in the toaster is so
Yeah.
good.
I don't want any crispiness. I like them being just mushy and soft.
Dude, you put it
Anyway.
in the freezer?
This beer, speaking of beer, I think that's what we were doing, was reviewing this beer. It's fantastic.
It's
This is
so
a top-notch barrel-aged stout, which it's a milk stout, right?
Yeah, it's a milk.
Which is rare to get a milk stout that is barrel-aged.
Usually it's an
This is-
imperial stout.
This literally,
Dude, it's
world class.
I took a sip of this before we started filming it, and I just went, "Are you
Yeah.
kidding me? Oh my god! Like, the flavor is so full. Like the initial taste and,
Yeah.
and the smell is like, it takes you to a campfire. Like it's so good, and I love like their branding with "You're Killing Me" s'mores. Like
Yeah.
it's the nostalgia with the Sandlot. It's
I'm excited because this is one of 4 bombers that we got. We got
Yeah.
a 4-year anniversary. We got a
coconut.
hazel nut spread breakfast stout.
Yes,
which
would be
I
like
think is
Nutella.
like Nutella.
Yeah, Nutella.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I know all about Nutella. Yeah.
That's because you had a dog.
But anyways, with the way this is starting out, I have high hopes for the rest of the beers we have. But there's a coconut one. We have 2 coconut ones. Maybe we have 5. Yeah, 4 left. Yeah, I know.
This is so good, Barntown.
It is. All right, guys. Barntown Brewery, one of our favorite breweries in the Des Moines, Iowa area. And this series is one of our favorite series to film. And they don't always do the best, but it ain't about that. It's all about having fun. And it's all about launch titles right now.
Yes, and it's very intense. And if you guys are enjoying this series, I just want to ask, please share. If you are enjoying it, that really helps a lot. Please share this series.
Yeah.
Because they don't do the greatest.
I don't know what it is. We don't know how YouTube works, but they just, we put out something that's a buying guide and woo, it goes crazy. Put out a freaking launch title madness, woo.
No one cares.
But whatever. We're going to keep doing what we do. And we appreciate each and every one of you watching. Hope you're having a good time. We're having a good time. That's what it's all about. And we will see you next time, hopefully, if you choose to tune in to the next episode of Launch Title Madness right here on Gaming Off the Grid.
So in round 2, which will be a while till we talk about that, Luigi's Mansion is going against Rogue Lidl.
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 Try this out.
Yeah. Oh my god. Dude, that's so good.
Okay. And we probably have another decent sized glass each out of this.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's so like creamy.
Yeah, dang. Yeah, that marshmallow really comes through on the finish. I don't know if you're getting that, but it definitely
Yeah,
comes
it really
through.
helps, like, just wrap everything together.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
In the previous episode of Launch Title Madness, we saw the Nintendo GameCube's Rogue Leader take Rayman from the PS1 and stuff his little ass into a locker and then fart through the vents and say, "How do you like that, buddy?" And we also saw Luigi's Mansion take on Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and Luigi proved once and for all that a flashlight is far more valuable than a flag. In today's episode of Launch Title Madness, we see a little kid named Alex from the Sega Genesis take on Tekken Tag from the good old PlayStation 2. We also see Resistance Fall of Man hit the slopes against the snowboarding legend SSX. It is about to get rowdy. We're gonna see snow flying, bodies flying. We might even see the fall of man. You have arrived at episode 6 of Launch Title Madness.
Welcome to Gaming Off the Grid. Boom shakalaka!
All right, you have arrived at episode 6 of Launch Title Madness. This whole madness thing is our favorite mini series, and this is season 2
Yes.
of the Madness series on the channel.
It's so much fun, but it's so stressful, and I love how pissed off people get in the comments. I love it.
I mean, we've ruffled some feathers. I think the last episode didn't ruffle as many, but there's been plenty of feathers ruffled. And if you're new and just clicking on this, stay tuned for sure, but there's a bunch of madness stuff that you need to go back and check out. So, you just want to be brought up to speed on things. But in today's episode, we have the Sega Genesis launch title of Alex Kidd versus Tekken Tag from the PS2.
Yes, which Tekken Tag, this is its second time returning because it was in the preliminary round.
Yeah.
And then we have Resistance Fall of Man versus SSX on the PlayStation 2. So we have 2 PS2 games. But before we jump into the first match, we have to look at the fighters.
It's time to go bowling, 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 bowling. Keep bowling, 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 bowling. Tekken Tag tournament on the PlayStation 2. Yeah, that's right. They had a mini game in Tekken Tag called Tekken Bowl. It was a lot of fun, and so was Tekken Tag. In a very rare occurrence, Tekken Tag arrived on the PlayStation 2 with enhanced graphics from its arcade counterpart. Tekken Tag has already advanced through one battle in Launch Title Madness. Does it have enough lead in its pencil to continue moving forward in Launch Title Madness? Time will tell.
Alex Kidd in the Enchanted Castle is the 5th entry in the Alex Kidd series and helped launch the Sega Genesis. With 11 stages of 16-bit side-scrolling platforming, does this kid named Alexander have what it takes to advance in Launch Title Madness? I mean, after all, he's just a boy.
All right, there you have it. A little bit about these contenders. Alex Kidd on the Sega Genesis coming up against Tekken Tag on the PS2.
Two very different games.
This is tough because I think some folks watching might be thinking Alex Kidd in the Enchanted Castle, which I believe is the full name of it on the Genesis. They might be getting that confused with the Alex Kidd game on the Sega Master System, which is a badass platformer. But Alex Kidd on the Sega Genesis...
Ooh.
In the Enchanted Castle should be probably called Alex Kidd in the Enchanted Butthole.
Dude,
I wouldn't say it's a completely broken game, but it's a complete letdown if you've played the Master System version and you're like, dude, the sequel, 16-bit era.
And if you've never played an Alex Kidd game and you play the Enchanted Castle, you're like, this is kind of boring.
I feel like Ghouls and Ghosts was probably the hype train around the Genesis at the time. I don't think Alex Kidd... Now, that might have been a game people like, oh, I'll get that one as well, because I liked it on the Master System. But I know, like, in the US, the Master System didn't have a great foothold. So, Alex Kidd on the Genesis, in the Enchanted Butthole, is not a very good game.
Well,
it's just not.
What's weird is... it's not the greatest game, but it's one of those games that Sega has been pushing since it came out. It's on every freaking compilation. It's on just everything they put out. It's like, oh, Alex Kidd, Alex Kidd, Alex Kidd.
Yep.
So it's like this household name just because Sega keeps pushing. You know what I mean?
I don't know how you were, but when we got like the Genesis Classics, and then I think we both have the collection on the PS4 and all that type of stuff. But I, not knowing what I didn't know about the Master System version, I kind of just... Well, I knew that was an awesome game, so I kind of assumed the Genesis game was like, oh, this has got to be badass. And I played through like the first couple, 3, 4, 5 levels, and I'm like,
you're like,
this game's not that badass.
Yeah.
And then you pit that against Tekken Tag,
Which,
arguably the best entry in the entire Tekken franchise, which is saying a lot.
And it is such a beautiful game. So I know in the last time we talked about Tekken Tag, we're not the biggest fighting game fans.
No.
But, dude, Tekken Tag Tournament, oh my God,
there's something,
it's such a fantastic PS2 launch title.
There's something, I don't know, that multiplayer element and the fact that you can play, up to 4 people, it's just a different, it makes you almost like if you're playing with someone who is good at fighting games, like, oh, I can tag along and I can be of assistance.
Like a little brother or something.
Yeah, and then, there's some mini games involved with Tekken Tag that make it a lot of fun.
Yeah, apparently there's bowling.
Yeah.
We found about that the last time we talked about this, and I've never experienced that. But I need to. There's bowling?
It's one of those things. I kind of, because every time we got screen cap, we were just playing together, whatever, and I kind of forgot about it. But then when they mentioned, I'm like, dude, there is bowling. Like, I remember doing that.
What a weird offering.
Yeah.
It's just icing on the cake of an awesome fighting game.
Yeah, so to me, correct me if you're feeling different, but I think this is just an ass whooping. I mean, Tekken Tag would bring Alex Kidd into that and just beat the living shit.
I was just picturing him just.
Pow, pow. I think this is about as lopsided of a matchup as you can get.
Yeah, I think Tekken Tag Tournament has to move on. So Tekken Tag Tournament has won twice in a row.
Yeah, which is pretty impressive.
It's very impressive for a PS2 launch title.
Yeah.
But now let's move on to the next matchup. We have Resistance: Fall of Man versus SSX, the original, on the PS2.
Yeah.
Let's look at these contenders. With ramps, rails, and epic jumps, SSX won multiple awards and was a standout game in the PS2 launch library. Being the first EA Big published game and starting the whole SSX series, does this arcade-style snowboarding game have what it takes to win the gold? Or will it fall flat on its face in a pile of snow? Which I've done many times myself. Time will tell.
If you were alive and coherent when the PS3 launched, you're aware of Resistance: Fall of Man. It's a sci-fi first-person shooter developed by Insomniac, and at the time, wow, it was a must-play. After all these years, when we revisit Resistance: Fall of Man, does it have the same charm, the same allure to draw you in as it did when it launched on the PlayStation 3? Let's find out. All right, this is a very unique battle, I feel like, because
Yes,
the
very
PS3 launch was a lot more of a narrow scope as far as games offered comparatively to the PS2.
Yes.
The PS2 launched with a ton of titles.
So many games.
So it's hard to navigate. Honestly, at least from what I remember, a lot of people that were getting the PS2 when it first came out, they were like, I want to play the new Madden.
Yeah. It wasn't.
So-
there was a lot of games that people weren't excited about, you know?
Yeah.
But SSX was an amazing game. It started an amazing franchise.
Yeah.
Arcade snowboarding.
Yeah,
If you're
yeah.
a fan of Tony Hawk, like you were like, hell yes.
Really cool soundtrack, the stylistic aspect of it. And, when I played it, the only snowboarding game to date that I had played up to SSX was 1080 on the N64.
And this was leaps and bounds.
And this was
ahead
like,
of that.
dude, this is what was going on in my brain when I was playing that game. Do you guys remember when you played like some retro games that you almost were imagining something different that was going on?
Kind of like the original Grand Theft Autos.
Yeah,
or like
yeah.
Drivers.
Well, I think a lot about like when I used to play 10-Yard Fight back in the day. It was the only football game I had growing up, right? And I remember like, oh yeah, dude, I'm returning this with Desmond Howard. Like
They don't have names?
Yes, no, they don't have names. But anyway, that time that I played SSX for the first time, I was like, this is exactly what I've always wanted in a snowboarding game. You pair that up against Resistance Fall of Man, which arguably was the top tier launch title in a sea of very few on the PS3, where SSX was in a sea of many. Resistance Fall of Man and its sequel are very serviceable first-person shooters.
Yes, they're very cool, but it's in that genre or that time period of where everything was first-person shooters.
Yeah, and
everything.
Yeah, is it fair to say it's good?
And I love
But
how
it's kind of forgettable. Like,
it is kind of forgettable, and I don't think it's a common game. I don't think it's a common household name. I don't think a lot of people know. True gamers do.
Yeah, for
But,
sure.
Like a lot of people, and what's cool about Resistance Fall of Man compared to other first-person shooters is it's kind of sci-fi. Because you're like in the UK and there's an alien invasion, so it's not just human versus human.
But
so that's
when
cool.
you put it in its like era, right? It wasn't even the best first-person shooter, like even in its first year that it was out. Because you've got your Halos on the 360, and you had Gears of War coming out. I try thinking of first-person shooters in games that like it takes a lot to move the needle for me, and I think back to a game like Black. It was on Xbox, PS2. I would much rather, and it wasn't a launch title, but my point is something about Resistance Fall of Man, good game, and at the time when you played it, it's like, dude, these graphics are kick-ass, but there's something so forgettable over time about it, where if that had been a game like Black, which did enough things different, that's like, holy shit, I will never forget the first time I played Black. I'll never not play that game and go through it probably every 2 to 3 years. I don't have this big burning desire to go back and play Resistance Fall of Man, where the SSX games, anytime we get like a console that we pick up, we recently got a PS2 and we were testing it. SSX is the blue disc game that I grabbed to test just because it's fun to jump in and play.
It is tough though, because when I think of SSX, I think I'd rather play the second or third one.
Or Tricky.
Because because it took what SSX did and made it better, but it's hard comparing that because those are in the discussion, those are in the
I
fight.
think this gets some merit for being the first
it started.
in style.
It started.
Yeah.
And it is still fun to go back to.
Yeah.
But now that I played the other ones, I'm like, okay, this one's kind of dated. This one, there's things I wish I could do. But for the time, I think it was mind-blowing.
Yeah, it really was. And I think Resistance Fall of Man might have done more to move units for the Sony PlayStation 3. But I think the better game that has staying power and that maybe people at the time did or didn't know how good it was, I think SSX has to move on here.
It's a tough thing because people got upset when we were comparing the better game because this is launch title.
Yeah.
So we gotta look about. But it's also, this is just our opinions and what we think of it compared to the launch. You got to remember that.
And there's perspective now. We're looking back, and
how big are these compared to the launch?
I don't think. I think SSX. If you have these games in your collection, I think you would have been more happy and more fulfilled had you bought SSX at launch versus Resistance Fall of Man, which is not a bad game.
No, it's I have so much fun playing it.
Yeah, But I think SSX, I just think that game, that's a killer launch title for the
And,
PS2.
and it falls into a category of games that we absolutely love.
Yeah,
and it's arcade sports.
now it's got to go on, and it's weird. A couple PS2 games, which actually won the Console Madness series,
yeah, they
which
did.
was controversial, not intentional. That's just how we feel. But now we've got Tekken Tag moving on in the next round
Against
versus
SSX.
SSX, if we can come to the agreement.
I think SSX
Okay.
does have to win, even though it's going to piss some people off. And Resistance.
I don't know that it's really going to. I think a lot of people.
Resistance is fun, guys.
It is, but I think there's a lot of SSX fans that are going to be watching this and be like, no, you guys
Hell
got
yeah.
that right. You guys got that right. I just look at like the impact it had. You go back to this era, PS3 360 era. I don't know if you're going to play a first-person shooter.
True.
2021, I don't know that you're going to grab Resistance Follow Man.
Yeah, there's so many others you grab
It's a
first.
cool game, and if you want the historical context, it's a good playthrough. I played through Resistance Follow Man 1 and 2 in 2020.
And it was fun.
It was fun. I liked it, but I wasn't like, oh my lord, this is one of the games I'm going to go back and play all the time.
And once you beat it, you weren't like thinking about it.
No, it got to a point, you know, I enjoyed it thoroughly, I feel like, through like the first few levels, because it was like, oh, I remember this. And then it got, you know, you guys know those games where you get about halfway through, and it's just a grind.
Repetitive.
And it's just like, I just want this game to be done.
Yep.
I'm over it, but I got to keep going because I got to beat it. If I start a game, I'm going to beat the game. That's kind of how I felt with it. I like the second one better.
Same with SSX,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know.
yeah.
But I think SSX has to move on. So in the next round, we have two PS2 games fighting against each other.
Yeah.
Tekken Tag Tournament versus SSX. That's going to be intense because they're both incredible
Yeah.
games.
And in the comment section below, let us have it.
Yeah.
What do you guys think
Rip us
about the
apart.
decisions we're making?
Rip us
You know,
apart.
I know probably the most controversial pick in this series thus far has been us putting Breath of the Wild forward against Wii Sports.
Which was shocking.
Yeah, I cannot
It was a
believe the
tough
Wii
decision,
Sports
but-
fans, but it's weird because of the polarization.
Yeah,
there was
huge.
no middle ground comments. It was
People
like,
were
you guys,
fuck you or fuck you.
yeah, there was,
It like-
there's people like, you guys, if you had picked Wii Sports over Breath of the Wild, we would have asked you to mail us your nut sacks. And people are like, how the hell did Wii Sports not move on? That's what's fun. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one, and they know how to use them. So, yeah. There you go.
Whoa, speaking of using it, let's talk about this beer by Clown Shoes, one of our favorite breweries. This is the Haze Cake. It's
Yeah.
a hazy double IPA by Clown Shoes. I love the can art.
Which
And I love Clown Shoes.
we scrolled through our spreadsheet that we've kept over the years. We kind of feel like we maybe have reviewed this on the channel before, but we couldn't find it on
I
our
don't
spreadsheet.
think we have.
But we have done a ton of Clown
We've
Shoes.
done a lot of
brews, yeah.
Clown Shoes, and I've looked 2 to 3 to 4 times.
Yeah.
So I don't think we have.
But we know, I think maybe we bought it and drank it before we reviewed
yeah,
it.
that's
is what I
that's
think.
we there's a lot of beers that we move over to the
Yeah.
beer side for episodes that we drink
Yeah.
because we run out of other beer.
Sorry,
Oops.
sorry. But you're the IPA guy. Let it rip.
So this is a hazy double IPA, so you get that hazy element, that juicy element. It's a double, so it's an easy drinker. It's filtered. It's delicious. Clown Shoes, man. There's like a sweetness to this. It kind of reminds me of like cake.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
it is
no,
called space cake.
There
but
is like a I
like a
don't
frosting. Or
yeah,
like
yeah,
a-
I get a very sweet, like candied element to this on the finish. The hops kind of smacky and the juiciness right on the front. But there is something very unique. It's a unique twist where
to a typical hazy double, you know.
yeah, I get this like flavor profile that really does this. It like
Yeah.
just like flips around. It's sweet, and you know, for Clown Shoes, I've had so many memorable beers from them that it doesn't surprise me. I've never had an IPA or a hazy IPA like this.
this, yeah.
This is completely unique, and I've also never had two Clown Shoes brews where I was
That are
like,
similar.
yeah, where there's a lot of breweries that kind of get this secret sauce or their roux, and they kind of can replicate that over various beers. You're not getting that with Clown Shoes.
No, Clown Shoes, it's like-
everything's a unique endeavor.
When you hand someone a beer and they're like, I can't tell who this is, but it's good. It's usually Clown Shoes.
Yeah.
Like, they're so good at all these different avenues, and they don't have a distinct taste.
Yeah.
They are so good.
I'd say IPA fans, you're gonna want to check this one out.
Yeah, this
Clown Shoes
really
is
good.
fairly limited but well distributed, if that
Yes.
makes sense. So we can't find it all the time, but when we do, it's like we get like a shipment in our area, and then there's like 3 or 4 offerings, and then we never see them again.
And then it's like it's sometimes it's beers we've never reviewed before, but
Yeah.
sometimes it's like, oh, we've seen that one before. We've
Yeah,
seen that
yeah,
one
yeah.
before.
So keep your eyes peeled for Clown Shoes. But anyway, guys, we hope you were enjoying Launch Title Madness. this has been an awesome series, and it's just going to keep moving forward. I think we've got this booked out through most of May.
Yes, this is going to be
Yeah.
a month or 2
A
months
while
out. I think, if I'm doing the math right, there's going to be a total of 15 episodes.
Yeah.
And this is only episode 6.
So there's a couple things I want to ask, and you guys can tell us if you made it this far in the video. You guys are the real
Yes, thank
freaking OGs. You're the real freaking subscribers. As we move forward and get ready for episode 7, we've kind of had the hamster on the wheel about getting, once this is completed, the Madness series season 1 and 2 put out on a physical form
Yes,
on DVD.
on DVD.
And folks that would be interested could purchase, and they'd be signed copies mailed out. We've never done anything like
No,
this.
this is just an idea we had, and
And
we're
it would
like,
be-
hey,
and
the
it-
series doesn't do that well, but it's one of our favorite series. People seem to enjoy
Yeah,
it.
it'd be extremely limited print.
Yes.
And it would be sold probably like on our eBay store or something, because we don't have the means to get it mass produced. But some of you watching are big physical media fans, so let us know, because the series doesn't perform super well on the channel, but those who watch it, I feel like, really enjoy it. So let us know, and it would be really funny for you guys to watch this question on DVD form. You're watching it on DVD.
And you're like, I already have it.
I can't do anything to help. But I just kind of want to know if there's any interest there before we invest and we go down that rabbit hole.
I think it'd be kind of cool.
And then we need to talk about episode 7 of Launch
Yes,
Shadow
the
Madness.
next episode.
Next episode.
This one's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of racing involved.
Yeah.
Not
which
all
we're,
racing.
We're not huge racing game fans. We like arcade racers, futuristic racers, which kind of check the boxes here, but we have 1,
Yes.
2, Switch.
Versus F-Zero, which one of our favorite series of all
Yeah.
time for racing.
No,
And then
don't
we
give
have-
anything away.
Then we have
shoot.
Forza on the Xbox One versus Ridge Racer on the PlayStation 1. Both iconic series, both iconic games. Things are gonna get revved up.
Yeah, and then I think after that, what do we have? 1
Or 2 more.
before we get into round 2.5, because we had that little
The
preliminary round.
rounds in it, yeah.
But man, round 2 is going to get psychotic. But anyways, we appreciate you guys tuning in, subscribing to the channel. Blow us up in the comment sections. Tell us how you feel. Tell us how you really feel.
Ooh.
Don't hold back. Let it rip. It's okay. And we'll see you next time. Right here on Launch Title Madness. On the one and only Gaming Off the Grid. 1 or 2 more episodes before we get into
To
round
two.
3.
2. Let's look at these fighters.
Go to that camera and say, let's look at these contenders, because we said fighters last time. Did you pow pow?
Yep.
Chicka chicka pow pow. Alright, let's try this bad boy. Why do we always assume that beers are boys?
Because they come in fucking stiff
Well,
hands.
let's try this bad girl. See?
It just sounds gross
Yeah.
when you say that.
Yeah, it's like, oh, she tastes like a good girl. But it doesn't sound as weird if you say, oh, she tastes like a good... Or,
Yeah, she does look a good boy.
oh, man, he tastes like a good boy. I mean, I think people like are more accepting of that.
Is it because we're boys?
I don't know. In the prior episode of Launch Title Madness, Alex Kidd got knocked on his little ass as he suffered some sweet chin music from Tekken Tag on the PlayStation 2. And snowboarding fans finally had their day in the sun. Yeah, we know sun doesn't mix with snow, but you get the idea as it landed its stupid little snowboard right on top of Resistance Fall of Man. In today's episode of Launch Title Madness, we've got the legend from the Super Nintendo, F-Zero, up against 1-2 Switch.
Bang bang! Bang bang!
And in the second matchup, race car fans, it's time for you to crack open a Busch Light and whip a dip, because Forza 5 on the Xbox One is taking on Ridge Racer on the PlayStation 1. Oh, that's a lot of ones, and that's a lot of race cars. Things are about ready to get rowdy.
Sunset. The time of day when you don't just reach for a beer. You head for the mountains. Boy.
And business is about to pick up. Get your fingers ready, folks. It's time to hit the comment sections and just be an absolute asshole. Because if you don't agree with our picks, well, you better tell us about it. Welcome to episode 7 of Launch Title Madness.
Donald Trump? Yeah!
gaming off the grid. Boom shakalaka!
All right, here we are, episode 7 of Launch Title Madness. We've got, 2 episodes after this to go to wrap up the first round
Yes,
of the
and
bracket.
then we're going into round 2, which
Yeah.
will be super stressful.
Oh, it's going to get insane.
I
round
already-
2 is going to be insane, and then I don't even want to think about round 3.
Oh, God. But we're not here to talk about that. We're
No.
here to talk about episode 7. So, episode 7, we have 1-2 Switch on the Nintendo Switch versus F-Zero. And then we have Forza on the Xbox One versus Ridge Racer on the PlayStation 1.
Yeah.
I think we jump into our first matchup 1-2 Switch on the Switch versus F-Zero. Let's look at these contenders.
The Super Nintendo Entertainment System launched with an amazing new IP entitled F-Zero, a futuristic racer that takes place in the year 2560. Do you like speed? Well, in this game, there is plenty of speed, and this game pushed the Mode 7 capabilities of the Super Nintendo to the absolute max. Does this game have enough speed, enough G-forces to carry it on in Launch Title Madness? Stay tuned.
1-2 Switch is a party game developed and published by Nintendo in 2017. With various mini-games and the use of the Joy-Cons, by the end of 2019 it was one of the best selling games on the Switch. But with mixed reviews, does this party game have what it takes to advance in Launch Title Madness? Let's find out.
Okay, so super large generation gap
Yes.
here. And man, when you get that far apart in generations, it's tough. But
It's tough, but is it?
I don't really know that it is. I look at the staying power of these games. Honestly, I don't think. Man, this is tough to just jump right into it so
Just
quick.
do it.
But F-Zero just showcased so much on the Super Nintendo.
Yes.
And the 1-2 Switch uses the Switch and blah blah blah. It's fun with its mini games. I think 1-2 Switch would have done a hell of a lot better.
Had it been on actual emotion?
Well, I think maybe Wii Sports-esque had it been a pack-in game. But it wasn't a
Ooh,
pack-in game.
I think that's a good point to bring up because it's just like Wii Sports, and I think they were kind of doing what Wii Sports and Nintendo Land.
Yeah.
It was like the next
But
thing.
it wasn't a pack-in.
It wasn't a pack-in, so people didn't buy it.
Yeah, and you look and I hit somebody up in the comment section, regarding this. So in the first month of the Nintendo Switch being out, it sold 906,000 units, right? And 920,000 units of Breath of the Wild sold. Telling
More
me,
units than the
because I analyzed that, being as stupid as I am, that Breath of the Wild was what was selling the consoles because it sold more copies of the game than the Switch did consoles. And then you get to F-Zero, which we all know the main console mover for Super Nintendo was Super Mario World, but F-Zero really showcased what it could do.
And it started a phenomenal series.
Yeah, which has not gotten much love from Nintendo lately.
Ever since the GameCube, right? It just
You're
got
right,
cut
yeah,
off,
it was the GameCube.
Ever since the
Yeah.
GameCube, there's been no F-Zero because they're
Yeah.
putting all their chips into Mario Kart, which I love Mario Kart. Mario Kart's great, but F-Zero, man, futuristic, fast-paced racing,
Yeah.
it's amazing.
And that's still, you go back and play the Super Nintendo, and that's still one of those games. I mean, it made it onto the SNES Classic.
Yeah.
It's got staying power. I just think that this is kind of a bloodbath. I really feel like
1-2 Switch,
it's fun.
it's fun, but it's just mini games, and a lot of the mini games aren't even that good. So, the Quick Draw one is super. That's
Yeah.
that's the funnest one.
Yeah.
The rest of them are gimmicky and very I don't even want to play them.
Yeah.
dumb.
It's
And-
just one of those. It really was. I feel like it was a half-assed try at trying to capture what Wii Sports and
Yes.
Nintendo Land did, but on their newer console.
And I feel like it's a game that a lot of people don't know about, even though obviously it did well. It did pretty well in sales, but
Yeah.
it's not like Breath of the Wild overtook all that. There's a lot of better Switch games, Mario Odyssey,
Yeah.
which wasn't a launch title, but still, 1-2 Switch kind of just it.
Well,
fizzled.
and to your point, I think if you're buying a Switch today,
You're not going to buy 1-2 Switch.
I don't think you're getting that game. If you have enough money to buy a Switch and 2 games, that's not one of the games you're buying.
Yeah.
If you are starting to collect a Super Nintendo today in 2021, man, in that top 5 to 10 games that you need to get on the console, F-Zero is going to come up.
Yeah,
You're going to be looking
it's
for that fucking
definitely
game.
out there, and it's a phenomenal game. So can we just say, F-Zero
Unanimous?
is moving on.
Yeah, I'm totally down with that.
That was an easy one.
This next one gets a little tougher because we're not huge racing game fans unless it's futuristic sim racing,
Yeah.
crashing, beating
Arcades.
shit up type stuff. And we've got Forza 5 Verse Ridge Racer on the PlayStation 1.
Yep.
Let's just take a look at these contenders.
Forza 5, or properly known as Forza Motorsport 5, was an exclusive launch title for the Xbox One in 2013. With beautiful graphics, positive reviews, and what some say is a must-own game for the Xbox One, does it have enough drive, enough fuel, enough power to move on to the next round? Time will tell.
Initially released on the Namco System 22 arcade board, Ridge Racer landed in 1994 on the PlayStation 1. How many racing games have you played over the years where drifting was a major mechanic? Well, you can thank Ridge Racer for that. Does the innovation behind Ridge Racer and what it brought to the PlayStation 1 at its launch have enough to take it forward in launch title madness? Stay tuned. Super tough.
This is-
Both great racing games in
And
their own right.
both iconic series.
Yes.
Ridge Racer, PlayStation 1, started the Ridge Racer series. Like, it started this huge series
Yeah,
that's still
big traction for Namco there.
so amazing.
Yeah.
And you go back to play it, it still plays pretty well on the PS1.
Here's where my mind goes to, and I might be putting the cart before the horse and not giving it enough talking time, etc. When you think of PlayStation racing games,
You don't think of Ridge Racer.
you think of Gran Turismo.
Yeah.
When you think of Xbox racing games, it's Forza. Forza 5 was that, like, holy shit leap into 4K, which, full disclosure, neither of us own a 4K
We don't have
TV.
a TV. But it still looks great
But
on the
both-
TV we do have.
We do both have 1080 TVs, and the game looks great. We both have Xbox Ones, thanks to Pixel Game Squad.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks, guys. We appreciate it. Yeah, it's sitting right up there, and we play the shit out of our Xbox One. And we both, you've got the old VCR model, right?
I do, yeah.
But Forza 5, it looks so incredible, and I'm not really into the genre a ton.
No, so we don't play them that much. We
But-
just really played them for this.
I feel like being a system seller, you were buying Xbox One, and you needed something to show off your 4K graphics, and there couldn't have been a better game to do that than Forza 5
Oh,
Horizon.
it looks freaking beautiful. It plays great. As much as I know how racing games play,
Yeah, yeah,
it just controls how I want it to control.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Because when we play, we're like, dude, I love these controls. We don't have a ton of comparison.
No, we're just like,
we both
hey, we're
played the
turning,
shit
we're
out of
turning.
like Gran Turismo 2, I think. But
Yeah.
like, we don't have a ton of experience in this genre. But we did play the hell out of Ridge Racer because we did some PS1 stuff a while back. Man, I think Forza's that standout racing game, which Xbox as a whole, not just Xbox One, just Xbox in general, has very few exclusives that bring you to the console.
And Forza's one.
Forza's one of them. It
But
really is.
When you think Xbox, you don't normally think Forza because you think Gears of War
And
and Halo.
Halo. Yeah.
Those are like the two games.
but I think the next one.
the next one is
Yeah.
Forza. But then Ridge Racer, man, PlayStation. It's a great game, and
It is.
I think when you go back and think about the launch of the PS1, Sony's first console, I think Ridge Racer had a huge impact in that because it was like a great racing game.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people are into racing games.
yeah.
But then Forza for the 4K element, which a couple years from now is the 4K element going to be important? Probably not.
Yeah, because we're looking
But
at
for the launch of
what's
that-
the next? At 8K, I think. Yeah, I think it's
12K.
here. Yeah.
I don't even
Yeah.
know. But for the launch of that, I feel like that was super important. This is tough. And as much as I love PlayStation, and as much as I love Sony, I think I have to give the nod here to Forza.
Well, PlayStation 1 launched with so many more games, so the impact that Forza had for Xbox One was far grander, I feel like. I bet you the number of consoles purchased to the number of copies purchased at the time or the first couple months of release, Xbox One to Forza
is greater.
is a lot closer than Ridge Racer to PS1, which we haven't looked at the data, but I just think that I think Forza 5 gets the nod.
It's a great game. It sucks because we're comparing a 4K game to a game that was released on the PS1.
It does, and I
It's
think
not
it's
fair, but
I think it's also fair to say our input on racing games is dodgy at best.
minimum.
Very little experience in the realm. I mean, like, we're super into Burnout. You want to talk about Burnout games? We got you.
We'll talk about it for hours.
Sim racing type stuff, it's like, yeah, we've dabbled. You know, like I said, Gran Turismo 2 and some of the Forza games. But we haven't, like, really done a deep dive. But I feel like Forza 5 has to move on.
It does have to move on. So Forza 5 is moving on. So in the next round, we're going to have F-Zero on the Super Nintendo against Forza 5 on the Xbox One.
Racing game versus racing game.
Oh my god. Round 2 is going to...
It's going to be brutal. It's going to be brutal.
Not looking forward to that. But you know what helps that? Is beer.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this. The Darkness Russian Imperial Stout Barrel Aged. So we did the Darkness Russian Imperial Stout 2021 at the end of the year for 2020. But this is the barrel aged version, which I think is a new thing they're doing.
Yep.
12%. What do you think? Darkness is like a beer we usually look forward to.
Yeah, it's a limited release deal, and I believe back when Darkness first came out, I was super happy I got it. And I'm texting Captain Algebra like, "Oh, bro, I got this," and he's like, "Yeah, I got these." And I think this was one of the ones he had. I could be wrong, but I remember being like, "Well, we didn't see that in our area." Well, we just did. Man, top shelf stuff.
Yep.
I mean,
it's just it's not anything crazy.
No, it's just.
But it's just what it is.
Yeah, it's a great
it's just
Russian Imperial Stout.
phenomenal. And it's barrel aged, so it's super smooth.
Mm-hmm.
It's like super and easy. It's an easy drink.
It's like Sean Kemp, super smooth with the ladies. That's why he set up franchises in almost every NBA town there is. He's got a lot of kids.
Set up franchises.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
And I think Surly needs to start pulling a Sean Kemp.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
Expanding.
Yes, for sure.
Because this beer.
It shouldn't be hard to get because it's so good.
The original Darkness is incredible, but then like this barrel aged Darkness, I think I would have to compare them back to back, but I think I like this a little bit better because it's smoother.
Yep, and you get that whiskey element.
Yeah, it's this is so good.
It is. And if you didn't know, I mean, we do beer reviews, but we also are whiskey connoisseurs. I'm just a little bitch. But anyways, back to the video game stuff. Launch title madness. This might put us in our grave.
Yeah. Well, I've already bought a lot, so I'm ready.
Cool. Did you buy me one next to you?
I'm still waiting on to hear back for that.
I don't think you did anything. I don't know if I want to be buried next to you anyways. But
you
anyways,
asked.
I did. But we got to get through this first round, and the next episode we have Killzone versus Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
Ooh, okay.
In Zombie U versus Gun on the Xbox 360.
Nope, I don't even want to think about it till we film it.
Yeah, I don't want to either. It's going to be a wild and crazy ride, and things aren't going to get super crazy till round 2 and 3, but nonetheless, we appreciate you guys saddling up or barebacking on that horse you're riding with us.
That's tough to do.
Through these dusty trails that we call Launch Title Madness. I don't even know where to go from here. We're really not that funny. But somehow we make ourselves laugh.
I think we're hilarious.
But we'll see you next time on Launch Title Madness, right here on Gaming Off the Grid.
That's good.
Maybe we can make it work.
Yeah.
Or I could go here.
Yeah, just wrap it up again.
I don't even know where to go from here. We're real.
We try this beer.
Yeah. Let's see what we got here. Will this make us feel Russian?
I hope so.
Dude, are you in a hurry?
Because I'm Russian.
Dude, you can't finish the joke. You gotta say, no, dude.
You're like a poet, I think.
Edgar Allan Poe.
Edgar Allan Poe, and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, there you go. We'll see you next time. Right here on Console Madness. Rather, Launch Title Madness on Gaming Off the Grid. In the last episode of Launch Title Madness, F-Zero blew the doors off of 1-2 Switch and shoved its stupid little Joy-Con so far up its candy ass that it won't be able to walk right for the rest of its natural born life. And we also saw a head-to-head battle between two iconic racing games, with Forza 5 edging out PlayStation 1's iconic Ridge Racer. In today's episode of Launch Title Madness, Killzone Shadowfall takes on Marvel Ultimate Alliance, and zombies rise from their grave in Zombie U to go against the cowboys in the Wild Wild West of Gun.
And every day I get the same answer. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang!
Do you have enough lead in your pencil to endure the madness? Do you have what it takes to survive another episode of Launch Title Madness?
Welcome to Gaming Off the Grid. Boom shakalaka!
It has been a while, but it is time for episode 8 of Launch Title Madness. We've just had other videos to tend to, but the series is not going anywhere. In today's episodes, there's going to be some close battles.
It's going to be tough. This is really tough. So the first matchup is Killzone Shadowfall on the PS4 versus PS3's Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Let's look at these contenders.
Can Killzone finally be that counterpart to Xbox's Halo? The first game developed for the PlayStation 4, Killzone Shadowfall, had a lot to live up to. Did it deliver? Is it a substantial enough launch title to advance in Launch Title Madness? Let's find out.
Marvel Ultimate Alliance is an action RPG developed for the PlayStation 2, the Xbox, and the 360, and a few weeks later was a launch title for the PS3. Setting place in the Marvel Universe and featuring multiple superheroes, supervillains, and more, does Marvel Ultimate Alliance have enough superhero power to move on in Launch Title Madness? Let's find out.
Man, where are you leaning here? Because this is a tough one for me.
This one's very tough.
I think, so, Killzone, just as a whole, in my mind, and not this game in particular, but is kind of always failed to deliver. I know Sony back in the day, I think it was kind of drummed to be their competition for Halo, and
It does have a Halo vibe to it, and
it's never got there.
No, I feel like it just tries too hard, and it's kind of fun, but then you're like, it's just kind of generic.
Yeah, there's something about the games that, like, they're okay, not bad, but it's like there's so many other good first-person shooters that if you were to play them, would you pick up, a Killzone game? For a launch title, it was not a ton of paint on the canvas either for the PS4.
But if you look at its competitor, Ultimate Alliance, that was a port technically, and it came out a couple weeks later for the PS3.
Yeah.
When it initially got released, and that game is fun, and it started a really cool series. But when you go back and play it, that one's also dated as well.
Yeah. Well, and then there's another game in this specific episode that's kind of goofy, like Marvel Ultimate Alliance. People might say, well, it wasn't an exclusive launch title to the PS3, but the PS3 just wasn't out yet.
Yeah.
I mean, the game, I think, was ready because it released 2 weeks later, so I don't know if it's fair to take that away from it. I mean, I know which of the two games I would rather play. I would rather play Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
Yeah, that's what I'm leaning towards.
It's definitely not the best in the series, but I can see myself wanting that really bad on the PS3 when it came out, which I didn't get one right when it came out, but I did get Marvel Ultimate Alliance, as it went on, for sure. And I've had all the Killzone games, but haven't beat a lot of the Killzone games. They just don't hold me.
You kind of just play it, and then after a while, you're like, this story kind of sucks, and you get bored. That's just how I felt when I was playing Shadowfall, but I think I'm leaning towards Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
Yeah.
It's a sweet game.
Yeah.
And the co-op aspect,
It is.
co-op.
And those games have never been, console pushers, like as far as pushing the boundaries for graphics and technological innovation and all that. But the games are just fun.
They are really fun. And I know it's Launch Title Madness, but I think Ultimate Alliance has to move on.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll argue that it is a launch title for the PS3. I mean, it was a launch title for the PS3. I don't look at it as a port because I think it was ready to go. It was just a 2-week window, and the better version of the game wasn't on the PS2. It was on the PS3. So I'm good with Marvel
Ultimate Alliance. Now we got to move on to the next matchup, and that's Zombie U from the Nintendo Wii U versus Gun. Zombie U was released for the Nintendo Wii U in 2012 and was later released on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC.
This first-person survival horror game received mixed reviews, but offered a multiplayer mode exclusively on the Wii U. Are zombies still the craze, or does this 9-year-old video game need to go back to the grave? Time will tell.
Some things just never go out of style. A good fitting pair of Levi jeans, some good tasty beef jerky, and cowboy video games? In 2004, Red Dead Revolver showed that the interest in a Western-styled video game was still there. And in 2005, Neversoft attempted to capitalize on this matter with their video game Gun. Initially released on the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and Nintendo GameCube, a few weeks later it was released on the Xbox 360. Can this cowboy-themed action role-playing game with loads of side missions make you feel like you are a real cowboy? Can this game make you feel like you are Colton White with its third-person perspective? Stay tuned. Man, I'm struggling with this one because I legit love both of these games.
These games,
I love them.
These games are so sweet. So Gun reminds me a lot of Red Dead Redemption.
Yeah.
Because it's like the cowboy style, and then there's that slow motion gunshot, which is really cool. And then Zombie U has that really sweet multiplayer option on the Wii U.
Yeah, it's tough because we have all this perspective now of the Red Dead games.
Yeah, but it was before that.
It was. It's a Neversoft game. And there's something about the game that I've always just loved, and this is kind of similar to Marvel Ultimate Alliance in the sense that it came out on the PS2 first and Xbox, but it came out a few weeks later on the Xbox 360.
Yep,
so
it was a launch title.
I think it's still considered a mainline game on the 360, and that's the version we're talking about here. I mean, even going back and playing it, which I already knew I loved the game is still badass. Now visually, it was an early 360
but
game.
It's still really fun, and the story is really cool. You feel like a freaking cowboy when you play.
You do, and the controls, I like them. I maybe it's because I'm used to them, but I don't feel like I'm playing like a dated, archaic third-person shooter, which you can go, in the slow-mo. I think you go to first person, but I really enjoy the game. And then Zombie U, man, if you're a survival horror fan, a zombie game fan. And this game was on other consoles.
Yeah, I think.
But the best versions.
Well, I think if you're playing it just for the main story, you might want to play it on other consoles. But on the Wii U, it's only available the multiplayer. Oh, it's with the mastermind and everything. It's so much fun.
It is, and I would argue single player. I'd rather play it on the Wii U as well because of the tablet interface. It's such a unique game.
This is
a really, really, really tough one. Man, it almost goes for me which way are you going to play it? Because obviously if you and I were sitting down to play some games, we would probably put in Zombie U 9 times out of 10 over Gun.
Yes.
Because of the co-op piece, because it's so fun.
That's just what we do, yeah.
But if I'm just chilling and want to play through a game, I'm putting in Gun. I legit love both of these games. This is, for me, thus far, this is the hardest matchup because they're both badass. And I think they're both must-own titles.
Since we're comparing launch titles, what do you think pushed more consoles? Gun or Zombie U?
I think Zombie U, it's hard to say. I don't know what people were thinking. But Zombie U showcases the Wii U in a far better fashion than 360. And my love for Gun, it started when I got the game on the PS2. Now, I like playing it on the 360 better, but I don't think people were maybe running out and buying a 360 because of Gun. It would have been, because of your Halos and things like that. I don't know that it was because of Gun. For launch title purposes and the fact that these are so damn close, I'm just ever so slightly leaning towards Zombie U.
Yes. I'm leaning towards Zombie U as well, but
it's an amazing game. They're both
really good. But I think we're biased because we have a co-op channel, and it's a co-op
masterpiece.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
It's so freaking cool how one person can have the tablet, and it's a way different experience than being on the screen.
It's amazing. Bums me out because I don't want anyone to think that if you see Gun on the cheap on 360, or maybe it's on PS3, I guess I don't even know off the top here, but you need to pick that game up. It's awesome. You've referred to Red Dead Redemption, great comparison, but far less open world. It's more of a linear experience, kind of goes mission by mission, where You guys know how Red Dead is. I don't have to explain that
Very
to you.
open.
But there is an open world aspect. You feel like it's open world, but it's more of a linear game. But damn, that's a tough one. But I think we have a quorum here. I think we can. I think we can move on. Zombie U.
Zombie U from the Nintendo Wii U is moving on. So in the next round, it will face Marvel Ultimate Alliance, which, oh geez, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, cool part about this matchup here, though, is a lot of these games, I think Marvel Ultimate Alliance is probably the most expensive, and it's still pretty cheap. Like, you can get, like, Zombie U, like, they're giving that game away.
Oh, yeah.
Guns relatively affordable, and, yeah, it's the best on 360. You can get it dirt cheap on PS2, and it's still badass. Still a great game. And, you know, Killzone Shadowfall. I mean, those early PS4 games are just, you know, super
You find
cheap.
them everywhere, too.
But if I were to go out, if I had, you know, 10 or 15 bucks in my wallet and I seen all these games at the thrift store, I would get Gun, Zombie U, Marvel Ultimate Alliance, and I would leave Killzone.
Yep.
Like, no joke. Not even a question.
It's fun for a while, but then it just gets tired.
Yeah, and there's something in the back of my head. I was so pissed when the PS2 one came out because, you know, hey, I didn't have an Xbox. I wanted a game like Halo. Now, I eventually found Red Faction 2 and was like, this is it. But I got Killzone. The game's 2-player split screen, dude. You can't play 4-player split screen on the original Killzone. What?
That's so
And I know that's not even in this episode, but ever since then, every time I get it, I'm just like,
You're annoyed by it.
these cocksuckers
Well, and even
can't get this game right.
Shadowfall, you can only play multiplayer online.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
only online, which is annoying.
It is for as good as Sony does with their exclusives. I just feel like they have never got Killzone to the place that they maybe envisioned when they started the series. So it's definitely in the back of the bus as far as this episode goes. And our opinions. Let us know in the comments below if you feel differently about Killzone. But if you do, you probably don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm seeing pretty clear, and I have clarity, so let's talk about this beer.
Yeah.
The spectrum of clarity.
Ooh, I see what you did
see
there.
that? Little
Yeah.
play on words. This is an American triple IPA by Single Speed Brewing Company. What do you think?
I mean, I'm not the IPA guy, but this is one of the better ones we have brought into the room in a while.
Yeah, this is so good. And like the craze right now is like hazy IPAs and juicy IPAs.
Yeah.
And this is just a straightforward triple IPA. It's gonna punch you in the face with hops.
Yeah, it's great.
I think there's like 5 different hops in this. It's so hoppy. It's so good. This is a very good beer.
It is well
And it's
balanced.
from Iowa.
Yeah, Single Speed Iowa Brewery. This is a limited release. Fun little story. Their head brewer, his name is Austin. When I was in college doing the assistant manager thing at a grocery store just to make ends meet, this young little fella was a checker stalker. And he was an awesome kid, and I haven't talked to him for so long. We used to kind of text back and forth, and then time goes by. He'll probably never see this, but Austin, man, if you're brewing stuff like this, man, you're dialed in, bro.
So good.
Check out Single Speed Brewery. Get it however you can, but this is damn good. And we've had other good beers by them before.
Oh,
so
they have a lot
this
of
isn't like a one-off.
Tip the Cow. That's
Yeah, that's really good. Was it Milk Stout?
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good
That one's
well,
really good.
Cow,
Yeah.
milk, moo.
Iowa.
Yeah, see, get it?
Get it.
Yeah, everything's coming together now. And speaking of coming together, I mean, I feel like episode 8 came together a little easier than we thought.
But it was still tough, and I'm still like
Yeah.
hesitant with my decisions. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm like,
sometimes you just got to be rough and tough with your freaking Afro Puff, man.
Rough and stuff with my Afro puffs.
That is a wrap of episode 8. Thanks for hanging out and watching these Launch Title Madness videos because they're a passion project. They just don't do very well, but we have a good time with them. We
they're
hope you
very
do
fun.
too. And I guess we'll see you next time right here on Gaming Off the Grid. Bang, bang! And speaking of the coming together, dude, you can't be scared. You just got to pull the trigger and pretend you're playing gun and just make decisive decisions. And when those guys are climbing over the edge of the ship, you can't be thinking about, how do I feel about my decisions? You just have to make a decision.
what if they have a family back home?
See, that'll get you killed.
Yeah, and you can't get killed.
That'll get you killed. Not bad, but it's like there's so many other good first-person shooters that if you were to play them, you know, would you? Speaking of Ridge Racer, right out there. And and we also saw an, and we also saw an, and we also, Welcome to the final matchup in round 1 of Launch Title Madness. You have arrived at episode number 9. In the last episode of Launch Title Madness, we saw Killzone Shadow Fall take the defeat to all the superheroes from the Marvel Universe as Marvel Ultimate Alliance prevailed. We also saw the zombies from Zombie U on the Wii U ravage them cowboys in the Xbox 360 gun, leaving all the MILFs at home saying, "I will wash the dishes while you go have a beer," as they wondered, where have all the cowboys gone? Hee-hawn. In today's episode, we see the Sega Genesis launch title Ghouls and Ghosts up against one of the greatest fighting games of all time, Soul Calibur, on the Sega Dreamcast. We also see Super Mario 64 up against Rise from Xbox One.
It's me, Mario!
It's time to end round 1 of Launch Title Madness with an absolute bang. Fasten your seatbelts. Let's go for a ride.
Welcome to Gaming Off the Grid. Boom shakalaka!
As of right now, we're 9 episodes in. This is it for round 1, and then
Yes.
shit's gonna get really tough.
I mean, I'm not looking forward to this matchup. This matchup is so intense. So we got Ghouls and Ghosts from the Sega Genesis versus Soul Calibur on the Dreamcast. Both iconic games. And then we have Super Mario 64 against Rise for the Xbox One. I think we take a look at the first round contenders.
In 1999, the legendary arcade fighting game Soul Calibur from 1998 was ported to the Sega Dreamcast. With new features and improved graphics, this game to this very day is considered one of the greatest fighting games of all time. Does Soul Calibur have what it takes to take the crown in Launch Title Madness? Stay tuned.
The Sega Genesis was released in 1989 in North America and launched with 7 different games. One of those games was Ghouls and Ghosts. A side-scrolling arcade port by Capcom, it was the second game in the Ghosts and Goblins series. Playing your way through many undead and demonic creatures and trying to take down Lucifer, can Knight Arthur kill his way through Launch Title Madness? His fate lies in our hands.
What are you thinking?
This is so tough, dude. They're both iconic games.
They are.
They're both huge, and they're well known because they were just huge staples.
I'm not conflicted here.
You're not?
I'm not. I like Ghouls and Ghosts, but even in its own realm of its series, it's not the standout game. I'd much rather play Ghosts and Goblins, Super Ghouls and Ghosts.
True.
Soul Calibur
is so beautiful.
It's on that Street Fighter Turbo level of it is arguably the best fighting game ever made. And I full disclosure, I'm not the biggest fighting game fan,
But you know when you play it that it's good.
It was the reason to get a Sega Dreamcast. It was better than the arcade version of the game. Better graphics. And that was I think, at least to my memory, that was the first time I remember, oh my god, the arcade is in the living room and it actually looks
And it
better.
looks amazing.
Now, Ghouls and Ghosts is awesome, but as you look at all of the Genesis titles, it's I get it. It's awesome.
It was a launch title.
But it's not even best in its series, and we're talking about a game that's in the discussion for best games ever made.
True. And I think even though the Dreamcast was technically a failure, Soul Calibur was not. Like, it was one of those, like, everyone knows that Soul Calibur is, like, one of the best games ever made.
Yeah.
And it's, when you go back and play it now, it still looks amazing.
Yeah.
It still plays amazing. I initially thought this was super tough, but after all the points you brought up, I was like, okay, Soul Calibur has to win.
It's crazy
And
to think this, because
and we're
Ghouls and
not
Ghosts is so good.
And we're not even fighting game fans.
Yeah.
And this is the second fighting game to move on.
Yeah,
You know?
Anybody even to this day that would play that game would be like, this is incredible. It was an achievement like none other. I just feel like everybody I knew that had a Dreamcast had Soul Calibur. I really feel like was the reason to own a Dreamcast. Possibly still is a reason to own one today. And you can't say that for Ghouls and Ghosts.
Yeah.
I think this is just an ass whooping. And I like Ghouls and Ghosts.
Oh, yeah, it's a great game. But Soul Calibur.
Moving right along. Next matchup, one of your favorite games ever made.
God damn it. Super Mario 64.
Robert's favorite game.
There's only 2 launch titles for the N64, and so this just made it by default. And then Rise for the Xbox One. Let's look at these contenders.
It's me, Mario!
Super Mario 64. Not a fan. But in 1996, it launched with the Nintendo 64 and was the first Super Mario game to be in 3D. Jumping your way through paintings, collecting stars, and trying to save the princess, this game received very high praise and is often quoted as one of the greatest video games of all time. With such high praise, can 3D Mario stand on his own in Launch Title Madness, or will Bowser finally defeat him? Let's find out.
The launch title Rise, Son of Rome is a third-person action-adventure hack-and-slash game published by Microsoft Studios. Originally exclusive to the Xbox One, it was later released by Microsoft for PC. Does this visually stunning game for the Xbox One have what it takes to hack and slash its way through launch title madness? You're gonna have to wait and find out. Alright, as much as you're not going to want to hear this, I think this is another lopsided matchup. Rise is really cool.
So,
visually it's stunning.
Visually, this game, Rise, is beautiful.
It is.
But that's because it's for a modern, it's for the Xbox One.
Yeah, yeah.
But, when I play it, I feel like it's just regurgitation of Assassin's Creed and God of War. That's what, it reminds me a lot of Assassin's Creed and God of War. It's like a blend of those two, you know what I mean?
It's got a really cool combat system.
But it just feels like I played it. It's very similar to games I played.
And I don't know if you feel this way, like, my first 5 hours, I'm like loving the combat system. Towards the end of the game, it gets really redundant.
So it kind of reminds me of the Batman games.
Yeah, and there is a little bit of that.
I love the Batman games, but
there's a little bit of that in the God of War games. But those games are far more groundbreaking than I feel like Rise is. Now, I think Rise is a really cool game.
Oh,
and if you're into that
history,
old, Roman type
medieval,
of it's really cool. But we're talking about Super Mario 64, which is a game you shit on a lot.
Okay.
I kind of shit on a lot.
I
I
want to make this game not move on so badly because I hate it so much. But we're talking about launch titles here. The N64 launched with 2 games, Pilot Wings and Super Mario 64. And for as much as I hate Super Mario 64, I think it is still in the top 10 N64 games.
Oh,
it's one of the best N64 games, and it was a launch title. And I just learned this fact. This is fascinating. The N64 was delayed 6 months from being put out because of Mario 64. They were like, the game's not ready. They were going to release it for Christmas, and they said, no, Super Mario 64 is not ready. So they delayed the whole console launch because of Super Mario 64.
So Santa was walking around with an empty freaking sack.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that sounded really bad.
Well, that's because Mrs. Claus hasn't pleased him in a while. But as much as I hate Super Mario 64, it's so groundbreaking and revolutionary.
Yeah.
Like, it changed gaming. It changed what you thought of Mario.
Yeah.
It was huge, and I know I was like a super young kid when it came out, but like, it was the big deal.
Yeah, it was. It was the reason
to get a 64.
To get a 64. And I can't think of, now I'm not saying that it's the greatest launch title of all time.
No.
Time will tell.
But it
I can't,
had huge impact.
That, and I can't think of a console that was so tethered
to one game.
Ever.
It
wasn't a pack-in game.
No, it wasn't. It was literally like they made the N64 for that game. That's what it feels like. Because the other game was Pilot Wings. Like,
I mean, dude, it's
fine.
Yeah. I
But
mean, it actually made it into the bracket.
it did.
But because there was only 2.
Yeah, there's only 2. But it was so revolutionary. There's so many stars. It's open world Mario. So, like, I feel so weird giving it compliments because I hate it so much. But when you start up Mario 64 and you can move his face,
Yeah.
you can tug on his nose, tug on his ears, like,
Yeah, you can give him a tug.
that's going from Super Mario World to that. Like, you're not even in the game yet. You can move his face. That's insane. They leaps and bounds. Like, they went so far with this game. Everyone's like, why is he so into Mario 64? I hate it.
Yeah, well, it's because when you go back to it, people put it up on this pedestal, and you go back and play it now, and
It
the
is.
game...
It's very dated when you play it, but for the time, it was huge.
Yeah, I feel bad here almost for Rise, because Rise is a cool fucking game, but it just doesn't
not
stand
even
a chance.
Not even stand a chance.
Not even in the arena.
Mario
It didn't even walk
64
through the door.
Is moving on to round 2 of Launch Title Madness.
And it'll take on Soul Calibur. That'll be an interesting battle.
I want to pick Soul Calibur so bad, but
I mean, we'll see. We'll see.
just because I only hate Mario 64 because I 100%ed it, you know?
Yeah, that's part of the problem. Yeah.
It's a fun game, but if you try 100%ing it, good
It'll
luck.
make you want to jump off a bridge
Yeah.
without a
I still
bungee
like
cord.
just thinking about our memories of 100%ing it makes my blood boil. Like, it's like I got so pissed off playing that
Yeah.
game.
We're drinking a beer today that's kind of taking things way back. It's a readily available beer by Boulevard.
Yeah, this is our original. It's just a straightforward pale ale by
Yeah.
Boulevard. What do you think? We
I
don't.
mean, they've got a pick 'em up truck on there driving that barrel of
with
beer.
with a big old dip.
Yeah, driving that barrel of beer to the local bars. Really drinkable.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we comparing this to? Because blocking out my mind and everything else I have as a reference, this is really good.
This is really good.
Yeah.
And like
Simple.
that's what it is. It's just simple. This is a straightforward beer, and we love our craft beer. We love our complex beers, but like it just is what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just a pale ale that's done right.
Did you like think at all like man, I'd like to drink this while driving in that truck?
You know how good it would taste?
Americana.
Yeah, that's the American dream right there.
Breweries out of Kansas City, readily available. If you maybe haven't dove into IPAs or anything like that,
It's definitely a good introduction.
it would be because it's pretty mild.
It's very mild, but it has a slight hop taste.
Yeah.
It's very mellow, but it's a good introductory because you're like, oh, I drink Miller Lite all the time. This is just a little step above that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, pretty solid.
This would be a good beer on a hot summer day.
Yeah. Guys, round 1 is a wrap. It has been, there's been some really close matchups, some really,
Easy ones.
one-legged man in the ass-kicking contest type of matchups. But as we go into round 2,
Jesus Christ.
which we're going to recap for you right now, things get pretty freaking insane. Round 2 will kick off with Fusion Frenzy against Sonic Adventure.
Jesus.
We then see Halo against Super Mario Brothers. Breath of the Wild then takes on Super Mario World. Star Wars Rogue Leader will face Luigi's Mansion. Tekken Tag from the PS2 battles another PS2 game, SSX. F-Zero will take on Forza 5. We will see Marvel Ultimate Alliance against Zombie U. And Soul Calibur versus Super Mario 64.
Round 2 is like some of the best games ever made.
Yeah,
Going against the best games ever made.
and it's just this whole tournament, as this thing necks down, it's gonna get insane.
There's already matchups where I'm like, that has to go against that?
Yeah.
Like, it's like some of my favorite games.
Yeah.
It's like, these games are so, all the games in round 2 are like so revolutionary.
Yeah.
And they're like,
But somebody's got to go.
somebody has to win.
And we said somebody like they're people, but something. There's something on the wing. Something has to get out of here, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. We gotta freaking dial ourselves
I'm
in.
getting nervous just thinking about round 2.
Hmm?
But
You're gonna have to wait because we're not filming it for a little while.
we gotta do it.
We're just gonna have to take the plunge. But anyway, thanks so much, guys, for tuning in, subscribing to the channel. Hope you've enjoyed round 1 of Launch Title Madness. You better get your rest and eat your Wheaties, because round 2 is gonna be coming in hot, and it's gonna be crazier and more mad than ever before. Yeah. Welcome to the final matchup. We also saw a bunch of zombies from Zombie U ravage the cowboys that ravage them cowboys from the good old Xbox 360 game Gun. Yeah. We also saw the zombies from the Wii U zombie game. I was gonna say. We also saw the zombies from Zombie U on the Wii U ravage them cowboys in the Xbox 360 Gun, leaving all the MILFs at home singing, "Where have all the cowboys gone?" Singing, "Where have all the cowboys gone?" I gotta get the melody of that song in my head. As they wondered, where have all the cowboys gone?
Yeah.
Welcome to round 2 of Launch Title Madness. From this point forward, it is all killer and no filler. So many amazing launch titles still remain and are poised to duke it out in Launch Title Madness fashion. Stay tuned for episode 1 of round 2 of Launch Title Madness.
Welcome to Gaming Off the Grid. Boom shakalaka!
Here we are, episode 10 of the Launch Title Madness mini-series, but this is episode 1 of round 2, and business is about to pick up.
Oh my god, dude. So I have been not looking forward to this episode for so long. But it's crazy because I can't believe this is the 10th one we've done so far. That's insane. So today's episode, it's going to be so hard. We have Fusion Frenzy on the Xbox versus Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast. Then we have Halo from the Xbox versus Super Mario Bros. On the NES.
It's going to be tough. Let's take a look at this first matchup. The oft-overlooked Fusion Frenzy, an Xbox launch title that was pushed aside as most people were playing the beloved Halo. Fusion Frenzy's first outing found it dropping a flying elbow on Nintendo Land in a surprising, at least to us, upset victory. Does this amazing party game on the OG Xbox have what it takes to rough up that little blue SOB Sonic the Hedgehog? Stay tuned.
Sonic Adventure was the first mainline Sonic game to offer 3D gameplay and became the Sega Dreamcast bestseller, with 2.5 million copies sold by the tail end of 2006. In the prior round, Sonic Adventure had an easy victory over Nintendo Entertainment System's Excitebike. Can 3D Sonic continue his win streak against Fusion Frenzy, or will he finally meet his maker?
Makers of what? Poop?
Let's find out.
Face value, this one seems kind of tough because we like Fusion Frenzy so much.
Yes. But when you look at the launch title and how they did with sales, I know that doesn't all go into the factory, but I think you gotta go Sonic Adventure.
Yeah.
See how we just jump right into it.
Yeah.
I love Fusion Frenzy so much. It's an amazing launch title for the Xbox. But it's a party game. That's all it is. There's no deepness to it.
Yeah, I think basically, whether, and not talking about total sales, but I think Sonic Adventure did more to move consoles than Fusion Frenzy did. I also think, most people would say that's the better game, and
Yes.
It probably is the better game, to be perfectly honest. We just like the style that Fusion Frenzy brings to the
We
table.
love party games. But I will say I love Sonic Adventure, and I am not a fan of the Sonic games.
Yeah.
So that's how good of a game it is.
Yeah.
It got me to like Sonic.
I think Sonic Adventure has to move on.
That was an easy one.
That's a pretty easy one, I think. You'll have to let us know what you think. Obviously, most people do in the comment section below. But let us know what you think of that pick there. But I think most people will be on board with Sonic Adventure moving on. This next one, the next matchup, is where the rubber is going to meet the road. There's no way to not have this be a divisive decision. Halo, Combat Evolved against Super Mario Brothers. Let's take a look at these contenders.
Following the video game crash of 1983, Nintendo was attempting the impossible, bringing the whole family together around the TV with a princess, a fire-breathing dragon turtle, and a plumber? Super Mario Bros. Changed the game, literally. A debatable launch title for the NES, as the release dates in North America are convoluted, but you, the viewer, voted it in Launch Title Madness, so...
It is what it is. Of course.
Super Mario Bros. Is cited as one of the greatest video games of all time, but can it stand face-to-face with Halo? Let's find out.
Halo officially changed the game. It's fair to say that without Halo, would Microsoft have been able to insert itself in the home console scene? I think not. Within the blink of an eye, Halo was being played in households around the globe, and LAN parties became a real thing, 4 players centered around a console. It was hard to find a playground or a school lunchroom where kids were not talking about Halo. But on the other side of this coin is another game that changed the game. Does Halo have what it takes to move on in Launch Title Madness against one of the toughest matchups in the bracket? Stay tuned. Arguably equally impactful for their respective consoles and brands.
Yeah, and just genres. They are like the staples. I feel like this should be the final round of Launch Title Madness. This feels like it would be the final round, but because of the bracket, it's not even close.
Random generated bracket.
These are regarded as 2 of the best games of all time.
Yeah.
Halo started an amazing franchise. It revolutionized first-person shooters. It put Microsoft on the map.
Yep.
Super Mario Bros. Resurrected the NES. It freaking resurrected the whole video game industry with the NES. I know it wasn't just Super Mario Bros., but with platforming, this is so tough because they both did such amazing things for the time. But in my head, I'm leaning towards Mario.
Yeah, I mean, I am too. There's a lot that goes into this.
This is really tough because everyone's like, "Oh no, Halo's way better."
But like just something that I'm thinking of right now in my mind is, because we're looking at maybe close to equal impact for the respective console. Now, when we look at the impact something has, we look at it on a percentage scale to how well that console did. So it's relative, right?
Yeah.
To how well a specific console did.
And also, we're looking back at it and we're not in the moment.
Yeah.
So it's like...
So, like the prior example, saying Sonic Adventure moved more Dreamcast. Well, maybe it didn't move more Dreamcast than Fusion Frenzy moved Xboxes, but on a percentage to scale of what the Dreamcast did, on a percentage basis, it moved a larger load for Sega, if that makes any sense. But we get people in the comment section that like stirring things up and going there. But the reason I'm leaning this way is I think Mario's legacy is stronger than... I always feel like people are playing the newest Halo.
Yeah, and not going back to the old Halo.
Unless it's like remastered, Like
Yes.
there's not going to be kids probably growing up asking their parents to get out their original Xbox to play the first Halo.
And when you go back and play the first one, it is cool and it is sweet, but it is kind of dated. Now, you would think the same would apply to Mario since it's even older. It's not.
Yeah.
It could be because it's a lot simpler, it's not 3D, blah, blah, blah. All these different factors go into it. But, man, I go back and play the original Super Mario Bros. So much.
Yeah.
I only go back and play the original Halo when never.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've only played it because we want to, play through all the Halos, you know? That's the only reason I played it. If I want to play a Halo game, I'm going to play the newest Halo.
I just think Super Mario Bros. is such an icon.
Yeah,
it's an icon.
It is.
It's Halo's awesome.
And
I appreciate what it did.
No disrespect, because it's so iconic for its time.
Yeah.
But sadly, it's up against Super Mario Bros.
Yeah,
so.
the legend itself. And I'm sure somebody's going to say, oh, you guys only picked Nintendo games in this bracket. Well, hey, that's just the way it shakes out
and
here.
This is just our opinion in our brackets, and it's just fun.
Yeah.
So if you don't agree,
Who cares?
Yeah.
It's just video games.
Yeah. Super Mario Brothers. Moving on.
Moving on. So, in round 3, Super Mario Bros. Is going to face Sonic Adventure. Okay.
Yeah. So, and in the next episode, we have got Breath of the Wild versus Super Mario World.
Oh, God.
And a matchup that is centered on the Nintendo GameCube with Star Wars Rogue Leader versus Luigi's Mansion.
Oh, my God. So, I feel like both those matches are going to be really tough.
Yeah.
And you know what I do to deal with stressful situations? Is I drink beer. So we gotta talk about this beer by Surly. This is And the Devil Makes Three, brother. This is a triple, dry hopped triple IPA. Comes in at 10.6%. I thought when I was reading the can art, when I was reading the label, reading how much percent it was, and it's Surly, this beer was going to rip my head off. Aggressively, it's not.
Yeah, it's pretty balanced, honestly.
Pretty balanced, an easy drinker, and because I had such high hopes for being aggressive, I'm kind of disappointed.
Yeah, I mean this is not a bad IPA, but this isn't like.
But like for like the branding and
yeah.
everything, and like being a Surly beer, and like now I'm not saying this is a bad beer. This is
it's
very
fine,
good,
yeah.
but based on the expectations, man, I kind of let down.
The art department was ahead of the beer department.
Yeah,
the brewing department, but. It's pretty good. It was a fairly expensive beer. I think it was like $18.99 for a 4-pack.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a stretch. I don't know that it's at that level.
I think the concept is better than the actual taste.
Yeah.
But middle of the road, still serviceable. Good triple IPA, I guess. Yeah. But I wish it was freaking aggressive. I wish the devil was making me 3.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Hey, there you have it. All right, there you have it. Episode 10 of Launch Title Madness is in the bag. Tell us in the comments, do you agree? Sonic Adventure? Super Mario Brothers moving on? I think we're going to get a lot of hate for this Halo decision, and I get it. Halo's awesome.
Yeah. It's just the way the cookie crumbles.
It is. I just... Super Mario Brothers. Like...
And it could
worldwide phenomenon.
And it could be because just our nostalgia for the game and everything, but
yeah.
These are our decisions. So... But you go make it right.
You know, we like opinions though. They're like assholes. Everybody has one and they know how to use it. We appreciate you hanging out for this episode of Launch Title Madness, and we'll see you next time right here on Gaming Off the Grid. Hit us up in the comment section below. Let us know. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Sonic Adventure, Super Mario Brothers, are those the games that should have moved on? It's really tough to see Halo go.
Try again.
In the prior round, you found out that your mom is a hooker and your dad is the mailman. No, I shouldn't say that. There he goes.
Room.
Yep.
The devil makes 3.
Ooh.
Then, what does he say? And then
I feel like I almost lost my grip there. That's gonna really mess up the taste of this beer when it doesn't get inside of it. All right. In the prior episode of Launch Title Madness, we entered round 2 with a bang. We gave all the Fusion Frenzy fans from the original Xbox blue balls as the furry blue little creature Sonic kept his little adventure going through Launch Title Madness. We also pissed off Xbox fans once again with everybody's favorite little angel, the first-person shooter darling, Halo, taking the loss to Super Mario Brothers. In today's episode of Launch Title Madness, Zelda Breath of the Wild goes head-to-head with Super Mario World. We also see Rogue Leader from the Nintendo GameCube face off with another GameCube counterpart, Luigi and his stupid little flashlight in Luigi's Mansion. As this series moves on, the decisions get harder and harder every single time, and we are bound to ruffle somebody's feathers. We're bound to light somebody's wick. And Jack is about to be nimble, and he's gonna pick up a little candlestick and shove it straight up somebody's ass. Welcome to Launch Title Madness.
shakalaka!
You have arrived at episode 2 of round 2 of Launch Title Madness. Dude, things are getting more and more difficult, and you also find yourself in the heart of Bad Beer Month.
Yes, with some Coors Banquet,
Yeah.
straight from the Rockies, baby.
Yeah. I think of Lethal Weapon every time I see Coors Banquet and Smokey and the Bandit. Because I'm pretty sure that's what they're delivering in Smokey and the Bandit, if memory serves me.
I'd have to watch it again.
Sergeant Buford T. Justice. I love that movie. Well, it's kind of a shitty movie, but I kind of like it. Because my grandpa liked it.
Oh, that's right.
Smokey and the Bandit.
Things make sense.
Yeah.
We gotta move on to the first matchup in Launch Title Madness in this episode, and that's Breath of the Wild from the Nintendo Switch going against Super Mario World on the Super Nintendo.
It's going to be a bloody match.
Yeah, let's look at these contenders.
The open world Zelda game that fans have longed for many a year. Zelda Breath of the Wild changed the Zelda landscape, and ironically enough, is a Zelda game that Zelda hardcores tend to bitch about a little bit. But all that aside, Breath of the Wild is nothing short of breathtaking. No pun intended. In its first appearance in the bracket, it took out the beloved Wii Sports, and it's a controversial entry in this bracket as it was simultaneously released on the Wii U and the Switch on the same day. Does this fan-voted launch title have what it takes to prevail for another round in Launch Title Madness? You're gonna have to stay tuned.
Super Mario World is exactly that. Super. Released with the Super Nintendo in 1990, it's often considered one of the best Mario games and one of the best games ever made. After taking out Panzer Dragoon in the last round, does Mario have enough power-ups to take on Zelda? Time will tell.
Good old Nintendo versus Nintendo. I mean, these games were both groundbreaking games.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of folks who are like, but it's not really a launch title being Breath of the Wild because it was a Wii U game. It released the same day on both consoles. So it was a launch title because it released on the same day. And all the entries in this are fan voted. We didn't pick the games. You guys picked the games.
So, get upset at yourself, okay?
Yeah. It was a groundbreaking Zelda game, kind of reinvented the wheel. I believe it was 2017's Game of the Year.
Open world, freaking 3D, beautiful environments. A beautiful game. I know that it outsold the Switch. Like,
Initially,
more copies of Breath of the Wild outsold the console.
Yeah, for like the first 4 or 5 months,
Which
I think.
says a lot for a launch title.
Yeah.
But then, you got arguably one of the best games ever made, Super Mario World, for the Super Nintendo. It was a reason to get a Super Nintendo.
Yeah, it's tough because in their respective categories, I mean, it's tough to know what the history and the lore around Breath of the Wild will be long term. But I think both of these games are going to go down as two of the greatest video games ever freaking made. This is really, really tough. I'm interested to see where you're leaning because I kind of, just because of time and the history and the long-lasting impact, Super Mario World for me is just that timeless classic. I don't know that Breath of the Wild will live up to that. It needs time to determine that.
Yeah, it's so new.
I don't know.
It's really tough. My initial thought is Super Mario World because of it's just an amazing game. But then I'm also like, but Breath of the Wild, man, it outsold the console for the first couple months. Like, that says a lot. Mm-hmm. I know it's a game that brought a lot of people back into the Zelda franchise. If freaking people love that game so much. This is tough.
If you've been through Breath of the Wild once, maybe twice, I think you'd have to be a hardcore to do that. I think a lot of people who've beaten or played Super Mario World
still go back to it.
I feel like more people actually have played that game, just in general, and even maybe in its respective pocket of time. I feel like so many gamers were blown away by Super Mario World. I love Breath of the Wild, though, but I don't know if it's nostalgia speaking, but I just don't think that when you look back, even if you were to watch this episode, which who would be, 15, 20 years from now.
If you are, leave a comment.
I still think Super Mario World will be a notch ahead. I think it's hard to say it's the better game. They're completely different styles of games. but it's just so iconic. And for such an iconic franchise, and to be arguably the best entry in that franchise, which I know a lot of Zelda fans that would not say Breath of the Wild is the pinnacle of the franchise. I think there's a lot of people that would put a Link to the Past in there, or Ocarina of Time, and maybe even some old school folks that would maybe throw in the original Zelda on the NES. And I think it's not as divisive to say Super Mario World is the best in the franchise. It's there, or I mean maybe Mario 3, but I think Super Mario World's better.
The leap from Mario 3 to Super Mario World was insane. It's such a beautiful game. I know we're gonna piss a lot of people off,
which is cool.
And I love it.
Yeah.
I love making people angry. I think we have to go with Super Mario World.
I do too. I just think it's going to have a longer appeal. I think it is relevant, as it's ever been. I think people go back to that game all the time. I think if you pick up a Super Nintendo today in 2021, ironically enough, we just did an episode on that if you want to check it out. But I think that's a game you have to buy. And I also think Breath of the Wild would be a game you have to buy on the Switch.
On the Switch, yeah.
These rounds moving forward, we're going to be really splitting hairs. This is going to be so freaking tough. Personal preference, I've played both games. I love both games. Both are icons. If I were to grab a game and put it in right now, I would put in Super Mario World over Breath of the Wild.
And that's just because that's like the style of game we like, because it's quicker.
Yeah.
I think Super Mario World has to win.
Yeah.
Even though Breath of the Wild, it's iconic.
It's 1A, 1B.
Yeah.
And they're both fantastic.
One of them has to go. Okay.
This is where this is going to get really tough.
Let's just move on before we piss them off even more. And say Super Mario World is moving on, because we got to move on to the next matchup, and that's Star Wars Rogue Leader from the GameCube against another GameCube game, Luigi's Mansion. Oh my god!
Impressive freaking launch though for the GameCube.
Yeah.
Let's just get that out. But this is gonna be another tough one. Let's take a look at these contenders.
Luigi finally got his standalone game in Luigi's Mansion for the Nintendo GameCube. Technically, it's his second standalone game, but does Mario is Missing really count? I don't think so. Taking out Assassin's Creed in the prior round and being the 5th best-selling GameCube game of all time, does Luigi have enough suck in his vacuum to take on the Force from Star Wars Rogue Leader? Let's find out.
It is very difficult for three-dimensional shooters to stand the test of time, especially a three-dimensional spaceship shooter from 2001. Star Wars Rogue Leader is marvelous. It is a game that is still visually breathtaking today, and Star Wars fans around the globe consider it one of the best Star Wars games ever made. It's got a tall order in front of it today, as it takes on another GameCube launch title, Luigi's Mansion.
Mario!
With Rayman from the PlayStation 1 in Rogue Leader's rearview mirror, does it have what it takes to prevail? Once again, in launch title madness, time will tell. Another matchup where I adore both of these games. In this instance, if I'm testing a GameCube that I pick up or something to that effect, these are both games that are right there that I like to put in and play, and I usually lose myself in. Star Wars fans, I think the Rogue Leader series, maybe the second one or this one, they're both still beautiful and up there with best Star Wars games ever made.
Dude, they are phenomenal, and I'm a huge Star Wars fan. But then, go on to Luigi's Mansion, Luigi's standalone game, not a Mario game launching with a GameCube. Such a weird freaking thing.
And not a platformer.
A scaredy cat Luigi going around sucking up ghosts. Like, what the hell is it?
Yeah.
But oh my god, the charm of it. It's such a beautiful game.
It's tough. We're both Star Wars fans. You're probably a bigger Star Wars fan than I. I'm a huge Luigi fan, and I really, really appreciate... I still think the first one is the best in the series.
Yeah.
And I appreciate what Nintendo did, taking kind of a risk. Had they came out with maybe a Mario game or something, maybe the console would have done better. I don't know. But I did like the offbeat that they took with that. It's a very atypical release. At the time, it definitely was. And you've already mentioned, but there's so much charm. It's one of those games that we revisit time and time again. Especially
every October.
Yeah, it's
every
perfect
Halloween.
for that. Both great games.
Both amazing launch titles.
Personally, for me, I prefer Luigi's Mansion.
Yes.
It's a close gap, but I do prefer Luigi's Mansion.
I love them both, but I think Luigi's Mansion has to... If you're picking up a GameCube, that's like one of the games you have to get. I mean, not saying that Star Wars isn't, but I feel like if you're not a Star Wars fan, you're not going to pick that up.
Yeah.
It's a very niche game.
for like Star Wars fans.
Top of the heap for Star Wars games.
Yeah.
But comparatively, what it's up against, I think it's too tall of an order for it to mow down Luigi's Mansion.
I think Luigi's Mansion is sucking up Star Wars Rogue Leader. That's so gross.
Anyways, Super
Wow.
Mario World, Luigi's Mansion,
In the next
moving
round.
on. Some of these you
Yikes.
just gotta kind of pull the freaking trigger.
You
know?
just have to, because we could talk all day about it.
Yeah.
Going back and forth, comparing things.
It's not going to get any easier as this tournament goes on. You're going to have to let us know, light us up in the comment section below. Let us know, do we get it right? Did we get it wrong? What would you have done different? And hell, maybe you're like, I wouldn't even be at this point, son, because I would have done the whole damn bracket different. Well, hey, it is what it is. We're here now. This is what we have to go with. And again, all the games in here were chosen by the audience. So,
It's you.
there you go. But anyway,
that.
the banquet beer.
The Banquet Beer, Bad Beer Month.
It's underway.
Banquet, freaking awesome glass bottle. I've had this beer so much.
I have too. It's I feel like Mel Gibson when I drink it from Lethal Weapon. I think is it the first one? Maybe it's the second one, but I think it's the first one. His fridge, that's all he has, like in his little camper. Is
That's
just
all he
for
has.
his banquet.
Just full of it.
Yeah.
I feel like a grandpa when I drink it. It's awesome.
Because you've always wanted to be a grandpa.
Oh, that's my life goal.
You've never wanted to be a dad, but you want to be a grandpa.
No, that's because fuck being a dad. Dude. Grandpa's where it's at.
Yeah.
This is such a good beer.
It's
And
crisp.
for being just a American lager, Banquet has a different, like it's heavier. It has
Yeah.
like a different taste than just a generic lager. I don't know what it is. It's super clear. When you reported it, I was like, oh, wow.
You know, and I don't know how close. I hope this is like the original recipe, but I know back before Coors was like a nationally distributed deal, Coors Banquet kind of had like a Yingling vibe
Ooh,
to
yeah.
it. People would drive over to Colorado, at least from our state, and probably others as well,
Just to get this.
just to get Coors Banquet. And, you know, then it became a big deal. And I think now, obviously, Coors Light's the horse that they ride all the way, you know, to the bank. But Coors Banquet's still badass. And I'm not shitting on Coors Light, but I'd rather grab a Coors Banquet all day schlong.
This beer is so good. And I love on this, it says 1936 stubby bottle.
Yeah.
So they've been using the same bottle since 1936.
That exact bottle, actually.
Yeah.
That one.
Ooh, it smells like the good old days.
It is just an iconic beer. It's just something about these type of beers that just that Americana. It just feels right. You know, this is a similar experience to what our granddads were having back in the day.
And it's a great summer beer. It's a great hot beer because it's not super heavy.
It's not overcomplicated.
It's just crisp, refreshing after work beer. Pop it.
Yeah, and if we had lawns to mow, we'd probably drink it after we did that.
But we don't.
No, we filmed videos instead. So, anyways, I as far as American adjunct lagers, I think Coors is right in the race there. What would you say as we go along? You know, what would you rather have, this or PBR? I'd probably rather have PBR ever so slightly. But
I think so, but I love how unique this is.
Yeah.
This just has a heaviness to it that after a while I'm like, okay, heaviness might not be the right word, but it has something that's like
it's different.
Heavier. I don't know how to describe it, but I'd probably rather have PBR, but I still really like this.
Yeah, it's a good change up from time to time, you know. But anyways, Bad Beer Month will continue, and so will Launch Title Madness. In the next round, we have Tekken Tag versus SSX, and F-Zero versus Forza. And I think it's the Forza from Xbox One, is that
Yes.
correct? And I know in the episode we said it was a 4K version. It's not, just HD. And we had a lot of those freaking hardcore, you know, tech people. You guys misspoke. It's not 4K. So let's clear that up right now. I'll make sure to clear it up for you in that episode too, so you can sleep at night. That's really important.
Well, we
to
play
me.
our Xbox One on a CRT.
Yeah,
so it looks 4K to us, okay?
So settle down. But anyways, this has been fun. We appreciate you guys tuning in, subscribing to the channel, and make sure you're hitting the damn bell. I've been saying that in a couple episodes now, but I think we're only at like 22% of our subscribers
It's growing.
have rung that bell. If you want freedom and some liberty in your life, you would ring the bell for our channel, because we will help you get there. And we'll see you next time right here on Launch Title Madness on Gaming Off the Grid. You have arrived at episode 2 of round 2 of Launch Title Madness. All right. Should we give this a sip? I mean, it's not quite as
Yeah, let's see what this beer's about.
ceremonious. But...
Ooh, refreshing.
In the prior episode of Launch Title Madness, and Jack is about to be nimble, and he's gonna pick up a little candlestick and shove it straight up somebody's ass. Welcome to Launch Title Madness.
Oh, fucking children's book on him.
All right. In the last episode of Launch Title Madness, Gaming Off the Grid lost every subscriber that was a Star Wars fan or a Zelda fan, as Star Wars Rogue Leader took a loss to Luigi's Mansion, and Zelda Breath of the Wild lost to Super Mario World. In today's episode, we have a battle of PlayStation 2 launch titles as we see Tekken Tag take on the little snow-shredding, ass-kicking action in SSX. Always makes me think of sex for some reason, because I like snow, yeah. And then we also see the Super Nintendo futuristic racer F-Zero take on Xbox One's Forza. It's time to grab your tea and crumpets and get comfortable. It is time to sit back and relax if you can for this episode of Launch Title Madness.
Welcome to Gaming Off the Grid. Boom shakalaka!
This episode of Gaming Off the Grid is brought to you by Hams, from the land of the sky blue waters.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, if we ever get sponsored by Hams, we'd be cheap.
Yeah.
We could be your poster boys.
I would fucking love that.
Yeah, we probably even move to Minnesota.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
It's Bad Beer Month here on Gaming Off the Grid, and you are in the heart of round 2 of Launch Title Madness. We got some pretty crazy matchups, but I would say not as epic of games as the last episode was. God, that was a freaking grind. It was a grind.
It is crazy, though, that there is only one Nintendo entry in this entire episode.
Yeah.
Because it's been Nintendo heavy lately.
It has. And, you know, we see the comments. Oh, you guys only pick Nintendo stuff. Well, hey.
That's just the way the cookie crumbles,
Yeah.
okay? Go eat your own cookie.
Yeah, go make your own damn bracket. But anyway, this is how we feel. And we're all about telling people our feelings, and we're going to do that about these games today. But the first matchup is PlayStation 2. All the way. Tekken Tag versus SSX.
Oh, jeez. Let's look at these contenders.
Every time I think of SSX, yeah, I think of my favorite thing to do with a woman. Yeah, and that is go snowboarding. This was the first release under the EA big name. What an amazing launch title for the Sony PlayStation. Left in its wake from the prior round is Resistance Fall of Man. Can SSX slice and dice through the snow and the competition to continue on in launch title madness? Stay tuned.
Tekken Tag Tournament for the PlayStation 2 has been on a long journey in Launch Title Madness. First taking out Zelda Twilight Princess, then Alex the Kid, it's feeling like a king. But can this fighting game that has 7 different game modes, 34 different characters, and the ability to fight with a multi-tap, can it take on SSX? Let's find out.
What are you thinking, Abe Lincoln? I mean, and I said Hey Blinken, not Abe Lincoln.
Oh, okay, because my real name's Habe.
Yeah. Both great launch titles on the PS2.
These are both great. I feel like these are both games that people still play, even though they're 20 years old.
Yeah.
This is Tekken Tag's 3rd appearance.
Yeah.
It was in the preliminary round, it was in the first round, and now it's in round 2.
I think it's kind of a dark horse. I
It
really
is.
do.
And there's bowling. I know we keep mentioning that, but that's in a fighting game. It offers bowling.
Yeah.
So
Last
cool.
night there were skinheads on my lawn. Little Camper Van Beethoven reference.
love
there
that
for
song.
you weird alternative freaks. Yeah. But anyway, this one for me, I don't know what you're thinking. Once you get to SSX Tricky,
I know exactly where you're going.
that's one of my favorite games. I love that game. That's like my ultimate PS2 tester.
Yeah.
Like, I love that game. But SSX, although it was groundbreaking and it did awesome stuff, and it was a kind of the awakening, if you will, of EA Big, it's not the best in the series.
And it's dated.
Yeah, and it's weird because it's other entries on the PS2 don't feel so as
Dated.
much, right? Then you get to Tekken Tag, which we've been fully transparent on this channel. We are not fighting game fans. We like let each other do moves to each other just to see what moves are cool.
If you saw a couple weeks ago, we live streamed the new Mortal Kombat, and we
it's like just fatality me.
Yeah, just two jabronis fighting.
I just want to see it. We don't know what we're doing, but Tekken Tag from the Tekken games I've played, I would rather play that than any other Tekken game because of the multiplayer component.
Just the tagging element.
Yeah, it's really cool and it's really unique. So for my money, I would rather play Tekken Tag than any other Tekken game in the series. And I'm sure there's some hardcore Tekken heads out there. What do you call yourselves, Tekken fans? Tell us in the comment section below. What do Tekken fans call themselves? I would like to know, because I'm sure they call themselves something like, I'm a Street Fighter boy, or I'm a Tekken head. Something. They all have a name.
I hope it's funny.
But anyway, and if I'm going to play the SSX series, the original's cool, but I'm not going back to that one.
No, it's going to be 3 or tricky. I think this one's easy.
Yeah, I do too.
As much as I love SSX and I love arcade snowboarding.
And I think we both like that genre of arcade sports, whatever,
yes,
way more than fighting.
Way more than fighting. Way more.
Which I think speaks to how badass Tekken Tag is.
Yeah. Dude, I'm pretty sure there's still tournaments in 2021 on that game.
Oh, I guarantee it, dude. We just had one last weekend. Yeah. Actually, we really did.
So much fun.
That was a joke.
That's actually a dream we had.
It was a joke dream.
But I think Tekken Tag tournament has to move on to round 3.
I concur. Yeah, I feel good about it.
Oh, that was easy.
Love us some PS2. Now it's time to get our little race on.
It sounds like excitement.
Yeah, you gotta grab your steering wheels, grab your little gear shifters, shift into 3rd or 4th gear, and get ready to throttle down. I'm just trying to say racing stuff. I don't know anything about
and
racing.
Another left turn.
But let's take a look at these contenders.
In the last round, Forza Motorsport 5 took out Ridge Racer for the PlayStation 1. Being the 6th installment in the Forza series, it offers 200 different cars, 17 different circuits with pack-ins, and the graphics are beautiful. But can it hold up to the OG F-Zero on the Super Nintendo? Let's find out.
F-Zero for the Super Nintendo was one of 5 releases when the Super Nintendo hit North America. Nintendo had entered a different dimension, and we're not just talking about Mode 7, oh no. We are talking about futuristic racing, a game that still plays very well to this day. Does F-Zero have what it takes to take on another racing game that came out years after its release? Time will tell.
Now you're racing with power, superpower.
All right, here we are. We're race car drivers now, man. It's we gotta make some choices here.
Jimmy Dean Jr. here, speaking on behalf of my race car. Is that a racer?
That's a sausage.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it's also a race. Jimmy Dean, I don't know.
I think it's a sausage.
I love their breakfast sandwiches. It's so good. But F-Zero on the Super Nintendo started an amazing franchise. Futuristic racing. I say franchise even though there hasn't been one lately for a long time.
Yeah, last entry was, and there might have been a handheld one somewhere in there, but for console releases,
Such a sweet game. And then Forza on the Xbox One, it's not 4K, but it's still beautiful. It's a beautiful HD game. This is tough, dude, because it's 2 different styles of racing.
It is.
And we're more into that arcadey futuristic than we are the realistic. This is really tough.
I just think that the waters and the genre of sim racing have gotten so muddied. There's been so many entries. It's kind of turned into that thing of, I just want to play the newest one.
It's like annual releases, kind of.
It kind of happened, and that's why I don't think we see as many of them as, when Need for Speed took off, which has more of an arcade element. But point being, it was just Need for Speed, Need for Speed, Need for Speed. Forza, great Xbox IP, or Microsoft rather, or Xbox, I don't know why I said rather, but there's been so freaking many of them. Once the newest one comes out, a lot of people go back and play the old ones. I don't think so. F-Zero, was on the Super Nintendo, then it migrated to the 64, then the last release, F-Zero GX, and we're talking about home console releases, not handhelds, was on the GameCube, and distinctly different leaps.
All amazing games. Too.
Yeah, and I think there's a cult following there. I'm sure Forza has tons of fans, but for my money, I would much rather play F-Zero than Forza. any day of the week. I do like the Forza games.
This is tough because if I'm gonna play an F-Zero game, it's probably gonna be the one on the GameCube. Because that one's beautiful, and that's probably the best one in the franchise, at least in my opinion. This is so tough because I am not a fan of sim racers, so I'm leaning towards F-Zero.
I think we're there. I think our bias is kind of maybe playing in, but I think it's, if you strip away the age difference or the gap in generations, I think it's a better game. I think it stands out more in its respective generation than Forza.
Yeah, and I feel like once the new Forza comes out, Forza 5
it's like the other ones.
It's going to be like $1.
New. Yeah, I think you're right. Like the new like Horizon games that come out. I just think it. I see Forza a lot in the wild as well. It just seems like it's not quite an annual release, but it just seems like they get recycled so easy and passed on so easy.
We're not saying that it's not a good game. It's a really fun game. It's a beautiful game.
It's gorgeous.
It's such a gorgeous game. But here we go again. Pick a Nintendo.
Yeah, there we go.
But F-Zero, man, it has to move on.
I feel like if we didn't pick this, you got to stay true to what the best games are. I truly feel that way. I mean, sure, you could try being contrarian and be like, well, just because we pick some other Nintendo games means we're going to take a steaming pile of cow dung on F-Zero. I don't know if that's a good idea. I feel strongly that F-Zero is the it reigns supreme here.
Definitely, and these are just our opinions, and nostalgia is a huge part of this. So, if you don't agree, okay, let us know.
Yeah, let us know. That's what the comment section's for.
Speaking of letting us know, let's talk about
Hamm's. From the land of the sky blue waters.
Oh my god. This is one of my favorite bad beers. This is my go-to beer when I go kayaking, when I go camping. This is just an awesome, refreshing, light, crisp beer. We have a retro style restaurant in Des Moines called the High Life Lounge. Every time I go there, I get a High Life on draft, and then I get a Hamm's on draft. Hamm's on draft.
I mean, I know we're doing a beer review, but if you guys are ever in the Des Moines, Iowa area, you got to go to the High Life Lounge. Shag carpet,
wood paneling,
old tavern style, bunch of old beer lights, old CRT TVs, and the only beers they have on draft is things brewed prior to '78, I believe. So they have Schlitz on draft, High Life, Old Milwaukee, Hamm's, that type of stuff.
And it's comfort food.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite places in Des Moines.
I mean, you can order roasted chicken and meatloaf and... Anyway, that's just a little Des Moines plug. You got to check that place out. But I'm with you. Hamm's has it's not quite as of a unique flavor as there's a few of the American and Junk lagers that you can pick out instantly.
PBR.
That's one. I always think Grain Belt. I can pick Grain Belt.
It's like rusty corn.
Yeah. Yeah. But this does have a very distinct flavor. This is definitely way different than High Life or PBR.
It's just an easy drink.
It is. It's great. We've had tons of Hamm's in our day. We don't anymore, but we used to drink at band practice, and we would always get whatever we could get super cheap, because we just, have 3 or 4 beers and play guitar, write some songs. Hamm's has been a staple for us, so it's kind of fun to talk about it on the channel.
Yeah, I think we might have talked about this early on. I think we might have done this when we did our basketball episode.
Yeah, maybe.
Hooping on. I don't remember.
Yeah.
It could have been High Life.
Yeah.
But I love Hamm's so much. I love eating the meat ham. I love everything about it. I love Ham from Toy Story. Hamm's, such a good beer.
I think, the main theme with a lot of these bad beers, that we're going to be covering in July is the operative word bad is maybe not the best choice, but I think it's perceived as these are cheap, bad, budget beers.
Yep.
And there's a lot of shit out there, but this is quality. This is good.
Yeah.
It's not up there with craft beer, but, if someone's out there and you're wanting to try different stuff and you're kind of a Bud Light or a Coors Light person, you're going to get so much more flavor out of something like this.
I would much rather drink any of the bad beers we are covering this month than those generic Bud Light, Coors Light.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I have
There's a time and a place, yeah.
If it's free, I'll drink it.
Yeah.
But, man, if Hamm's is available, that's what I'm grabbing.
Little glass of Americana from the land of the sky blue waters. Cheers.
Beautiful.
To Hamm's. If you got it in your area, just have some. You'll enjoy it. It's good stuff. That is a wrap, though, on this episode of Round 2 of Launch Title Madness. I think this is episode 12.
Episode 12. The next episode is episode 13. And that is the final episode of Round 2. And then we're into Round 3, which is just going to get even more chaotic. But in the final episode of round 2, we have Marvel Ultimate Alliance against Zombie U. And then we see Soul Calibur go against Super Mario 64, my favorite Mario game of all time. That's going to be tough.
You're a liar face, dude. But it is going to be a tough one. And then round 3 is just going to get insane. But we're having a lot of fun with this series. We hope you guys are as well. If you want to talk about things, hit up the comment section below.
Stir it.
Make sure you ring the bell icon so you get notifications for every episode. We're here twice a week. Mondays at 9 a.m., Thursdays at 9 a.m., and we stream on Sundays.
Yep, that's 3 times a week, guys. That's so much content.
It is. Free content. And all we ask is for you to freaking be nice to each other and nice to us sometimes. That's all we ask.
Only sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you can, if we need smacked around, smack us around. But be pleasant about it. You know, you guys listen to the Boner Dog of the Month stuff. You guys know the type of people that get us just all revved up.
Ooh, like a race car.
Anyway, we appreciate you hanging out for this episode of Launch Title Madness. Get out there if you drink. Because we get plenty of people that say, I love your channel, but since you drink that, I can't watch it.
That's all right.
It's all right. Don't drink. But if you do drink, go get some hams.
Yeah, you won't regret it.
And if you don't drink, eat a ham sandwich. We'll see you next time, right here on Gaming Off the Grid. Act like you're peeing after sex and
pushing it down.
And push that boner down. This episode is brought to you by Hams from the land of the Scott. Ass-kicking action in SSX. Always makes me think of sex for some reason, because I like snow, yeah. And then we also see the Super Nintendo futuristic racer. Today marks the end of round 2 of Launch Title Madness. After this, it is the quarterfinals. It is the Elite 8, the top 8 video game launch titles of all time. In the prior episode, we saw a battle of PlayStation 2 launch titles as Tekken Tag took out SSX. And racing fans also saw F-Zero steam past Forza on the Xbox One. In today's episode, Marvel Ultimate Alliance on the PlayStation 3 goes head-to-head with Zombie U on the Wii U. And we also see one of the greatest fighting games ever made, Soul Calibur, go against everyone's beloved Super Mario 64. There are no more easy decisions left, and there is no way that we are going to get through this episode without pissing somebody off. So if you come out of this episode with an axe to grind, make sure you let us know in the comments section. Saddle up for the next episode of Launch Title Madness.
Whoa, shit!
Welcome to Gaming Off the Grid. Boom shakalaka!
Well, we got through Bad Beer Month.
Yes, we did.
We're drinking a jelly freaking donut, and it's time for Launch Title Madness.
Episode 13. This is the last round before the quarterfinals. Things are going to get nuts. But let's look at today's lineup. We have Marvel Ultimate Alliance on the PlayStation 3 versus Zombie U on the Wii U, and then we see Soul Calibur go against Super Mario 64. I think we jump into the first matchup. Marvel Ultimate Alliance against Zombie U.
Most would probably call it surprising that Zombie U is still alive in Launch Title Madness. In the prior round, it took out Gun on the Xbox 360. Does this first-person zombie survival shooter have what it takes to deliver another upset in Launch Title Madness with an amazing single-player campaign, horde mode, and a very unique multiplayer? It may just have what it takes to survive.
Marvel Ultimate Alliance is basically available on every single platform, but it was initially a launch title for the PlayStation 3. With loads of comic book legends and more than 22 different playable characters, does Marvel Ultimate Alliance have enough superhero power to take on a horde of zombies, or will it be crushed by the Masters of Evil? Time will tell.
I love both these games.
Yes, these games are really good, but in consideration for launch titles, these games kind of fall in the middle of the road, I feel like.
Yeah,
they're not impactful, I feel like. They're huge, and what's weird is these games are cross-platform.
I know Zombie U is exclusive because it's Zombie U, and there's some weird exclusive things for the Wii U version, but it's on other platforms.
Yeah.
The basic game is on other platforms.
For sure, and I think they've made it this far probably just because of what they were going against in the bracket. Had they faced some other contenders, I don't know that they would have found themselves here. But we got to slice and dice this matchup. Marvel Ultimate Alliance is really fun.
Yeah.
It's really fun to play couch co-op. I do prefer 2 over the first one.
I prefer 3.
3's good as well.
The first one is a little dated. And what's crazy is the first Marvel Ultimate Alliance is available on like every single console.
Yeah, and it just happened to be a launch title on the PS3. Zombie U, it's hard to say anything had much of an impact on the Wii U given how it performed.
I don't think during this era, it was pushing PS3s. Marvel Ultimate Alliance was pushing PS3s. But it's hard saying that Zombie U was pushing Wii U's.
Yeah,
you know?
I think
they're both
just given the surrounding circumstances. I mean, I really think we just got to pick what we feel is the best game here. I mean, I don't think either one of these respectively was the reason someone picked up PS3 or the Wii U, to be honest with you.
And you can get these games for dirt cheap.
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards Zombie U. Just because I love the Wii U, I love what exclusive stuff it does on the Wii U that makes it different. Like the co-op mode, the Mastermind mode is so freaking cool. The way it uses the tablet is freaking sweet. I just think...
Yeah, I'm with you.
Integration,
I'm with you there. I mean, I think Marvel Ultimate Alliance probably had a bigger following. But, yeah, I think if today I had to pick one of those two games and we were going to play a co-op, that's probably what we'd pick.
Yeah.
It's not a very exciting matchup,
No, it's
really.
not.
But... Can we say moving on, Zombie U?
Moving on, Zombie U.
So this next matchup's going to get hairy because arguably they were the most impactful games on their respective machine that they came out with. Soul Calibur for the Dreamcast, I think most people regarded as one of the best fighting games of all time. Maybe just a notch below Street Fighter Turbo on the Super Nintendo from a home console perspective. And then everybody loves Super Mario 64.
Yeah, it was mind-blowing. The first 3D Mario open world it was the reason to get an N64.
Yeah, I mean, well, and you got to put that up against the fact that there was only 2 launch titles when the N64 came out. So, to your point, it was pretty much the only reason to get an N64. And you guys know how we feel about Super Mario 64, so I guess without further ado, let's take a look at these contenders.
Arguably one of the best fighting games ever, Soul Calibur launched with the Sega Dreamcast. Being a port from the arcades, the Dreamcast version offers new features and has beautiful graphics. But does it offer enough features to stand against everyone's little favorite Italian boy? Let's find out.
A game that is adored by Nintendo fanboys and girls everywhere. It had a fairly easy matchup in its debut round in Launch Title Madness, but today, it faces some really stiff competition. Does the world's most famous plumber, in his 64-bit form, have what it takes to survive another round of Launch Title Madness? Let's see if he can plunge this log out of the stool. All right, I think to this very day, if someone is to pick up a Dreamcast or an N64,
these are your must-to games.
Yeah, they're going to get these games. We're not big fighting game fans, but I love Soul Calibur.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful fighting game. It's regarded as one of the best fighting games. I love the Dreamcast so much, and I'm not a fighting game fan, but I love that game. And I hate Super Mario 64, but Super Mario 64 is like the only reason to own a 64. I mean, obviously there's a lot of other games, but like that's what everyone wanted.
At the time, when it came out, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that the Nintendo 64 got delayed by 6 months so they could continue working on Super Mario 64.
Yeah.
That was the console pusher.
There's a weird dynamic here because I feel like, just my humble opinion, you go back and play Soul Calibur, it still delivers. It's still an epic game. There's still tournaments on that game to this very day.
Yeah.
Mario 64, at the time I didn't like it. Today I don't like it. Tomorrow I won't like it. What? Next week I won't like it. What? Next month I won't like it. What? I've never liked the game, but I know what it did for gaming.
Yes.
And this is going to ruffle a lot of people's feathers, but and you can talk me off this ledge, but I'm going Soul Calibur here.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was so mind-blowing that it was like better than the arcade version on a home console. It's damn near a perfect game. Mario 64 has so many flaws, it's maddening.
So many bugs.
The camera is, whoever the cameraman is just a jack off.
It's the person playing. This is tough because
this is going to piss a lot of people off.
I'm leaning towards Mario 64, even though it's crazy because we haven't disagreed that often.
I know.
Even though I hate Mario 64, I'm just not a fan of the N64 in general. I love the Dreamcast. Just looking at it from a launch, this is launch titles. And from a launch perspective, that was the freaking hype. It was a
cultural phenomenon. It was. There were more people talking about Super Mario 64, to your point, than there was Soul Calibur. Probably.
But also the Dreamcast didn't do as well. That's Sega's last home console.
Yeah.
So that is in consideration too, and the Nintendo 64, everyone had one. At least when I was growing up, everyone had one. Everyone had Mario 64.
It does surprise me, we just did that N64 buying guide. There were less N64 consoles sold than I would have thought.
Yes, because
it still did way better than the Dreamcast did, but I was in the same situation in my town, and we didn't know each other as kids. Everyone I knew had a 64.
Yeah.
And so when you look at the data, and it's like, huh?
It's weird.
Yeah, but...
And this is really tough.
How strong do you feel about this?
I feel pretty strong because I hate the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That means I gotta feel. This is really tough because
I'm just a way bigger fan of Soul Calibur. I get.
Yeah,
when you look at the impact, I totally get where you're coming from.
What would I rather play? Soul Calibur.
Yeah.
But this is tough because people are like, oh, they're launch titles.
Yeah, but
it also is, we're playing them in 2021.
Yeah.
Like, we have to take a lot of things into consideration, guys.
There's a lot of things, and we probably, different things drive different things in
Nostalgia,
different matchups. Yeah. It's kind of like, okay, so Nintendo wasn't ready to launch the N64 because they only had 2 games. So this game gets elevated up on this goddamn pedestal. But from a cultural impact...
It did. It was phenomenal at the time, and I don't get why nowadays people are still regard it as amazing, because it's not. For the time, it was.
Yeah, for sure. It's so weird though. I've said this in other episodes. I never liked it.
Even when you were a kid?
Even when I was a kid. I remember there was a couple times where this had happened to me. I picked this game up probably the summer after I got an N64 for Christmas at a garage sale, and I got Turok, and I got that. I played the shit out of Turok. I put in Mario 64, and I'm like, this is dumb. And on our basement TV, we had our NES and our N64 hooked up, and Super Nintendo. I was like, this game is so much worse than all the other Mario games I had.
And that's crazy as a kid, you thought
But
that.
my brother liked it, so...
I loved it as a kid.
I'll concede to defeat here, because I think you bring up some really good points.
Because of the...
bet you the majority of folks watching would probably be on your side of this coin.
Yeah.
I was the guy who literally was fighting and arguing with every kid at school that the Dreamcast was better than the PS2, even after the PS2 had been out for 2 years. Like, I loved that console.
Do you still think it's better than the PS2?
No, I got off of that post. When
I love the Dreamcast, but
I bought a PS2 in 2002, but... I was obsessed with the console, and that was one game that I would use when people would come over that I'd be like, dude, check this shit out. And they'd be like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And I've always had those few, that you put in Cannon Spike, you put this in, you put in Expendable, and you can sway people over to the Jet Set Radio is another one. I could go on and on that topic, but...
We love the Dreamcast. We love Soul Calibur. We hate Super Mario 64. But
I'm gonna cry uncle here and give you the...
Is it advancing?
Yeah.
I know people... If we were to pick Soul Calibur, people would have rioted the streets.
Which I don't give a shit. But...
I think...
The fact that you're saying that and you dislike the game so much, there's some merit there.
And just... We gotta factor in the time period.
Yeah, and I gotta get off my Dreamcast fanboy horse, even though I've been riding it since, 2000.
Well, I honestly am shocked that Super Mario 64 has made it this far, but because of what it did, that I understand why it's made it this far.
In my opinion, it's the worst game left in the bracket. And that I'm not even trying to be funny.
Yeah, it's going to be
not trying to be controversial. The game, like I said, you played it then. I don't know how people loved it, but they did. You play it now, and it's definitely like, God damn, what happened to you, Mario? Mario games are always tight. super fluid,
this
controlled amazing. Pinpoint, you could circumcise a fucking gnat in those games. Mario 64, you can't tell what the fuck's going on.
And someone's going to be like, well, then you haven't played it enough. You 100% of the game, so...
I've given that game so much time. I even gave it this last year. We're going to go for all 120 stars, and we're going to convince ourselves to like this game. So don't even go down that road.
We tried so hard to like
I don't want to go down that road. And I definitely don't ever again. But, okay. So moving on.
Yeah.
Zombie U, Super Mario 64. Reluctantly. But, Soul Calibur, just know,
we
at
still
least
love
one member of Gaming Off the Grid loves you.
Hey, I love the Dreamcast. And I don't feel good about this decision, but I feel like this is the right decision.
You're the one that grabbed the shovel and threw the dirt on top of its casket.
Well, let's freaking move on to something.
You have to live with that, I don't.
Let's move on to something that we do agree on, and that's craft beer.
And typically Evil Twin, but this beer I'm really excited to enjoy with you because we're getting out of Bad Beer Month. And if you guys didn't watch any of our videos in July, there were some good ones. And then there were some ones that were...
for bad beer.
But we haven't had hardly any craft beer because a lot of the bad beer in our area you have to buy in like large quantities.
So we just had fridges full of it.
So we've been roughing it out in July. So this is like
a treat. This is kind of nice because it cleansed our palate.
Yeah.
And now it's like, okay, here's a 12% Imperial Stout
Jelly Donut.
Yes.
Raspberry Jelly Donut by Evil Twin Brewing, which is a brewery we have screamed from the rooftops about many a time.
So good. This is an Imperial Stout with donut and raspberry flavor. When we were buying this, there's a bunch of can art that is similar to this. I think it's like a series they're doing. It's the new series, I think.
We picked this one up in an IPA up, I believe.
Yeah. You're the stout guy. What do you think?
There is a lot going on here.
Yes.
Very complex. Right on the front, I get a very sweet / tart raspberry pop, like right on the beginning. That's the first flavor you taste. And then as it cascades over my tongue, there's a little bit of sweetness. I'm guessing that's kind of the donut mixing in there. And then towards the finish, it gets into a very bitter... You get a little bit of the barrel age from the Imperial come through. Not a ton of burn on this one, though.
No.
And it finishes like a nice roasty
Dude,
stout.
yeah, it's roasty, which kind of gives me a coffee vibe.
Yeah.
This is a breakfast beer.
Yeah, it is definitely like you're eating a raspberry donut with
a coffee
cup of dark roast.
Yeah, it's because of that barrel age process. This is really good, but really complex, and like my palate is like, whoa, you've been drinking all these freaking terrible beers, and now you're drinking this.
It's like Grain Belt. This, it's just,
I'd much rather have this.
Yeah.
This is really good. Evil Twin, man, they're just doing crazy
They deliver.
stuff.
Imperial Stout fans, we don't always give beers a number, but I would say this is a 9 or a 9.5 out of 10. There's a couple things I wish they would have maybe segmented out. I wish it would have a little bit more of like a bready or doughy component to it.
Yeah, because it says donut on the can.
Yeah.
And the raspberry flavor is really good, and it does taste like you bit in the center of a raspberry donut.
Yeah, and it's got a little bit of a sugary component on the mid flavor profile, but that girthy, bready.
That'd be really good. Make it thicker.
Yeah.
Give this guy up to 16%.
Tasty. But anyways, guys, Launch Title Madness, we're getting ready to head into the Elite 8.
Yes, the quarterfinals.
The bracket is set. We got the guys that advanced, guys or gals. I don't know why I'm calling video games by gender anyways. Stupid. But Super Mario 64 is moving on. Zombie U is moving on. We've got F-Zero moving on. Tekken Tag moving on. And then the top side of this thing is just bangers. Just bangers. Luigi's Mansion and Super Mario World. I don't even want to think about that. I adore both of those games. I don't even want to go there. Sonic Adventure and Super Mario Brothers are the other matchup to round out the Elite 8.
Oh my god.
And I love both of those games. So
we're getting to a part in this series where no matter what we pick, we're going to piss people off. And I know we've already pissed people off, and they've hated the series ever since. It's probably because we kicked out Halo pretty early.
But, I will say there's been a lot of people in the comments saying, we know that Super Mario Brothers and Super Mario World are going to the finals. Wrong. That can't happen.
We have to pick one of them to go to the finals.
Yeah. So that just can't happen. So the bracket was voted on by the fans for those of you who are just new to the series, which if you are, you might want to go back and kind of scoop through everything, maybe fast forward through it, whatever, so you're kind of brought up to speed. The bracket was decided by fans as far as what games got into.
Yeah, 2 per console.
And there were some games that made it in that's like, well, should that have been in there? You know, the murkiness on Super Mario Brothers of when it officially launched. But I will refer to NES Complex, who does consider that NES launch title due to some receipt that he found from '85.
Yes, and he knows his shit.
And I'll put a stake in the ground saying NES Complex is maybe one of the most researched individuals in the video game industry that I know.
Yeah.
So
highly recommend it.
If Chris says it, I believe it. So it's a launch title. But then, you know, there's been a lot of those along the way, but they were voted on by the fans. And then we threw them in a random generated bracket, and that's what spit out. And then we took it from there. So that's how
just
it
the way
should
the cookie crumbles.
Yeah.
I'm having a lot of fun with this.
Yeah.
Even though it's kind of stressful.
Yeah.
And it's just going to get more stressful. That's why I'm glad we got craft beer that's 12%.
That's why I'm glad we have a jelly donut and a glass.
And a glass.
Cheers to that. Guys, those of you who've been riding dirty with us through this mini-series, we really appreciate it. It's been a long one. It's been fun. Some folks in the comments have said this series is getting stale. And you know what?
Who cares?
We're having fun. So we do YouTube for fun. I don't know what everybody else does. We do it for fun. If we're having fun, and most of you are having fun, we're happy with it. So anyways, guys, we'll see you next time. Right here on Launch Title Madness on the one and only Gaming Off the Grid. Except there was, remember that one channel? Like, about a year ago?
They tried reposting our videos.
Yeah, and they had our same name.
Yeah.
But they put like
Gaming Off the Grid.
Underscores.
Yeah. Well,
good idea.
We shut them down. I do remember that. He literally just downloaded our video and re-uploaded it worse quality.
Yeah. What an idiot. Well, let's give this a ride.
I'm really curious. Get a good raspberry smell. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah, there is. Took out SSX. So make sure you jump into that comment section if you have an axe to grind and tell us where. So for the saddle up for the next episode of Launch Title Madness. Let's see if he can plunge this log out of the stool.
Oh my god.
We have arrived to the Elite Eight in Launch Title Madness. In today's episode, we see the blue cash cow for Sega. Sonic and Sonic Adventure take on Super Mario Brothers from the NES. We also see Super Mario World take on Luigi's Mansion from the Nintendo GameCube. Please join us as we have some of the most difficult decisions to make in this entire bracket in this very episode. Welcome to episode 14 of Launch Title Madness.
Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain.
Welcome to Gaming Off the Grid. Boom shakalaka!
All right, dude. We have gotten down to the freaking nitty gritty here.
Yep.
Each one of these matchups is insane.
This is crazy, dude. And this episode in particular feels like it could be the Final Four.
Yeah.
And it's not. This is the Elite Eight. This is the first episode of the quarterfinals.
First batch.
We have Sonic Adventure from the Dreamcast going against Super Mario Bros. On the NES, which I know is controversial, but it's in the bracket. So
yeah, and it's not controversial because NES Complex said it's a launch title. And I take whatever he says to the freaking bank.
And then we also see Super Mario World from the Super Nintendo against Luigi's Mansion on the GameCube. I think, let's not beat around the bush. Let's jump into this first matchup.
Sega fans' favorite little furry blue ball, Sonic, has been around since episode 2 of Launch Title Madness, which, believe it or not, debuted on March 15th, 2021. Needless to say, Sonic has been on a rampage through the bracket and has not left one Sega fanboy or girl with blue balls. In Sonic's first furious matchup, he took on Excitebike from the NES and prevailed as he roared past that little sumbitch on his dirt bike. Then in round 3, Sonic took on Fusion Frenzy from the original Xbox and left Xbox fans, in a frenzy. Today, Sonic meets the plumber that he always longed to be, as he's always looked up to Mario. Does Sonic Adventure have what it takes to blow past another competitor in launch title madness with the ultimate upset of Super Mario Bros.? Stay tuned. Since the March 22nd episode of Launch Title Madness, which happened to be episode 3, the Super Mario Brothers had been on a quest to save the princess. Those two dumb little plumbers haven't even realized that they are in a competition. They steamed past Pilot Wings on the Super Nintendo, and then in the following round it went head to head with Xbox fans' favorite little feather in their cap, Halo, and they said your energy sword ain't no match for my turd plunging plunger, and it took down Halo. And today, Super Mario Bros. Reignites one of the favorite playground battles of all time, Nintendo versus Sega, Mario versus Sonic. Does Super Mario Bros. In its 8-bit two-dimensional glory have what it takes to advance and try saving the princess in launch title madness? Time will tell. I just want to get it out there that Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 are my favorite Sonic games ever made, and I don't typically love 3D platformers. I just shouldn't say that. I love like Ratchet and Clank and stuff like that, but some of that early 3D platformer stuff tends to not jive well.
And I just want to say I'm not a fan of Sonic.
Yeah.
But Sonic Adventure makes me like Sonic because these games are amazing.
Does it make you want to go on an adventure?
It makes me, not only do I love the Dreamcast, it makes me like, it's such a sweet game. It's a beautiful game still to this day.
Yeah.
It holds up amazing. Now here's where it's tough. Because my nostalgia, the way I was raised, the way I started in gaming was on Super Mario Bros. For the NES. A controversial launch title because the dates are all messed up. I know we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
It's in the bracket. You guys voted on it, so that doesn't matter. People are going to be like, well, it doesn't count. It's in the bracket. It counts.
Yeah.
For me, this is easy.
Oh, yeah, I love Sonic Adventure, but Super Mario Brothers is the game
OG
that changed everything.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine what people were thinking the first time they played that game. Coming out of the Atari 2600, playing that game, which in my mind still plays amazing to this day.
It's still tight. It still looks great.
It delivers time and time again.
The music's timeless.
It's a perfect video game. And to think that a game that perfect came out that early in the life cycle of the NES, which went on to do so many other awesome things, but Super Mario Brothers is...
If you're getting an NES, that has to be one of the first games you get.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I think, just universally speaking, I think more people on the planet have probably played that game or Tetris than any other video game on the planet.
Yeah, I probably... Dude... My parents, who aren't gamers at all, played Super Mario Bros. Like, it's just a game that revolutionized gaming.
It did. What would have came or wouldn't have came had that game not existed?
Would Sonic even exist if Super Mario Bros. Didn't come out? We can say what ifs all day.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. It's the OG. It is the freaking cream of the crop.
Yeah. I love Sonic Adventure. Not taking a dump on it.
It's made it this far, and we're not Sonic fans. So
for sure. And in the last round, it beat Fusion Frenzy, which we're party game fans, and we probably normally would have leaned towards a game like Fusion Frenzy, but we picked Sonic Adventure because it did some amazing things.
It's just amazing.
I do think it laid the groundwork for what became Mario Odyssey. I think Nintendo really started thinking like...
Yeah, and that was way before Odyssey.
Yeah.
So, let's say... Super Mario Bros. Is moving on to the semi-finals. A lot of people are like, not shocked. Honestly, I'm not shocked either. One of the first games I ever played. It's amazing. But now, another tough lineup. We got Mario against his own brother. Super Mario World against Luigi's Mansion on the GameCube. Let's look at these contenders.
Since episode 5 of Launch Title Madness, which debuted on April 12th of 2021, Luigi Mario. I know it gets confusing, but the Mario Brothers' last name is Mario, so Luigi Mario and his stupid little flashlight in his haunted little mansion has been alive, and it has been thriving in Launch Title Madness. Assassin's Creed Black Flag was the first one that Luigi shined his little flashlight on and said, "Peekaboo, you little sumbitch." And then it moved on to take on the GameCube legend Star Wars Rogue Leader. Luigi, once again in the GameCube versus GameCube battle, prevailed as the ultimate launch title on the Nintendo GameCube. But today, he faces his fellow Mario brother, the brother that's always got the spotlight, always been in the limelight, yeah. But Luigi says, "I don't care about your limelight, 'cause I got a flashlight." Does Luigi have what it takes to take down his brother, who's always got all the glory and all the women? I don't think he ever got any women, well, except for the princess, but that's besides the point.
Of course, your shoes were always tied together. Doesn't matter!
Let's see if Luigi's Mansion can prevail in another round of Launch Title Madness. In the March 29th episode of Launch Title Madness, which was episode 4 by the way, we saw the debut of Super Mario World. Most people will tell you that Super Nintendo is the greatest console of all time, and it just so happens that a lot of people will also tell you Super Mario World is the greatest game of all time.
Now you're playing with power, superpower.
And in its first matchup, it took on Sega Saturn's beloved Panzer Dragoon. This was a tough one to call, but Super Mario World prevailed and moved on to round 3, where it encountered the Nintendo Switch version of Zelda Breath of the Wild. It got people's panties all in a bunch, and some folks jumped on their bed and tried shoving a remote up their ass as Super Mario World prevailed and said, "Link, your sorry ass still ain't got nothing on me, son." Today, Mario goes head-to-head with Luigi. It's kind of an awkward tale because Luigi's also in Super Mario World, but just for namesake, we're saying Mario versus Luigi. We're saying Super Mario World against Luigi's Mansion. Let's find out who is the victor. Vector.
All right, this one is really tough for me. Super Mario World is probably my second favorite Mario game. I like Mario 3 probably a little bit better, but catch me on the right day and I could probably go either way. Luigi's Mansion though,
it has a charm. It literally launched with the GameCube. Luigi's standalone game. What were they thinking? Brother against brother in this matchup. It's like the Civil War all over again. It's freaking crazy. This is so tough because the GameCube didn't do as well.
Yeah.
When it launched. And that might have been because it launched with Luigi's Mansion.
Yeah.
But when you play Luigi's Mansion, you're like, this game is so unique, so weird, so out of the box thinking. Super Mario World is also an amazing game, and I know people get upset because they say it launched with the Super Nintendo, like it was a pack-in, and it's like, not with every box.
Yeah, and that game would have done well regardless.
Yes.
It didn't do well because
we got a couple comments there like,
yeah.
Well, it was a pack-in. Who cares? It still is an amazing game.
It's a superior game of the two. But Luigi's Mansion, such a risk for Nintendo to launch with that.
I'm also thinking, like, if I'm gonna, which one would I rather play? That one's tough because I'd rather play both of them. I love them so much. But then I look at replayability. Super Mario World, I know how to get to Bowser really quick. I know how to do the shortcuts. I know how to beat it the long way. I know there's so many hidden things and all this replayability that's just amazing. Luigi's Mansion, I know there's like hidden stuff, kind of, but it's mostly straightforward.
Yeah.
It's mostly like, oh, go into this room, suck up this ghost, go. And I'm not saying that's not a bad thing. It's an amazing game.
It is. We play it every year.
It's a great October game.
As much as I want to pick Luigi's Mansion, there's something
Just to
about
be
me that
different.
does. I mean, Super Mario World's an icon, and I get it. It's kind of maybe reaching a point of like, well, that's kind of annoying. Mario wins. I think it speaks to the greatness of what they were doing at the time with the Mario games.
The way we grew up and our nostalgia is Nintendo.
Yeah.
So that's why everyone's like, oh, I always pick Nintendo. It doesn't. That's just the way we know things. You know?
Yeah.
If I would have grown up on the Genesis and Sonic was my guy.
Well, I was just
know.
in the comment sections a couple days ago talking with somebody from the UK, and it's different how region-based video games are.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is so crazy. You know, computers and Sega had a major impact in the 8-bit and 16-bit era in, you know, the UK and so on and so forth. And where I grew up, Midwest, North America, I literally, as a kid, now I learned later on, of course, but as a kid, I thought the Sega Genesis was the first Sega console. I never seen a Master System until my teens.
Dude,
and I was born in '86. Like that's pretty crazy, dude.
And I didn't even know Sega was a thing till I was way adult. And the first console I ever saw from Sega was the Dreamcast. And I was born in '94, so obviously was a little past all that. But still, I know Sega didn't do as well, and Nintendo's like a dominating factor. But that's just the way I was raised.
Yeah.
Like, there's
something to be said for that. But I also think when you strip everything away and get down to the nuts and bolts, I think Super Mario Brothers is a better video game than Sonic Adventure. And I think Super Mario World is a better video game than Luigi's Mansion. As much as we love the other games that we mentioned.
As much as we love the latter, yeah. This is really tough because if you're going to pick up a GameCube, you need Luigi's Mansion.
Yeah, for sure.
If you're going to pick up a Super Nintendo, you need Super Mario World.
Oh, well, in the prior matchup, that applies to both.
Yeah, it applies to
those,
both.
yeah.
It applies to... That's what makes this... That's why I'm like, this is the Elite Four.
Yeah.
Even though it's not.
Yeah.
It's just a very top-heavy bracket.
Yeah.
It's just the way the cookie crumbles. I love Luigi, and I also hate him because he's annoying as F in that game.
Yeah, but he...
Mario!
He is, but I love, like, anything Luigi that comes out, like that Luigi Bros, Super Luigi Bros, where you can play backward.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I love anything Luigi that comes out, but... And I love
you
Luigi's
can
Mansion.
play as Luigi in the regular Super Mario Bros.
Yeah.
2-player.
See?
And you play it by yourself, so you play as both. That's what I did when I grown up.
You get more turns.
Yeah. I think Super Mario World advances.
As tough as it is, and we're eliminating 2 amazing games. But
we have to.
That's what has to happen.
We have to.
Yeah.
And this is tough, because I love these games, and now I'm like thinking in my head, like, if we're eliminating them, I'm like picturing eliminating them forever. And that's like really tough.
It is, yeah. And I mean, I kind of always have had that mindset when we did the console madness was...
If we had to be left with one console
forever.
or one launch title forever, what would it be? And it gets to a point where it's, especially in Launch Title Madness, it's like, okay, it did amazing at launch, but if we have to be left with one game, we don't want to be stuck with a game that was great 20 years ago. We want to be stuck with a game that's great now.
I think replayability is a big factor.
Yeah, Super Mario World is amazing. And if we're being honest, we play Luigi's Mansion once a year. We play Super Mario World how many times a year?
I mean, yes,
10 to 20.
Yeah, whenever we play, even on the Switch, like the app or whatever, we're playing that game all the time.
It's Super Mario World is moving on. That was a very tough episode, but it was also kind of easy.
Yeah, it was tough to see Luigi's Mansion and Sonic Adventure go.
Yeah,
that was the tough part. But I think they were pretty easy decisions.
It was,
yeah.
just because of the way we were raised.
Yeah.
Speaking of raised, let's talk about freaking Iowa breweries toppling Goliath.
I mean, this is your jam.
Pompeii Beach.
Take it away.
IPA with pineapple and mango. So this is a offshoot of their Pompeii, which is just a straightforward IPA.
Which we have covered before on the channel,
we covered it
correct?
early on, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
This is a tropical vacation in a glass. A fusion of mango and pineapple in their already fruity Pompeii. This beer, man. So good.
It is. It differs greatly, though, I feel like, from the original Pompeii.
Yeah, dude, this literally tastes like a smoothie.
Yeah.
It tastes like fresh mango, fresh pineapple, just like, and it's thick.
Yeah.
It doesn't taste like an IPA.
It doesn't. I'm not getting many hop characteristics. I feel like it's almost closer to a sour, fruited sour.
But it's not puckery.
No.
It's not
dude, just I'm not getting that IPA hop kick.
Oh
it's divine.
It has a bite to it because it's like it feels thick because of the fruit. Dude, Toppling Goliath, man. You guys are amazing.
It's a really good beer. I feel like the fruit maybe tames out the hops in this beer. Yeah.
This is definitely an amazing summer beer. Like a hot summer day, you drink this guy. It's like refreshing. It doesn't even taste like a beer.
Yeah.
I feel like this would be a beer. This would be a craft beer for people that don't drink beer.
Oh,
Like, this
absolutely.
is so,
I think anybody would like
anyone.
this. Yeah.
You give this to grandma. You give this to your sister. You give this to freaking your brother-in-law. Everyone would love this. This is so good.
I totally agree.
Topping Goliath.
Which the unique thing is,
It's amazing.
I think it pairs well with the games in Advanced. I feel like you put anyone in front of Super Mario Brothers or Super Mario World, they're gonna love it.
Yeah.
Hardcores, there's stuff to unlock.
Yeah, you can dive deep into it, and other people are like, man, okay, I just gotta jump and run. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe this whole thing isn't as hard as we thought it was.
It's not over yet.
Yeah.
It's not over yet because in the semifinals, we have to pair Super Mario Bros. Against Super Mario World.
It's gonna be out of control.
That's gonna be tough.
The next episode is gonna be out of control too.
Oh my god.
Because the dark horse in this whole thing, Tekken Tag, which I'm so surprised is still alive, is going against F-Zero on the Super Nintendo. And then we see Zombie U from the Wii U. We have a Wii U game still alive.
That's crazy.
Bizarre. Against Super Mario 64, Robert's favorite game of all time.
I'm honestly shocked we have a Wii U game in the Elite Eight.
Yeah.
And I'm shocked Mario 64 has made it this far, based on the way I feel about it and the way you feel about it.
Yeah, I agree. I think Tekken Tag, I'm surprised it made it this far, and I'm really surprised Zombie U's still hanging on. The Zombie
it's the way the bracket's shaped.
Yeah, it's kind of had kind of a pretty easy path to this point, but it's here. You know, it could. You know how the NCAA tournament works. Upset's gonna happen. They can, although they're not likely. They can happen.
16-seater, dude. Let's get your bets going right now, guys. Put them in the donations. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, if you guys want to jump on FanDuel or DraftKings, the bracket is available to be bid on there.
Yes.
So you guys can wager your bets and all that stuff.
Starting bid, though, is $150.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Just saying, don't
make
be
sure you get that done.
How awesome would that be? If we were on FanDuel Sports?
But anyway, guys, the series is coming to a close. We appreciate everyone who enjoys it. Those of you who don't, whatever. Go fuck yourselves. We're having a good time, and a lot of other people are as well. But we appreciate those of you who do enjoy it for tuning in to Launch Title Madness right here on the one and only Gaming Off the Grid. Cheers.
And those of you who aren't, go fuck yourself.
Sega fans' favorite little furry blue ball, Sonic, has been around since We have arrived at the Elite 8 of Launch Title Madness. In today's episode, should I say in the prior episode? Assassin's Creed Black Flag was the first one that Luigi shined his little flashlight on and said, "Peekaboo, you little sumbitch."
Super Mario Bros. Versus his arch enemy.
Let's find out who is the victor, Vector.
That's what this is all about.
Pompeii Beach.
Looks like orange juice. Maybe it is.
Wow.
Okay.
That's literally a smoothie.
Yeah. Wow.
Dude, that's just like fresh fucking mango.
These are some of the most difficult matchups yet in the entire series. Do you have what it takes to endure it? Today is the last round of the Elite 8. After this, we progress to the Final 4 of Launch Title Madness. In today's episode, we see the PlayStation 2's Tekken Tag take on Super Nintendo's F-Zero. And the zombies are still alive and they're after you in Zombie U as it takes on Super Mario 64. It's time to put a quarter in, folks. It's time to see if we can wind people up a little bit more and get them to snap. It is time for Launch Title Madness.
shakalaka!
Episode freaking 15 of Launch Title Madness. We got some scores to settle here. These matchups are going to be fun. They're not quite as tough, though, as the first round
the top
of the Elite
this
Eight.
bracket was so top-heavy.
Yeah, it
Oh,
was.
my God. This episode I'm not worried about at all. I mean, I am worried about because it's the Elite Eight and it's just chaos, but, man, last episode was stressful.
Yeah, so this first matchup, let's take a look at it. You know, we've got Tekken Tag on the PlayStation 2. It's made it this far. It passed SSX. It passed Alex Kidd. It actually also was in the preliminary round.
And it advanced
against Twilight Princess.
Yes, which was just absolutely insane. Going against F-Zero from the Super Nintendo, I just think we look at these titles.
The perennial dark horse in Launch Title Madness has been Tekken Tag on the PlayStation 2. Not even us could have predicted that Tekken Tag would have survived this long in this bracket. Tekken Tag started off in the preliminary round and took out Zelda Twilight Princess on the Nintendo Wii. It then made a pit stop in the next round to deliver a crushing uppercut to Alex Kidd from the Sega Genesis on its way to defeating its PS2 counterpart launch title, SSX. It has traveled through the snow, it has beat up on little kids, and it has crushed Nintendo fanboys and girls' hearts. Does Tekken Tag have what it takes to deliver one more crushing blow in Launch Title Madness? Time will tell. F-Zero on the Super Nintendo finds itself in this matchup with one of the easiest roads to this point in the entire bracket. In F-Zero's first appearance, it took out 1-2 switch. Woo, big deal. You're cool. We get it. Yeah, F-Zero. It then went on to take on another racing game, Forza 5 on the Xbox One. I mean, F-Zero's a legend, Forza's definitely not. So who was surprised that F-Zero moved on? Does this futuristic racer on the Super Nintendo have enough fuel in the tank to take on an actual contender in Launch Title Madness? Let's find out. All right, here we go.
What a battle.
Two great games.
Two great games. And what's crazy, dude, looking at F-Zero's travel path, it's taking on nothing but racing games.
Yeah.
Which is so weird because this is a random generated bracket. And then Tekken Tag's over there freaking fighting people off left and right that are just completely different
little
genres.
Kids, little Links, you know, little whatever the snowboarders.
Sausage Link.
Yeah.
And now it's going against F-Zero, Tekken Tag. Amazing fighting game. You guys know we aren't the biggest fans of fighting games. But it's made it this far.
And it's a little unique because it's got, you know, the mini games, the Tekken Bowl.
Bowling.
4-player, the tag element.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And then you guys know we love our futuristic racers. F-Zero on the Super Nintendo started it all.
Yeah.
This is tough.
It is a tough one. You know, I love F-Zero, but I really, you know, I love this game in particular. But I really fall in love with the series. I love it, which is weird for me to say, but I love the 64 version, and I adore the GameCube version. This is my favorite version of Tekken. Just period. I just love Tekken Tag.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
This is really tough, though.
I think we're in the same boat. I was worried that you were gonna be all F-Zero.
No, because this is a weird thing to explain, and I really loved F-Zero on Super Nintendo at the time. But the game is very, I don't know, it kind of over time, it's kind of a one-dimensional game as far as like, it just, you got one thing. You got the racing.
That's just it.
You can play a couple players, rinse, repeat. You know, it's not like Mario Kart was with like the battle modes. And I mean, it's got some different things, but Tekken Tag has a lot of variety. I just feel like if you bring some folks over, stuff like that, you're going to entertain the crowd longer with Tekken Tag than you are F-Zero.
Yes. And like, you can easily, like, it's up to 4 players, which is amazing.
And you can't like drive your stake in the ground and be like, oh, this is the best racing game or best F-Zero game even ever. It was a great start.
Yeah, it started the franchise, which we're giving it credit for that.
Yeah. Where Tekken Tag, maybe I could make a strong argument, at least in my opinion, it's the best in the series. I do like the Tekken Tag tournament too on the Wii U.
Yeah. The Wii U one's fantastic. Tekken Tag tournament on the PS2 might be one of my favorite fighting games.
Yeah.
It's just so good.
It's good. I would prefer Soul Calibur over it, but I do love the game.
When did Soul Calibur lose?
Yeah.
Oh, last round.
Yeah, last round. But it's kind of tough to pull the pin on this, but
it is. But I just think we got to rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah, I think Tekken Tag moves on.
Tekken Tag is the freaking champ, dude.
Yeah,
From the preliminary round, moving on to the final four.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! So now we got to decide who the fourth contender in the final four is going to be. We have Zombie U on the Wii U versus Super Mario 64.
And the winner is going to join Tekken Tag, which you guys already know, Super Mario Brothers, and Super Mario World.
Holy shit.
Can we get another Mario on that ship?
Holy shit.
I don't know. Let's take a look.
Let's find out.
At these contenders.
Not even the biggest zombie fans in the world could have predicted that Zombie U on the Wii U would still be hanging around at this point of launch title madness. How did it get here? It took out Gun on the Xbox 360, which is a badass game, but Zombie U prevailed. Zombie U then took on Marvel Ultimate Alliance, the PS3 edition, and once again, nibbled the flesh and moved on in launch title madness. Today it takes on a legend. Today it takes on an icon. Does Zombie U have what it takes to move its undead ass on in launch title madness? We're gonna have to find out. Possibly one of the most overhyped and overrated video games of all time, Super Mario 64 finds itself in the Elite 8 of launch title madness. To date, Super Mario 64 has really only seen one true matchup, let's just be honest. In its first appearance, it took out Rise on the Xbox One. How do you pick Rise over Super Mario 64? We couldn't even pull that off. Then in the next round, it took on Soul Calibur from the Sega Dreamcast. There was a lot of tension in the room here at Gaming Off the Grid, and believe it or not, Robert drove Mario 64 into the Elite 8. It was all his fault. Today, Mario 64 takes on Zombie U from the Wii U. Can Mario, in his overrated and overhyped 64-bit form, move on to another round of launch title madness? Time will tell.
Man, I mean, I hope you guys know how much we love Zombie U, how much we love the Wii U. It's an amazing game. Is this one even worth talking about? I mean,
what do you mean? How are you?
How can Zombie U beat Mario 64? I'm with you on Mario 64, dude. The game, it's not one of the best games of all time.
Just remember what people said last time. We sold out.
I'm telling you right now, if Mario 64 could not beat Soul Calibur in this bracket, there's no way in God's green earth it cannot beat Zombie U.
Yeah. So then that would be like Zombie U's better than Soul Calibur.
Yeah, I mean,
we love Zombie U.
If we were to pick Zombie U over Mario 64, we're doing it just to prove a point that we don't like Mario 64, which we typically don't.
We don't like it.
Yeah.
But it's launch title madness. It's launch titles. It was impactful. I've said all this before.
Yeah.
It sucks because it's made it this far, and every time it's advanced, I've hated that it's advanced, even though I pushed for it to advance last time.
And guys, Zombie U, we have done countless segments and episodes on of how good of a game this is.
Dude, it's the best way to play the game. It's available on other things, but that's the best way to play the game.
Now, it has had a fairly easy run to this point. That's the only reason it's made it this far.
Yeah.
It drew a pretty good run in the bracket. But that's not to take away from the fact that it's an amazing game. Great multiplayer. The Mastermind mode.
It's fucking amazing.
So amazing. The Horde mode, even single player, is so fun. But what are we doing here? I mean, Mario 64 has got to move on. It just has to.
Ah, man. I was hoping we would be on the same page of, like, let's fucking upset some people.
Yeah.
But I can't. I can't do it because Mario 64 is just... It's not even... Zombie U's not even in the same ballpark as Mario 64.
It's not.
And I hate that game so much.
Yeah.
But, like, dude, Mario 64 is in the major league... And Zombie U is playing AAA ball, dude.
And I'm sure we're going to get tons of comments. Oh, Nintendo fanboys, you got 3 Mario games in the finals. I mean, guys, the Mario games that are in the finals, who could argue the impact Super Mario Brothers,
Yeah.
Super Mario World, Super Mario 64 had. Now I do think that we've got the creme de la creme, and then we've got the bottom feeder in Mario 64 in there, but it still had an impact.
And it still was. Remember when the N64 came out, guys? That was like the freaking everything.
So, Final Four is set. We have Super Mario Brothers, Super Mario World, Tekken Tag, which is the dark horse in this race, and Super Mario 64.
I'm honestly not shocked that there's that many Mario games.
I'm not either.
Because obviously we love Nintendo, we grew up with Nintendo, but I just think Mario games in general are just timeless masterpieces.
Yeah,
you know?
and I even think, now it wasn't a launch title, but the legacy that Odyssey will have will be a timeless one as well.
Dude, that brought in so many new people into the Mario series, the way it captures the retro side of things.
Yeah.
Beautiful game.
It's set. I am happy, though, that a PS2 game is still alive, and I'm very happy that it's Tekken Tag, because it's just one of those games that is just doesn't get talked about enough. We've got a short list of games like that are just, they're perfect video games.
Dude, and what's crazy is if you would have told me at the beginning of this game, or this bracket, that Tekken Tag Tournament on the PS2 would be in the Final Four, I would be mind blown.
Well, I know something's a good game when I don't like the genre and I love the game.
Advancing.
Tekken Tag, like, I'm not a big fighting game fan. I love Tekken Tag. I'm not a big hockey fan. I love NHL Hits. I don't like racing. I love Burnout 3. So those type of games that can transcend my preconceived notions of what I know I don't like tells me how badass they are. So it definitely deserves to be in this. I think it does.
It's going to be really fun and really stressful. But I think after this episode, there's only 2 more, and then the whole series is over. It's crazy. We started this back in March.
Yeah. And the final will be kind of fun. We'll do something special for that. It'll be a good little recap, and then it's going to simmer down to the final matchup. So it'll be a lot of fun. But, when things get stressful, there's something that we have been blessed with to help those situations.
The ability to taste things.
Yeah.
So I am really appreciative of my tongue.
Yeah. And I was thinking beer, but the tongue comes before the beer.
Yeah, chicken before the egg, tongue before the beer. Yeah. That's what I always say. Today we're drinking Mean Streets by Surly. I feel like this might be Streets of Rage.
Yeah, was this their summer sampler pack or like their IPA sampler pack? Whatever.
Something like that. This is a Sultana IPA, fruity, dark, mean. Comes in at 6.8%. Wow. It does not taste like it's that strong.
It doesn't. It is a little mild for a Surly beer. I think Surly really kind of cut their teeth on the beer scene, craft beer scene, with stuff like Furious and things like that would just really, is there like an Axeman or something like that?
Yeah, Todd the Axeman.
Yeah, that just really come in and just want to punch you in the freaking throat, and that's awesome for people who like that stuff. This is way more mild.
It still has a hop taste.
It does, but given the time of year, August, hotter than hayseeds outside, I'm down for drinking this. I like this.
It's a nice, easy, enjoyable beer. Surly they make good, strong beers. I don't think I've had like a beer where I'm like, no, they kind of missed it on that one.
I mean, like nothing crazy, but I'd give this an 8 out of 10. If you're an IPA fan, you got this,
dude,
you'd be happy.
This is a great summer beer. I could see myself drinking this on a hot summer day. I rewarded that so you didn't see that it was coming. But this beer is just really good.
Yeah. All right, guys. Launch Title Madness is coming to a close. We are down to the final 2 episodes. We've been slogging through this thing for the better part of a year, at least 2021, right?
Yeah. It's been going on all year.
15 episodes in. We got to get this thing done. We got to crown a champion, a victor, a vector, who is the ultimate launch title of all time, or what is, rather. It's going to be a lot of fun to decide. We've been enjoying the series. We hope you have been as well. Thank you for riding dirty with us through 15 freaking episodes of a mini-series
that no one cares about.
Yeah, but I think those who do really do.
Yes.
Those who don't, whatever. We know miniseries are not the way to go on YouTube. We know that, but we still just do what we want to do. We just do what makes us happy.
Making us happy stresses us out.
Yeah. But anyways, enough of that. We'll see you guys next time right here on Launch Title Madness on the one and only Gaming Off the Grid. Yeah. It's time to put a quarter in, folks. It's time to see if we can wind people up a little bit more and get them to snap. It is time for Launch Title Madness.
We have arrived at the semifinals, the final four of Launch Title Madness. In the prior episode, we seen Tekken Tag give an uppercut to F-Zero from the Super Nintendo. We also saw the zombies from Zombie U get neutralized by Mario in his 64-bit form, and what a shame it was. But he did move on. In the final four of Launch Title Madness, there is a lot of Mario going on. We have the original Super Mario Brothers from the Nintendo Entertainment System going head-to-head with Super Mario World from the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. We also see Tekken Tag from the PlayStation 2, the dark horse in the race, taking on the Nintendo 64's icon, Super Mario 64. How is this gonna shake out? Who are the finalists gonna be? I'm scratching my noggin trying to figure it out myself, and I'm sure you're doing the same. Stay tuned for this episode of the Final Four in Launch Title Madness.
Who are the Mario Brothers? All I can think of is the guy in the library, Mario Puzi.
Welcome to Gaming Off the Grid. Boom shakalaka!
Episode 16, Final Four, Life, Launch Title Madness. It's coming down to a close, man. This has been a really fun series. 4 bangers left in the bracket. We are going to determine who the final 2 contenders are in Launch Title Madness for the championship. But before we get there, we've got to discuss these freaking matchups.
This is going to be tough, and it's the semifinals, so I brought my decision-making shirt. Here with me today, assistant to the regional manager, Dwight K. Robert. That is me reporting for duty.
Identity theft is not a joke, Jim. Millions of families suffer every year.
This is going to be tough. The semifinals, the first lineup, we have Super Mario Bros. Versus Super Mario World.
Yeah.
And then we have Tekken Tag Tournament versus Super Mario 64. A lot of Mario, a lot of Nintendo.
Yeah.
Not surprised by it, because we love Nintendo.
Yeah.
But I think we just jump into this first matchup. We have Super Mario Bros. Versus Super Mario World. And man, these games have been on a journey.
They have, and we're not going to necessarily do the cutaway here that we've been doing. By now, you guys, if you've been watching the series, you know all about these games. But I do think it'd be fun to talk about each game's journey through this bracket. So Super Mario Brothers started off with kind of a layup. It beat Pilot Wings. Then in the next round, it faced probably the toughest matchup to date. It faced Halo from the original Xbox.
And that was a really tough decision.
We got a lot of heat there. It didn't get a ton easier, little easier maybe, but it faced Sonic Adventure in the next round, and it prevailed. I think as it should, but now it faces its hardest matchup to date, probably the game that got everything right in the Mario series, Super Mario World, and it's had an interesting journey as well.
Yes, so Super Mario World started off this bracket facing Panzer Dragoon from the Saturn, which that was a tough matchup early on.
It was, and we love Panzer Dragoon. Huge Panzer Dragoon. Like when the remake got announced, dude, we were
ecstatic.
Yeah.
So that was so tough. And then it went on to face Breath of the Wild. Dude, Super Mario World has been freaking nothing but hard lineups.
Yeah, and dude, we took a lot of heat for that one.
Yes, we did. And then it took on Luigi's Mansion. Another tough lineup.
Is there a harder road to this point?
No.
I don't think any game left in the Final Four has faced a harder road than Super Mario World.
It's been taking on games that are contenders for best games ever made.
Yeah.
And it's prevailed. And now it's against Super Mario Bros. From the NES. Let's talk about it. Let's debate it. Which Mario is moving on? The 8-bit version or the 16-bit version? This is tough.
This is really tough. There's a lot of things that have to be talked about here. A lot of things that have to be considered. What Super Mario Brothers on the NES did for video games, I don't think you can even put into words. I don't think folks can even in 2021 wrap their minds around the impact that this game had.
Yes.
We were coming out
of, you know, video games, at least in North America, you know, at an all-time low. You know, Atari with the 2600, the video game crash, you know, I think maybe that's a little bit overblown, but nonetheless, it's still a thing worth noting. Maybe aside from Tetris, I gotta think, no data in front of me, but more people have played, or at the blink could recognize the songs from Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine when this game came out what people thought when they played it. When you lay this game up against the other games that launched with the NES, it's not even like what that game could do. Kind of the way the backgrounds worked, the graphics, the jumping, the running.
It revolutionized gaming.
And the fact that you still put this game in today and it delivers. Like, I love this game.
Super Mario Bros. Is the first game I ever played. It still holds up, and I'm still playing it today. I have an NES at home. I only have like 5 or 6 NES games. It's kind of like when I was growing up. And this is what I have, and this is what I put in all the time. 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes to spare? Speed run it.
Yeah.
It's such a perfect game. It visually looks great. The music's amazing. It's so awesome. And back when it came out, people were like, what is going on?
Yeah.
The only Mario I know is Mario Poozy.
yeah. Well, we've heard that one before.
It's a direct quote.
Yes.
I think it's something in Japanese.
Without Super Mario Bros., we wouldn't have Super Mario World. But now we got to discuss Super Mario World.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting concept. You know, you look at, like, you know, what are the best cartoon characters of all time? I mean, maybe some have came out. Maybe you like Cartman more than you like Mickey Mouse. You know, maybe you like Hank Hill more than you like Bugs Bunny. But wow, the trail was blazed.
Yeah.
But Super Mario World took that trail and did its own kind of thing. You know, it didn't just get there because Super Mario Brothers paved the way. It also had to deliver. It's an amazing game. I think across the board, at least in the circles that I hang out in, the debate is Super Mario 3 or Super Mario World for greatest Mario games ever made.
I think, honestly, Odyssey's probably up there, too.
It needs more time for me. I love it, but I always like things, whether it's a new book, new movie, whatever. I always like that moment to pass to where I don't feel like I could potentially be a prisoner of the moment. Like, I remember when Batman Begins came out, like, feeling like this is the best Batman movie I've ever seen. And over time, my compass has went back to Keaton's 89 Batman.
Yeah.
So I don't like going, you know, overstretching and saying that stuff in the moment. But these two games are really, really, really tough to compare. There's probably no debate that the better game
Super Mario World.
is Super Mario World. The impact, however, on gaming and what it did for its respective console, I think is the pivotal point of how much weight do we give that versus how much weight we give of what is the better game.
This is so tough because throughout the bracket, it flows both ways.
Yeah.
We kind of lean towards the impact versus what we want to play in 2021 versus how we like it. So every episode, we're like, it's not a precise science.
It's not, but I will say this. So you touched on something there. What would we rather play in 2021? And as much as I love Super Mario World, personally, I play Super Mario Brothers way more.
Yeah, same. I don't even have a Super Nintendo at my house. Yikes, I know. That's.
I mean, you have a classic.
I have a classic, but I have an original NES, and I fire it up like once a week, and I play Super Mario.
Yeah.
It's just, the simplicity about it. But then Super Mario World, man, I remember when we started the channel and we did like we're still doing this Mario series, and when we got to Super Mario World, and we were trying to speed run it and no death run it and all this stuff. That was so much fun because there's so many things in that game that you could spend hours and weeks and years figuring out all the hidden stuff, all the different paths.
Part of me feels like when you look back at the Super Nintendo, Super Mario World doesn't quite leap out of the mix of games. You know, Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah.
You know, you've got your Mario RPG. You've got your Super Contra. You've got Super Castlevania. Super Mario World is epic. It's in this grouping of just amazing games, I just wonder, had Super Mario World had not came out at all, but Super Mario RPG did, Mario Kart did, Yoshi's Island, would the Super Nintendo still have done well? Would they have been able to ride the coattails of Nintendo's NES success into the success of the Super Nintendo? And I can't help but thinking
that's a good question.
That it probably could have.
Yeah, because the Super Nintendo has such an amazing library. But also the NES does.
The NES does as well, but I just wonder with what Nintendo was pitted up against when they released the NES.
Yeah. They
had Super Mario Brothers not happened, would it have had enough staying power to even get into some of those mid generation or later releases of the NES, which really kind of cemented it? You know, would it even had the time to get to a Super Mario 3?
Probably not.
It's just interesting. It's very interesting. This, I think, is the toughest matchup we've had so far.
This is really tough.
My gut...
I have an answer.
I do too, and it's weird. This may be the first time where I'm like 100% Super Mario World's better. But Super Mario Brothers, and what it did for video games, and the level of icon and the pedestal that game is on...
Yeah.
In my opinion, I think it has to move on. I think it's the winner here.
I'm sitting the exact same way. As much as I love Super Mario World, and it's arguably one of the best Mario games ever made, the original, the OG Super Mario Bros. On the NES is just a staple. And it could be because the way I was raised, the way I grew up with it, it was the first game I ever played.
And there's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah, there's so much that goes into it. Super Mario Bros. Is so awesome. And it did so much for gaming. I think it has to beat Super Mario World, but just barely.
Yeah, you know, Super Mario World, we're saying how great of a game it is. I think it's marginal. I mean, I don't think it's like this much better than the original.
No, they're all amazing.
You get the original, and then 2 was like, 3 was like, World's like, It's like incremental gains from a base that started off so well that everything could be built upon.
Yeah. The whole universe is built upon this game.
And, you know, when you go back to Mario Odyssey, the 2D levels in that, it's not the freaking Super Mario World art style.
It's the original.
It's not Super Mario 3's art style. It's not, you don't get Mario 64's art style. The nostalgia hook was set with Super Mario Brothers. Everybody knows that game. Everybody's played that game. I really, truly believe if you had to go globally, more people have played Tetris and Super Mario Brothers than any other video game. And I could be way wrong on that.
I think so. So many people that aren't even gamers have played Super Mario Bros.
I think you take the top 5 tracks or soundtrack bits from Super Mario Brothers and have somebody listen to them, or a group, and take the top 5 tracks from Super Mario World and have a group listen to them. I think you're gonna have higher hit rates on Super Mario Brothers.
I think instantly, within a second, people be like,
it doesn't even have to be the main one. You could give somebody doodle,
and they go, "Oh, it's Mario."
Yeah, it's Mario.
Yeah, it's just pop culture at its finest.
Yeah.
Super Mario Bros. Is advancing to the finals in launch title Madness, which this series has been going on for so long. It's crazy. We're almost to the end. It's insane.
We got some special things in store for the final, by the way.
Yeah, so stay tuned for that.
There will not be a beer review in that episode.
There'll be something else.
Yeah.
But now we got to decide who Super Mario Bros. Is going to go against in this next matchup. Tekken Tag Tournament on the PS2, which shockingly is still alive.
Yeah.
I am so surprised by this.
Yeah.
But this game is amazing. Against my least favorite Mario game ever, Super Mario 64. Let's look at the journey these guys have been on because it also has been an insane journey. So Tekken Tag actually started off in the preliminary rounds.
Yeah, it got a bad draw. Yeah, it really did, because it had to have one more matchup.
It had to have one more, and it's still alive.
Yeah. And a tough matchup it was. Zelda Twilight Princess, which was the Wii variant.
Yeah, the Wii variant, yeah.
A lot of people were kind of, not on our side on this one, but, Twilight Princess, best version is not the Wii version.
Nope.
It was a launch title. The game plays better on the GameCube. The game plays better on the Wii U. It just, I think Tekken Tag had to move on. Kind of got a layup in the next round, I feel like, Alex Kidd, great franchise, not the best launch title on the Sega Genesis.
No, the game sucks.
So it just goes, Hadouken! Then it went up against SSX, which we love the SSX series.
Which is another PS2 launch title. That's its counterpart in this series.
Yeah, but SSX, great launch title, but had way better offerings in Tekken Tag. In our opinions, one of the best Tekkens ever made. So it moved on. It went against F-Zero on the Super Nintendo. A great game.
But not the best in the series.
Did not have what it took or takes to take out Tekken Tag. And so now here we are today. Tekken Tag is going up against Super Mario 64.
And Super Mario 64 started off this tournament with an easy matchup, I feel like, against Rise from the Xbox One. Rise is a great game, but it doesn't even compare to Super Mario 64. Then Super Mario 64, in one of the toughest matchups in Launch Title Madness, went against Soul Calibur on the Dreamcast. This was so tough for me to say because you were picking Soul Calibur.
Yeah.
I was picking Super Mario 64 even though I didn't want to.
Yeah, we almost got in a fight over that.
And the comment section was mad at me.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, how do you get mad at this guy?
I was so shocked by that because I was trying to defend you guys, and people were like, you shouldn't try and stick with your guns.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, in advance.
I'll show you some guns.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. And then Super Mario 64 went against Zombie U, which Zombie U is one of our favorite Wii U games. It's an awesome game, but it didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, we love Zombie U, but we really love one game mode.
Yeah, it's just the mastermind one. It's like a party game.
We're like, okay.
And party game versus an N64 launch title that's revolutionary. So it's had its ups and downs, Mario 64. It almost got cut off halfway through, but it's in the final four against Tekken Tag Tournament. This is crazy. Such two completely different games. And I'm just so shocked that Tekken Tag Tournament's still alive because we don't like fighting games.
Well, and I'm shocked that, honestly, Super Mario 64 even is here as well. But I understand it. You know, and I think
because of its impact.
I think we've done a fairly good job of trying to keep our bias out of this. You know, some of you might disagree with that, but behind the scenes, we're not huge Mario 64 fans. You might already know that. We're not, you know, and we've had people say, "Oh, you guys hate the N64." We don't hate the N64. Check out the table.
Yeah, it's in
Check out the
every
collection.
episode.
I have tons of nostalgia for the N64, but you got to understand, I guess my personal stance, and I think yours as well, is outside of the top 10 games, the N64 is dog shit.
Maybe 15.
Maybe 15. But you get, like, there's 64 games we play on the reg, still to this day. But comparatively to a lot of other consoles, the amount of games we love on it are far less.
Yes.
So I don't hate the N64. I don't hate Mario 64. We even put it in our top 10 N64 games video that we did a while back.
And I almost didn't even want to.
But my problem with Mario 64 is that people, like, constantly say it's the best Mario game ever. And it's like, no, it's fucking not.
They put it on this pedestal.
It's not.
And it's the only reason they're putting it up there is because of what it did for 3D Mario, because of nostalgia, because of all these reasons that have nothing to do with the game.
You go back and play Mario 64 now on the N64. Go back, go for 120 stars. Yeah, the game's kind of fun. Woohoo, I'm jerking off getting stars. And you get 20, 30 stars, you're like, oh, I'm having fun. Wait till go for 120 stars and tell me you had fun.
We just recently got a comment on our Super Mario 64 video, because we did a video about it once we beat out 120 stars, and this guy was saying that, like, man, he really likes Mario 64, he's new to it, this is his first time ever playing it, but he even said he's loving it, but he will not go for 120 stars.
Yeah, it's fun if you're just, like, playing it, dicking around, but when you really dial into that game
and want to 100% it sucks.
It's maddening. It's maddening.
It
but
drives you nuts.
That's neither here nor there. Yeah. Probably not painting the best picture for Mario 64, you know, and then Tekken Tag. You know, the Tekken series, I think there are probably some really hardcore fighting game fans, which we've said this many a time. We are not. Maybe like some other Tekken games more than this one, but we love the tag element. I think this is by far and away the best PlayStation 2 launch title. Now, when you look at the whole PS2, this game probably falls down, maybe makes the top 20 like of PS2 games of all time. But for that group of 20 plus launch titles on the PS2,
this is a staple.
Yeah, this one goes up there. If I was getting a PS2 today, knowing what I know now, I would have got Madden 2001 and tried this game. Try what would have happened.
Dude, this game is badass. Up to 4 players because of the tag element, and if you're not a fighting fan, if you're like, oh, I don't like fighting, but I like other sports. What other sports are there? Bowling. You can bowl in this game. So that's just extra value. The bowling is... It's so funny they added that because they didn't need to do that.
No.
Why did they... They were just having fun, I think, in
it's a good
development.
time.
But that just makes that game even better.
Yeah, I think it's a great game. Going head-to-head, though, with Mario 64. This is where the rubber meets the road.
This is really tough. Because I am not a fan of fighting games. I'm not a fan of Mario 64.
Yeah.
So how do I pick between the two games? I've been such a fan of Tekken Tag, though.
Yeah.
But I've also fought for Mario 64 in ways that I've never fought before.
Memory is a little off, but I think there were like 26 launch titles on the PS2. Something like that. 22, 26.
There was 2 on the N64.
So the impact, just because of sheer numbers for Tekken Tag, had nowhere near the impact. Now, the PS2 is one of the greatest selling consoles of all time. N64, far from it. But there's really no cultural impact for Tekken Tag.
No, and that's not... Mario 64 is only so big because it's the only thing you could play.
Yeah.
You could get Pilot Wings was the other game for it.
Pilot Wings 64, Super Mario 64. Wasn't a lot to go with there. And there was actually a comment recently that's like, oh, you didn't put Pilot Wings 64 in there. That's probably my fault because it was in there. But I do think the narrative on some of these episodes, as I read Pilot Wings, I just assume Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
But the 2 Super Nintendo entries were Super Mario World and F-Zero.
And F-Zero, yep.
Mario 64, Pilot Wings 64. I just assume Pilot Wings Super Nintendo, so I probably said it wrong in some episodes, but it was in there if you're watching.
And it got eliminated immediately.
Yeah, because I think it went up against Super Mario Brothers, so obviously it would not be.
Yeah, it was gone.
So you got those 2 launch titles on the N64 versus 20 plus on the PlayStation 2. What's your gut, man? Just off the wrist, what are you feeling?
This is tough because I don't have a gut answer. Like, the last matchup was super tough, but I had an answer for it.
Yeah.
This one, I don't. Because I don't have any nostalgia for Tekken Tag. I have nostalgia for Super Mario 64. I grew up playing it. I love the 64. But they're both in this boat where I'm like, this is weird. This is a weird lineup. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking Mario 64. I think the impact it had. I think the lasting impact it had. I think as much as I'm not a big fan of Mario 64, I would probably put Mario 64 in the, definitely top 10 Mario games of all time. It would not make my top 5 Mario games of all time. But, it's tough because if I have to bring somebody back to the N64,
you're not going to show them Mario 64.
I probably would in the top 10 games. If I had to bring somebody back to the PS2 and really get them to fall in love with it, I don't know that I would put them on Tekken Tag. There's a lot of games I would put them on.
That's what makes it tough. Is like the Mario 64 library, we only like 10 games.
Yeah.
The PS2 library, we like probably 50.
Yeah. Maybe more.
Yeah. So it's like there's all these unfair advantages.
Yeah.
But Tekken Tag has made it this far. I hate doing this. I just hate this, but I think I have to agree.
Yeah.
Mario 64. I mean,
I think
I should have.
I know the PS2 way outsold the N64, but I think you bought an N64 because of Mario 64.
Yeah.
That's why you bought one. It was one of your 2 options. That was what everybody was getting. I think Tekken Tag, and a lot of it determined on what type of games you were into. Were you going, are you a sports fan? You're probably buying Madden. You're a racing fan, you're probably buying one of the racing games. You like arcade sports, probably buying SSX. You're a fighting game fan, you're buying Tekken Tag.
So it's very niche down.
Yeah, Mario 64 will be talked about forever. The legacy around it, whether we agree with it or not, which typically we don't. It's just more of an impactful launch title. That's just my thought on it.
It is. But here's a question. We've talked about all these different reasons. What game would we much rather play in 2021?
I'd much rather play Tekken Tag.
Does that have any impact?
I think it does. But I don't think it can trump
the launch title
impact and the cultural impact that Mario 64
That's what makes this series and this franchise so tough.
No, it's I think all these things are worth considering, and I think we've done a good job of doing that. but they're all weighted, right?
Yeah.
You know, okay, so we would rather play Tekken Tag, but like the legacy, cultural impact, it's just on the scale that just...
How often did we play Tekken Tag Tournament on the PS2 before this series started?
I mean, here and there, but not a ton.
Not really, but how often do I go back and play Mario 64? I only really played it for that episode because I just can't stand it anymore.
yeah.
This sucks, and I hate saying it, because it's got to move on to the final, Super Mario 64. It makes me upset that I fought for it back then. It should have been out. Soul Calibur should be here, man.
We'd have fighting game versus fighting game, probably.
But that's how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah.
That's what happens. So the finals of Launch Title Madness, Super Mario Bros. On the OG NES versus Super Mario 64 on the N64.
Yeah.
That's going to be fun.
I did the beginning of this. We tried doing our best job throughout this whole thing to not really look ahead and whatever. I guess I would have never thought it would have shooken out like this, but...
I would have never thought Mario 64 would make it in the finals.
Yeah.
No, I thought it was going to be out immediately.
Yeah.
But, whatever.
I think going back, looking at it here just in a quick glance, I think with the bracket being randomly generated.
Yeah, it had kind of an easy road.
I think we have a good finals.
Yeah, this is going to be fun.
Yeah.
Nintendo versus Nintendo. What's crazy is looking back at our Console Madness miniseries, it was PS2 versus NES. And now we have NES versus N64. Yeah. Wow. So that's kind of cool, like comparing, like just
for sure.
Fun.
What do you guys think is going to happen in the finals?
Hey, let us know in the comments below.
For sure.
I think most people are going to pick the same thing. But
we'll see.
We'll see what happens. Let's talk about this beer by Franklin Street. This is Mango Fett. It's a mango New England styled IPA
out of Manchester,
Iowa. What do you think?
I mean, mine's almost gone. I think it's really good. There's a lot of pineapple going on here. Very citrusy IPA.
So we've had this beer a few times before it's been on the channel. We actually rebought it because we drank through it all. My initial thoughts when I was having it before we reviewed it was, man, I really like this beer. This beer is really citrusy, very mango-y, very smooth, pretty good. But now as we're drinking it, this is probably the third or fourth time I've had it. Maybe because I've had this bar set in my head that it's really good. It's not as good as that bar that I had set. I'm kind of disappointed in that aspect, but it's still really good.
Yeah, and I know it says mango, but I'm getting like something else. There's some other fruit coming through. And I think I said pineapple already. I get a little bit of a pineapple vibe from it.
I can see that. Yeah,
it kind of reminds me of like a pineapple juice.
Yeah, I can see that.
I like it. I enjoy it.
It's a good,
probably
easy
7.5 out of 10.
Yeah, nice, easy drinker.
Not one of the best beers I've ever had, but I do enjoy it.
Yeah, and I love the can art, and I love like the Star Wars referencing. Mango Fett, Jango Fett.
Definitely enjoyed it, and the fact that we drank through it before we could review it and had to buy it again, that says something.
Yeah,
for
that
it.
does say a lot. So
but we have a lot of good IPAs on the channel. This just isn't one of the top shelf ones.
No,
so
it's just this is a good summer beer, nice and refreshing, light. Pretty good.
Yeah. Anyway, we are heading into the finals of Launch Title Madness. We're not going to do a beer review in that episode. We are going to go out and buy something that we probably shouldn't. We're either going to have an epic bottle of scotch or some sort of bourbon or whiskey to celebrate the end of the series, which I don't think we've done a ton of whiskey reviews on the channel, so that'll be fun. Another passion of ours. But we are going to see Super Mario Brothers on the NES versus Super Mario 64 on the Nintendo 64.
Wow.
A match made in heaven, or as Bowser might say, a match made in hell. But nonetheless, we're going to have to figure out what the greatest launch title is of all time. Make sure you hit us up in the comment section below. Let us know, do you agree with the decisions in this episode? Who do you think is going to win in the finals? We love chopping it up with you guys in the comment section, saying, no, you're wrong. What? No, you're wrong. What? No, this guy's wrong. What? That's what makes this series so fun. We're really having fun with it. It's kind of sad to see it coming to a close, but all good things come to an end.
Whoa.
We'll see you next time right here on Launch Title Madness on the one and only Gaming Off the Grid.
Yeah.
Whoa, let's go. I got my jammed finger hurt still. Ooh.
Mango Fett.
God.
What'd you do to your finger?
This is from the baseball day.
You jammed your finger that day?
Yeah.
On what?
When I, one of those like pop flies, I was trying to catch it and it fucking just like fucked me up. This has been a very divisive mini-series, and we love chopping it up in the comments saying, no, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. What?
After 16 grueling episodes, 5 rounds, 32 death matches, it all comes down to this. This is the finals of Launch Title Madness, a fan-voted bracket to determine what is the greatest video game launch title of all time. Hearts have been broken, dreams have been shattered, souls have been pissed on, and hopes and dreams have been stomped out like a piss-poor cigarette. It's time to put a nail in this series' coffin and bring finality to this series. Welcome to the finals of Launch Title Madness.
Settle down, bud.
Welcome to Gaming Off the Grid. Boom shakalaka.
It's here. It's episode 17. 17 grueling episodes, 16 up to this point of Launch Title Madness.
Wow.
I've had a blast with this series.
This series has been insane. I think we started the series all the way back in March.
Yeah.
It's the end of September now. This is absolutely crazy. There has been fights. There has been people getting upset in the comment section. There's been friends that have not been friends anymore because of this series.
Yeah.
This has been so much fun.
Who would have thought a series we made to mimic March Madness would spill over into the better part of September? But we are here, and we've got an amazing finals. Super Mario Brothers. I decided to bust out the episode 1 Gaming Off the Grid attire.
Wow.
Hat and shirt that were worn in the first episode. I'm not representing either one. I'm representing both. I got the 64 Mario. You're rocking the 64 shirt. It is time to determine, and this is going to be a lot harder than I think people think it will be for us, what is the greatest launch title of all time? It's been a long road. I don't think either one of these games respectively have had the most difficult road to the finals. I would give that
to Super Mario World, which didn't even make it to the finals because it had another tough matchup against Super Mario Bros. But you guys have already seen the backstory. You guys have already seen the journey these games have been on. But for fun, let's look at these contenders one last time.
At some point in 1985, Super Mario Bros. Stormed the North American scene. We know the debate around when this game officially launched in the US, and it is hard to pin it down, but you voted it into Launch Title Madness, and for all intents and purposes, we consider it a launch title as well. Many consider Super Mario Bros. The greatest video game of all time, the game that rescued not only the princess, but the video game industry as a whole. It laid the groundwork for Nintendo's formula for many years to come and propelled Mario into international superstardom. Mario became an American pop culture icon and is a recognizable face by nearly everybody worldwide, and it all started here. It all started with Super Mario Brothers. Does Super Mario Brothers all these years later, 1985 all the way to 2021, have what it takes to prevail in Launch Title Madness? Time will tell. Almost 11 years on the dot, Super Mario 64 pulled Mario and the Mushroom Kingdom out of a two-dimensional world and said it's time for three-dimensional action. Much like Super Mario Bros. Paved the way for Mario during the 2D era, Super Mario 64 set the stage for what Mario would look like, feel like, and play like for years to come. For the first time ever, it offered a dynamic camera system, 360-degree controls, and is often considered one of the greatest video games of all time. With all of its known accolades and what it did for 3D gaming, does Mario 64 have what it takes to be the king and the champion of Launch Title Madness? Let's find out. All right, I think you guys probably know how we feel about these games, but I really want to do our best to not bring that into the equation.
There's
and really,
a lot of other things to consider.
There is, and I think Mario lives in two spaces. There's the 2D world, and then there's the 3D world. And much like what Super Mario Brothers did as far as building the landscape for the two-dimensional Mario games to be built upon, even later on beyond the 3D Marios coming on the scene, you got your new Super Mario Brothers 1, 2 on the DS, you got new Super Mario Bros. Wii, new Super Mario Brothers Wii U. It uses the same formula that was created by the original. But the similar formula that Super Mario 64 created is also still followed to this day.
Yes.
So there's the 2D Pioneer version of Mario, and then there's the 3D Pioneer version of Mario. Which one had the most impact? Which one deserves to be the greatest launch title of all time?
This is so tough because when they came out, looking back at the launch titles, that's what the series is, launch titles. Super Mario Bros. On the NES resurrected the video game market in North America, at least. It basically brought video games back to life. But then Super Mario 64 revolutionized 3D gaming. It's the best-selling N64 game of all time. They both have these huge impacts, and they both were the reason to get the corresponding consoles.
Yeah. I try to refrain from using sales data as a barometer of how good something is, because you can get yourself in a lot of trouble by doing that. If you use that thinking, one would have to say that Avatar is a better movie than Godfather, which it's not. You could then look at some of the fizzled out consoles, your Dreamcast or like a GameCube that didn't perform well, and we all know that those consoles are really, really good and have stood the test of time, is from a collector standpoint. So I don't want to make this all about sales, but it is worth noting that while Mario 64, little 3D Mario, was sitting on his throne, I'm the king of the world, what? They let a console come onto the scene, or a company rather, that had never made a video game console, a home video game console. And the PlayStation just dusted their ass.
Yeah.
That's hard for me not to at least a little bit have that be kind of a ding. Like,
for Nintendo.
It is for Nintendo, and it's like, man, if Super Mario 64 was that amazing, I would have thought they could have weathered that storm a little bit better. I don't want to make it all about sales, but it is unique that with Super Mario Brothers, they resurrected gaming in North America, hands down.
Nintendo was a struggling company, and then they all of a sudden were like this big, huge name.
And it was everybody in 85 by 87, every household. There was sure as hell going to be a few things. There was going to be a toilet, a toaster, a VCR, and an NES. Those things were just staples. You had to have them. And it was the leader of that generation, and the N64 was not. And I think a lot of the credit could be put towards the sweat on the brow of each one of those respective games. Maybe that's not fair.
Well, I mean, I think the N64 was rushed to begin with. I think when they put it out, they put out Pilot Wings and Super Mario 64. That's it.
Yeah.
I think they were just in scramble mode trying to compete with the PS1. Yeah. But, I mean, we're not talking about all that stuff.
I like that you brought that up, though, because I have always felt a little bit, and I'm trying not to just be this way, but I've always felt that Mario 64 felt a tad unfinished to me.
Yeah.
Some of the levels felt a little hollow.
And the way they make them less hollow is by kicking you out every time you get a start.
Yeah.
And that's frustrating.
Yeah. But I do know that tons of people love Super Mario 64, and there's things that have influence that maybe aren't the biggest thing in the world or don't always sell the best, and what Super Mario 64 did for 3D gaming, you can't take that away from it.
No, it revolutionized it.
At the time it that it came out, it had done it better than anything to that point, but what they've done after that was just astronomical, and almost, to me, makes Super Mario 64 feel very archaic. Super Mario Brothers, a lot of people maybe feel the same way about. I've always felt that game, or things from that generation in the 16-bit era, are prone to stand the test of time a lot better.
Yes.
Because they look and play and feel exactly how I remember them feeling. I've never went back to a game that I remember renting as a kid and be like, oh, I thought this was different, or I thought it was better. The NES always is as I remember. It's when you get into this world of the PlayStation 1 and N64 and Sega Saturn where you go back to them and you're like...
That's because they were trying 3D for the first time. I get why.
It was a huge leap.
They had to do it, 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit, 3D.
Mm-hmm.
They had to do it, but that's what makes it tough to go back to. This is really tough because I know I shit on Mario 64 a ton. And that's only because I went back and 100%ed it. But Super Mario Bros. Was the first game I ever played. The NES was the first console I ever played. The first console I ever got as a gift that was mine was the N64. And guess what game I had for it? Mario 64.
So you got it tugging on your heartstrings
Yeah,
hard
like
from both
I
sides.
have nostalgia for both of these games so hard, and I played them so much as a kid. So I know I shit on Mario 64 a lot, but I secretly love it, you know, like nostalgia-wise in my heart, because this is mine.
I feel the N64, we've said this on the channel before, my memories and my time with that console with friends and playing it are my greatest video game memories of all time. But I gotta leave them back there because they look really good in the rear view mirror at a distance. But you play them now and it's really hard to reinvent that experience, you know, in 2021 just because of that early dipping of the toe in the water of 3D gaming. And I don't want to browbeat Mario 64 for that. But I do think had Mario 64 had the impact, I think I would feel differently about this discussion had Mario 64 had the impact that it launched the 64 and 3D gaming and crushed Generation 5.
Yeah, it was the top seller.
It was like, this is the ass-kicking machine, unequivocally, and this game is the best game, unequivocally, of the generation. But man, the door was open and Sony came in and just freaking piss-pounded Nintendo. And what's ironic is it's weird for me to even say that because I was the kid on the playground fighting for the N64 all day long. I loved the N64. But it didn't do that. I feel like this 64-bit era is when Nintendo kind of started getting smacked around. They were in a really good position in the 8-bit era. The Super Nintendo was in a really good position. Yeah, we know the console wars between them and the Sega Genesis. And as much of a thorn in the side that the Genesis was of the Super Nintendo, it still outperformed the console and still really kind of led that generation. We love both consoles, but that's just the data. And then you get this new kid on the block in Sony and they come in and do what they did. I just have a hard time not... It's like, man, Nintendo got dethroned during your reign, Super Mario 64. I just gotta say it like it is. I gotta call it like I see it. It did not do for Nintendo what Super Mario Brothers did for Nintendo.
Yeah.
It just did.
That's a really good point. So there's a win for Super Mario Bros. Out of many of these discussions.
Yeah.
There's a concrete win. One thing that we've talked about in a lot of these episodes is 2021. What game would we rather play? I think that one's easy. Super Mario Bros.
Hands down, it's not even close. I am at a point with Mario 64. I could give two shits if I ever played again for the rest of my life.
Yeah. I've already done everything that I can do in that game.
Yeah.
And there's no point to go back and do it.
Yeah, and I don't want to do it any better. Like, it was a grind. It wasn't super... going for 120 stars was not super fun. There were fun moments. Been there, done that.
But I've done everything that I can do in Super Mario Bros. For the NES, but I don't feel the same way.
No,
I still love...
You can always get better at it.
You can always get better at Super Mario 64.
Yeah, true.
But I don't... The key part is that I don't want to.
Yeah.
And I want to get better at the NES version. So, there's that. So that's 2 points for Super Mario Bros. This is really tough. I thought going into this it was going to be easy because of how much we love the original and how much we shit on the 64. But now that we're here, in the moment, live, it's the finale, there's a lot of pressure.
Another thing that stands out to me personally, and I know you loved Super Mario 64 as a kid, and I'm very unique in this sense, so I know many of you are going to be like, man, I totally didn't feel that way, and that's fine. I was never blown away by the game. I remember I'd like having a pit in my stomach when I got it at a garage sale that I shouldn't have kind of really tugged on my dad or my mom, whoever was with me, to get me it, because I was like, I don't like this. I didn't like that first leap. I can appreciate the leap, and I can appreciate what it did, but that doesn't mean I have to like it.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I have to enjoy it. You know, there's all sorts of movies that did great things for film that I don't like watching. There's all sorts of bands that were very progressive in nature that I don't give a care about.
That's a really good point. It is shocking though that as a kid you didn't like it.
I didn't. I would have much rather played so many games. I mean, it would have not even... I had quite a bit of N64 games. I never beat it as a kid entirely. I helped my brother beat it. Like when he'd get to parts he couldn't do. Just never liked it. And I never had to force myself to like Super Mario Brothers.
Brothers. It's just so natural.
Yeah, it is. It's natural. It feels great. It's tight. The music is amazing. The music in Super Mario Bros. 64, I will say, is pretty good.
My personal opinion, I don't know what yours is. I know it's tough, and there are tons of accolades to be thrown around for Super Mario 64. And I appreciate it. I'm glad you did what you did. I'm so glad that you laid the groundwork for Mario Sunshine, that you laid the groundwork for Super Mario 3D World, that you laid the bricks on the yellow brick road for Mario Galaxy 1 and 2,
Odyssey.
and that you set the stage for Odyssey. I thank you for it. But that's about all I got for you. I don't think this is close. I think more people on this planet were impacted by Super Mario Brothers. I think it's one of, if not the most impactful video game for video gaming as we know it.
Yeah.
How would it have came? How would it have shaken out? Would you have ever gotten a Sonic? What sort of platforming things would not have happened if Super Mario Brothers never existed? I don't even want to know that world. I'm okay living in a world if Super Mario 64 had never happened, because somebody else would have figured it out.
Yeah. Oh.
That's what I got.
I'm trying so hard not to be biased and just shit on Mario 64, because that's what I do. And then this is like the finale, so I gotta give it a fair shot. But I will 100% agree. Super Mario Bros. For the NES. And I know people are gonna be like, it's not a launch title. Doesn't count.
There's so much wacky information around that. NES Complex says it's a launch title. Some other people don't. There are people that worked for Nintendo of America that had the game when they were doing test markets, though it wasn't available for sale in the actual market. It was really murky. The whole North American NES launch was murky. But most people's first Nintendo game that they remember getting in North America is Super Mario Brothers. I think it's okay that it wins. You don't have concrete data. You got people that worked for Nintendo legitimately, Nintendo of America, that say yes it was, and you got other people that say, I think it was a few weeks later. Nobody freaking knows.
Nobody knows.
You can go do your own research, and you're going to come to the same sort of dead ends we have. We've got a pretty good resource, I feel like, in Complex, and he's pretty dialed in. So, I'm okay with a little bit of wishy-washiness on whether it is or it isn't, it being the greatest launch title of all time.
Yes. Can we declare it?
To Gaming Off the Grid, Super Mario Brothers on the NES. It came, it saw, it conquered. It delivered the platform for video games to thrive in this country. Had the NES failed, who knows how long it would have taken to become a commercial stranglehold that it became.
Yeah.
We owe this freaking stupid little plumber, we owe him so much gratitude for what he did in 1985.
What's crazy is back then when this game came out, we owe him so much credit for starting not only the Mario series, but all these other spin-offs and variants and all this other stuff. Like, we probably wouldn't have Smash Bros. We probably wouldn't have Mario Kart. Yeah. Without the original, it's just all these things are built. The little bricks are built off these first games.
That this game comes out and it fails. Everything you just
Shut
talked about,
down.
They don't make him their show pony.
No,
who knows?
They move on to a different character.
Does it become Kirby? Ugh.
Fuck him.
I don't want to know
Kirby
a world
sucks.
where Kirby's the head honcho. I don't hate Kirby. Don't love Kirby. Don't want him to be the head honcho. He's okay being in the locker room. I don't want him to be the quarterback. I like what happened because this game landed and did well. It could have fallen on its face. It would have been a different landscape. I think people lose sight of that. I also think people lose sight of how mind blown people were when they played this. Minds were way more blown when people played this game, I feel like. And everybody wanted to play it.
Yes.
Everybody in the town. I got to play this game that I seen on Dateline News. I have to get my hands on this. Mario 64 had a big impact, but a lot of my parents, they had no interest in playing my N64.
No, they didn't want to play it.
8 to 9 years earlier, I was playing NES, and it was a fight amongst the family of who could get Nintendo time.
I feel like that was a common thing, though.
Yeah.
NES was like a family console, and young kids could play it. Grandma could play original Mario Bros. Once Super Mario 64 came out, it was kind of just directed towards kids.
Yeah.
That's not a bad thing. That's a great market to direct your games towards, but adults didn't. They gave two shits about it.
It almost became too complex. Although, the unique thing about Super Mario Brothers is it's not an easy game. Low barrier of entry, high degree of mastery. That is an art
Yes.
The game checks so many boxes. I really feel like we got it right.
Dude, this is a crazy series.
It is bittersweet. Second one of these we done. It was Console Madness, then Launch Title Madness. Thank you to all of you who have watched along the way and supported it, because these are not algorithm friendly. In the big picture, comparatively to our other videos, we will get 10 times the views on us going through our N64 collection saying, we have this game, we have this game, we have this game, than any episode in this series will ever get. Doesn't matter to us. We had a good time. That being said, this format, we're at least going to let it marinate until next March. We'll look at things, see what our schedule looks like. It may be back in a different form or fashion and different subject matter. But nonetheless, the second Madness series is in the bag.
Feels good.
It's been fun. It's a big commitment. Like you said, it was meant for March Madness, and it went 17 episodes, and it's wrapping up in September.
It's crazy. With a champion, Super Mario Bros. On the NES, we brought a very delicious drink to celebrate the finale of Launch Title Madness. This is not a beer. This is not a wine. This is a whiskey.
It's a bourbon. It's a whiskey. It's a bourbon. It's not an EY. It's a whiskey with just a straight Y.
Yes. This is Woodford Reserve Double Oaked Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, finished in a second oak barrel. Comes in at 45.2 alcohol percent, volume 90.4 proof. What do you think?
Very smooth. Very complex flavor profile. That double oak really kicks in. I've had my my run-ins with the regular Woodford Reserve many a time, and this is way more complex than that. And that's a great bourbon. It's sweeter, I feel like, and there's definitely more of an oaky afterbirth for you Office fans out there, but it's got more of an oak finish for sure.
The flavor profile is like, it's a long.
Yeah.
Like, you sip it and it's like, whoa, the flavor like lingers, and you're getting like this like palette of oak flavors, and it's really unique. Because I usually don't have whiskey that lasts that long in flavor. This is really good, really smooth, but you still get that slight burn, which I like.
Yeah,
it's
there's
good.
something like arc and like almost like a dried fruit type piece on the finish there. You know, we did have it on 3 ice cubes, but not a ton of burn on the finish with this either. I think if you're a non-whiskey drinker, you might think otherwise, but comparatively, it doesn't really hit you. This is really good.
Yeah, this is a great way to celebrate.
You can't call this a budget bourbon. It runs for about $60 a bottle. But there's also way more expensive bottles of bourbon you can get. For the price point and the quality that you get, it's really good.
This is a really good whiskey, and I'm glad we're drinking it.
Yeah, I mean, because we've had Booker's, we've had various, high-end. I've never had Pappy Van. I do wish I could try that at some point.
Really cool.
But we've had a lot of the, cask strength variants of different bourbons and stuff like that. So we know the waters fairly well. This is really good. I'd say this is like a 9 or a 9.5 out of 10.
This is delicious.
Yeah. So if you see it around and you're a bourbon fan, you might want to check out Woodford Reserve Double Oaked. Yeah. All right, guys. Again, gratitude. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the love, the hate, the interaction, because video games, in talking about them with passionate people, whether it's positive or negative, unless you're like, really cutting into someone as their personal character, it's all fun.
Yeah.
It's all fun in the game of love and war and video games. And I think it's very hard for folks to be disappointed that Super Mario Brothers won Launch Title Madness.
Yeah. We gave Super Mario 64 its accolades. It made it to the finals. Obviously, it did all these other things. But obviously, at the same time, this is our opinion. And this is how the bracket shaked out. So
now it's your turn. Jump into that comment section. Let us know what your thoughts are on the finals of Launch Title Madness. We don't really need to go through the transgressions. We know the ones you disagreed on in the past. But on this episode in particular, how do you feel? Let us know. We love chopping it up with you down in that little white space below the screen here. We'll see you there in a very short while. And we'll see you next time right here on Gaming Off the Grid. And propelled Mario into international superstardom. There's Mario, there's Mickey Mouse, there's Bugs Bunny, and there's Hulk Hogan. It doesn't get much richer in Americana.
Let's see if we can try this.
Double oaked.
Ooh. Whoa.
A lot of flavor going on there.
Yeah, that's Richie.
Have what it takes to be the king and the champion of Launch Title Madness? Let's find out.
Champion. But today we're just going to discuss them.
Yeah.
What is the greatest launch title? You guys know the history. You guys know the journey these games have been on. But I think just for fun, let's look for historical context.
Oh, hey. The heck?
Wow.
How the hell did you make it this far into this goddamn video?
You watched for over 5 hours, almost 6 hours. That's nuts. You're a crazy person. But now you know the best launch title of all time was
Super Mario Brothers on the NES. You know what? Sometimes when we look back, it's like, man, maybe I feel different now. Maybe things have changed.
Yep.
Maybe I've played more of something. I still stand behind this.
I mean, that is one of the best launch titles. It is wild because we do a random bracket for these Madness series, and sometimes a tough match can start off and a game could be eliminated.
Yeah.
And what's wild is I'm pretty sure in this launch title Madness, a sleeper for the PS2 made it to the final four.
Yeah.
Tekken Tag, so that's because it just had an easy route and So it is wild. That was so fun. The Madness series are just a blast to do, and it's so fun to read the comments. People are like, "You guys are wrong," but our decisions.
Maybe we need to drum up another Madness series.
Oh, that'd be sick.
Just saying. Anyway, appreciate you hanging out for 5-6 hours, whatever the hell it was.
Time.
Catch you guys on the next episode of the one and only Gaming Off the Grid.